Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Deku forged an unstoppable robot army? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chaotic was the only way to describe the current state of Hosu City. Fires blazed across every corner of Hosu. Homes and businesses were brought crumbling down, dozens of citizens dead, and even hundreds more were injured and panicked. Even as the heroes worked tirelessly to save Hosu and its citizens, it felt as if hell itself had come to Earth. The culprits behind this devastation were inhuman creatures. They were vastly different in body shape and colors, but they all shared their lidless eyes and exposed brains. These were Nomus, genetically spliced abominations created with the sole purpose of being hero killers. One dark gray Nomu spat fire from its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames. One of the fireballs was speeding toward hit a man and his daughter. They fled for their lives, but the fireball was too fast for them. Then, mere moments before the blast could consume them, two blurs, one silver, and one red, raced towards them. The blurs swiftly grabbed the father and daughter, and, in the blink of an eye, the two were far away from the fireball's blast. The girl looked up and saw a man in a full armored costume. "Thank you, Ingenium." I'm not. "Yeah, good job, Ingenium," said a blonde man with a pair of red wings, an aviator-like outfit, and yellow shades as he brought the father down to the street. "You guys better get to safety." He then gave a thumbs up. "Let the pros handle this." "All right," the man said as he picked up his daughter and hightailed it out of there. The two then looked into the distance, seeing the monster continue to rampage. "A Nomu," the armored teen said, his voice shaking his horrific recognition. "That's the thing that attacked your class, right?" "No, this one's different. But to think there would be more of these abominations." The young hero wasn't the only one reminded of that terrifying experience. All across Hosu, several of his classmates were either helping out the civilians or trying to fight off the Nomus. And anyone who wasn't in that city was watching the events unfold online and live on TV. Across town, a Nomu with super strength was throwing massive pieces of rubble all around, destroying buildings and threatening to crush civilians. One of those pieces collided with the local train track, collapsing part of the bridge. The conductor saw the collapsed section of the track and quickly activated the brakes. But the train was going too fast. There was no way for it to come to a complete stop before it went flying off the track. And suddenly, they were falling. The train had launched off the track and plummeted toward the streets filled with terrified civilians. Passengers and pedestrians alike screamed in terror. Then, suddenly, something shot through the air and miraculously caught the falling train by its lead car. The conductor opened his eyes, and his jaw went slack as they saw who, or rather what saved them. Their savior was a humanoid robot that was easily over 10 feet tall. Its metallic dark green body was big and bulky, its shoulders large and circular, its arms and legs shaped like massive cylinders, and its chest was equally large and circular, with two silver stripes running down each side. Contrasting to the rest of its dark metal colors were the bright red mechanical wings with rockets keeping it afloat and the angular blue eyes over a vent-like mouth. "Don't worry, everyone. Let's get you guys back on track," a young male voice came from the robot as it pushed the train back on the tracks. The passengers looked out the window to see their savior, amazed at the sight of the flying robot. "Isn't that the robot kid from UA? Dude, it is. That's the same guy from the sports festival. Thank you." Inside the cockpit of the robot was a 15-year-old boy. His helmet kept wild and frizzy green hair in check, matching his eye color. His outfit consisted of a bright green spandex outfit with white lines in the pattern of his robot, red boots, matching red fingerless gloves, a white scarf around his neck, and a circular green helmet with goggles and a mic near his mouth. "Is anyone seriously injured?" the young boy asked as he looked through the live footage on the screen in front of him. "Doesn't look like it," the conductor replied. "A few mild bruises, but nothing too serious." The boy was about to reply but saw that he had gotten a message on his heads-up display. "A Dayton HQ, Stryker, assistance ASAP. Ammo's been cornered by a Nomu on 13th Street. Stryker, on my way." "All right, emergency dispatch should be on its way," the pilot said as he turned his mecha to face the carnage happening in Hosu. "Just stay here and let the heroes do their job." The jets on the robot's wings roared as the dark green mecha flew through the city. The armored turbo hero Ingenium and several of his sidekicks had been dispatched throughout Hosu, alternating between fighting the monsters and saving any civilians caught in the crossfire. When Stryker arrived at the coordinates, he saw that Nomu had grabbed one of Ingenium's sidekicks, a man with gun belts around his chest, camo pants, and a gun arm, and was holding him by the neck. "Let go, ya damn monster!" The man shouted as he unloaded a barrage of bullets from his gun arm, but the creature was unfazed by the rounds piercing its skin. "Ammo. Hang on," the young pilot said before quickly pulling a level, causing the robot's right arm to rear back. Anchor knuckle. Plates shifted up from Stryker's elbow as it threw its first forward, blasting ahead thanks to the rockets within it and tethered to the bicep by an industrial-grade chain. The rocket-propelled arm hit with the force of a speeding truck, causing the Nomu to let go of ammo as it was knocked into a nearby, and thankfully abandoned, store. Ammo caught his breath, seeing the dark green robot flying down and retracting its arm. "Thanks for the save, kid." "No problem." But then, a loud screech was heard, and a warning alarm blared. The pilot of Stryker saw that the Nomu had quickly gotten back up and charged at the two. "Look out." Stryker quickly stepped in front of Ammo, grabbing the Nomu's hands in its mechanical ones. Two mighty figures, one mechanical and one organic, grappled, each trying to push the other back. The pilot quickly pressed a big blue button on his dashboard, the vent mouth on Stryker's face opening up and glowing bright blue. Stryker beam. The robot's mouth opened and fired a blast of bright blue energy, hitting the Nomu in the face. But even still, the creature refused to back down, pushing and straining the robot's pistons as they struggled against each other. "Ammo, go for the brain. That's the weak spot." "Roger that," the commando-dressed man said as he climbed over Stryker's frame, standing on its head and shoulders and aiming his gun arm once more. "Eat lead, freak show." With a mighty, Ammo unloaded a torrent of bullets, shredding the Nomu's exposed brain into a pile of gray matter and viscera. In seconds, the creature stopped pushing back, falling dead to the ground. The young pilot held back some vomit at the sight of the eviscerated brain. "Thank God," Ammo said as he stepped off of Stryker. He looked down at the Nomu's corpse before turning towards the machine. "Sorry, kid. This definitely ain't what you and other rookies signed up for." No, it isn't," the young pilot said shakenly. But the melancholy would have to wait as the two heard another roar, seeing a Nomu standing on top of a building, unleashing sonic attacks from its mouth as it blasted the nearby rooftops. The boy's hands shook for a bit, but he took a deep breath and gripped the controls. "But still, this is what heroes do. We put ourselves on the line to protect those who can't protect themselves." Ammo had a brief smile on his usually scowling face. "Well said, kid. Now come on," the man said as he cocked his arm. "We got a job to do. And we can't let the rest of Adaden do all the work." "Right." Slamming his foot on the pedal, Stryker took off into the air, ready to face the Nomu perched on the roof. Even though Izuku Midoriya always imagined himself in this kind of situation, rushing into danger, a small part of him was still in disbelief. Yet, here he was, piloting his masterpiece. This machine was the culmination of over a decade of dreaming and hard work. This was what he'd dreamed of, fighting against the forces of evil to save an entire city in peril. Was he scared? Of course. But that was normal, even for the most experienced heroes. So without hesitation, the young man and his robot flew ahead, weaving in and out of sonic blasts as he closed in on his target. This was the path he had been aiming towards his whole life. To prove that even someone like him could protect people and give them hope. "Let's do this, Stryker," Izuku shouted, his robot's blue eyes glowing brighter, blasting ahead to fight this abominable evil head. But unfortunately, this wasn't the first time the young man and his creation would throw themselves into danger, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Navik and X-Pegasus present. A My Hero Academia fanfiction. My Super Robot Academia. Chapter 1. Resolve and Camaraderie. 12 years ago, a tired salaryman walking home late at night was a dime a dozen sight in Japan. Even more so, considering how plain this man looked. He looked like your average, unassuming salaryman with a mop of curly black hair, black eyes, and a smattering of freckles across his face and dressed in a business suit. But even this late at night and with how tired he was, the black-haired man had a song on his lips as he took the elevator to his apartment, the thought of his lovely wife and adorable son putting a smile on his face. Wonder what Inko's making tonight, he thought as he reached for his keys. He opened the door with a smile and exclaimed, "Guess who's home?" "Oh, welcome back, Hisashi," the man's wife, Inko Midoriya, said. Her face was strangely expressionless as she cooked dinner. Hisashi could tell that something was wrong. "What's going on, honey?" Inko abruptly stopped chopping vegetables. A tense, awkward silence filled the room as she looked at her husband. "It's Izuku," she began, her voice unsteady. "When we went to the doctor's appointment," he said. Inko was nearly in tears but forced herself to continue. "Izuku isn't a late bloomer. He's quirkless." "What?" Hisashi exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. But we both, are they sure?" Inko nodded. Hisashi went silent. He slumped into a chair, his head in his hands as Inko rubbed his shoulder. How is Izuku doing?" Tears almost spilled from Inko's eyes. He's been in his room, just watching that All Might video on a loop." "I'll go talk to him," Hisashi said. As he made his way toward his son's room, Hisashi felt a heavy sense of dread building in his chest with every step. He could already hear the familiar audio from the other side of the door. Slowly, Hisashi opened the door. The room was dark, the only light coming from Izuku's computer screen. "Because I am here." Just as Inko said, Hisashi found their son watching his favorite video of All Might's debut. "Hey, little guy," Hisashi said as he approached the chair Izuku was sitting in, unable to see his face. "Mom told me what happened today. How are you feeling?" Izuku slowly turned in his chair. Hisashi saw a sight that broke his heart, tears flowing freely down his son's face and Izuku trying to put on a smile despite his unmistakable sadness. Dad, can I still be H-Hero? Even without AQQ Quirk, can I still be like All Might?" Hisashi reached down, hugging his son. "Izuku, you can be whatever you want to be," the black-haired man replied, his eyes beginning to water. Izuku's smile flattered, and his tears began to stain his father's suit. But how am I? What can I do? Without without a." The child could barely finish that sentence before just sobbing into his father's embrace. They stayed like that for an hour until little Izuku cried himself to sleep. Then, after tucking his son, Hisashi left the room, where he saw Inko waiting for him. "Is he gonna be all right?" she asked. Hisashi ran a hand through his hair and slumped against the wall. God, out of all the kids this happened to," he said before looking back at their sleeping kid. It had to be the one who wanted to be a hero more than anything in the world. The next morning, little Izuku woke up. He was feeling a bit better, but only slightly. And he definitely wasn't looking forward to preschool that day. What would his classmates think of him being quirkless? What would Kachan think? The green-haired boy lay in bed for the next few minutes, looking up at the All Might poster on his ceiling, before he heard a knock at his door. "It's open." The door opened, and Hisashi walked in. And Izuku noticed that his dad wasn't dressed in his usual business suit, which was weird since it wasn't Sunday. "Hey, little guy, you don't have to worry about going to preschool today," Hisashi said. "Mom's making some breakfast if you want." "Okay." A few minutes later, Izuku was sitting at the dining table, absently poking his grilled fish and rice with a down look on his face. "So, you got anywhere you want to go today?" Hisashi asked. "Not really," Izuku replied, his lightless eyes never leaving the breakfast he continued to poke. Hisashi and Inko shared a worried look. They knew that Izuku was going to feel down, but all of life seemed to have been sucked out of him. Hisashi hated seeing such a defeated look on his son's face. A little kid like Izuku should never have such a devastated look on his face. He had only seen that kind of look in his coworkers, who were utterly defeated by their workload in life. Hisashi himself had that look before, and that's when an idea came to his head. A few minutes later, Izuku was sitting on the living room couch, his father browsing through the DVD Blu-ray cabinet next to their TV set. Little Izuku knew his dad collected pre-Quirk era shows but had never actually watched any of them. Hisashi picked a Blu-ray set and placed the disc in their player. As the player loaded, Hisashi grabbed the remote and sat next to Izuku. "I know this might not be what you had in mind today, but whenever I'm feeling down, this stuff always cheers me up. the black-haired man said as he handed the Blu-ray set to Izuku. The little boy saw there was a man in a weird costume and some scary lizard-looking guys. But the thing that stood out the most on the cover art was a red and white robot holding a tomahawk and the title. Getter, Robo. Yup. It's a personal favorite of mine, Hisashi said with a smile as he pressed the play button. Izuku watched as the show began. He saw the man on the cover with two other men in costumes and saw three jets combining into the titular Getter Robo. And then, the theme song kicked in. Gone, 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 gone. For the next hour, the two Midoriya men watched the older anime, Hisashi, with a look of nostalgia and familiarity, while Izuku was intrigued. The green-haired boy watched as the evil dinosaur empire started attacking humanity with the terrifying Mechasaurus. He saw the hot-headed Ryoma, the cool Hayato, and boastful yet cowardly Musashi, though Izuku could understand his fear of lizards coming together to pilot the titular Getter Robo. The action, the music, and the voice acting, it was all so different from the kids' shows he usually watched. And as the fights ramped up in the second part of the opening two-parter, Izuku felt himself growing more and more excited. An excitement he only felt before when watching videos of All Might. As the credits for episode 2 played, Hisashi was happy to see a smile on his son's face. So, did ya like it? Uh-huh, Izuku said with an enthusiastic nod. Well, we can keep watching Getter Robo if y'all want, or we can check out some of the other super robot shows I got. There's more shows like Getter Robo? Izuku asked. You better believe it, little guy, Hisashi said, Inko looking on with a smile as her two special boys started their marathon. Izuku and Hisashi spent the rest of the day watching a variety of super robot shows or even tokusatsu shows with giant robots within them. X-Kaiser, Super Robot Red Baron, Mazinger Z, Geiking, J. Decker, Karamager, Gaogager, Raijin O, Go-Go 5, Dekaranger, and a bunch of other shows. They sampled the first 2 or 3 episodes of each one, and Izuku was blown away by the variety of action and unique characters. Sure, some parts scared the little boy a bit, especially concerning villains like Dr. Deviler. Still, overall, he was having a blast. But as they watched a fight between Kuramagen and a rugby monster, a question burned in Izuku's mind. Hey, Dad. Yeah, why do you keep calling these robots super robots? Well, that's what they are, Hisashi said. Basically, these machines are like giant mechanical superheroes. Oh, so like if All Might was a giant robot. Exactly. That comparison made plenty of sense to Izuku. Most pro heroes had super moves, some of them like All Might shouting them out. And that seemed to be the case with all the super robot pilots within the shows as well. By the end of the day, the melancholy Izuku felt from this morning was long gone. And unlike last night, when his parents tucked the little boy into bed, he definitely felt better. I had a lot of fun today. Thanks, Dad, Izuku said, giggling as Hisashi ruffled his hair. Glad to hear it. Night, sweetie, Inko said before kissing his forehead. Sweet dreams, kiddo, Hisashi said as he turned off the light, Izuku's All Might night light being the only thing illuminating the room. As his parents left, Izuku's mind was still thinking about all the cool robots and battles he had seen earlier throughout the day. They were almost as cool as the real-life heroes he admired. In his mind, he thought about the comparison his dad had made. And more, that comparison clicked in Izuku's head. A robot could be as inspiring and heroic as All Might. If only someone could make one. And then, that's when it all started to click in Izuku's head. The Getter Robo was created by Dr. Saotome. The rescue mecha the Go-Go 5 used was created by their father, Drive Tatsumi. The Super Robot Red Baron was built by Kenichiro Kurenai. J. Decker was an invention of the Brave Police. While some mechas like X-Kaiser or Kiramagen had alien or mystical origins, many super robots were created by ordinary men without any kind of superpower. Just their raw intelligence. With a pep in his step, Izuku got out of his bed and headed to his desk, turning on the desk light and pulling out an empty notebook and pencil. Yesterday, he had been at his lowest point. His dream of being a hero was seemingly impossible now that he was confirmed quirkless. But now, thanks to his father's attempts to cheer him up by sharing his love for giant robots, Izuku had an idea for how he could be a hero. Super robots were fictional, but the same could be said about superheroes before the age of quirks. Izuku lived in a world where the fantastical was ordinary. And as he wrote down all the ideas going through his brain, a thought that would set the course of his life manifested. He thought about how the doctor said that his dream of being a hero wasn't ever going to happen. Maybe I can't become a hero like All Might, but I can build a hero just as great as him. The world was unaware of it now, but this was the origins of something fantastic. Something that would change the face of heroism as their society knew it. And it began with a little boy's new dream. 2 years later. Just make sure you don't lose Mr. Astro. Okay, Mom, Izuku said as he took his remote-controlled robot and ran towards the playground, Inko sitting on a nearby bench. As she watched her son playing with his robot toy, the green-haired woman had a soft smile on her face. 2 years ago, she was worried that her little green bean would be devastated. But ever since the day Hisashi and Izuku spent watching super robot shows together, she had rarely seen her son with that horrible, distraught look on his face. In fact, that day seemed to spark an interest in robotics in him. Inko was a bit miffed to have another robot fanatic in the family. At the very least, he could give Pretty Cure a try. But then again, as long as her son was happy, that was all that mattered to Inko. But even still, in the back of her mind, she was worried for Izuku and his future. It was clear that he still wanted to be a hero. But in her mind, Inko couldn't really see how that was possible. Hisashi was always on board for encouraging their son's dream, regardless of his lack of a quirk, but Inko couldn't help but worry. Hero work was one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet, even for those with amazing quirks like All Might, Endeavor, or anyone in the top 10. And that was the field her little boy wanted to go into, without any kind of superpower. As much as she hated thinking like this, there was a small part of her that kind of hoped that Izuku would grow out of this. And she hated feeling like that. But speaking of Izuku, the green-haired boy had made his Mr. Astro walk all the way to the slide. Alright, up you go. Using the controller, Izuku made Mr. Astro put its arms on the slide and had the idea to push the robot toy up to the slide. As he played with the toy, Izuku was trying to pay attention to how it moved and wanted to figure out how it did. So he pushed the movement stick on the controller. Mr. Astro pushed itself up so that its feet were slightly off the ground, but it couldn't move. Izuku stared at the robot in confusion. He kept moving the lever back and forth. But no matter what, Mr. Astro couldn't seem to push himself up the slide. It's probably the shoulder joints. Izuku turned and saw a girl his age walking toward him. She had bright pink dreadlock-like hair, bright golden eyes, and was clad in a yellow t-shirt, blue overalls, and a pair of sneakers. The shoulder joints. Yup. Walking toys like this aren't made to do complicated stuff like what you're trying to do. The girl said with a bright smile. Their joints are built specifically to just move around, and they aren't really made for anything extreme. Huh, I guess that makes sense. Izuku replied, finally letting Mr. Astro down. So, he would need better shoulders to move up the slide. Well, not just that. The girl picked up the robot toy and moved its stiff legs a bit. This guy would need articulated limbs in order to do that. So these little cuties aren't really walking, they're waddling. ARTCU late. Izuku repeated, having never heard that word before. What about the rest of him? The girl put a finger to her lips as she looked over the toy. And that's when Izuku noticed her eyes had strange lines that moved around. I mean, the limbs are probably the most important part of making it more agile. The torso and head are fine, but just kind of boring to look at. Izuku shook his head in agreement. You're pretty smart. The girl crossed her arms in pride. My papa says I'm a certified genius. So this is where you ran off to. The two kids turned and saw a pre-teen boy with light purple hair and amber eyes, dressed in a light blue t-shirt and yellow shorts. May, you shouldn't just approach a stranger like that. But I wanted to know what he was doing with his toy. The girl, May, replied with a pout before turning to Izuku. I'm Mei Hatsume, by the way. Izuku smiled and held his hand out. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet ya. The two shook hands and continued to talk about how to make his robot toy cooler, completely ignoring the older boy, who simply sighed and took a seat on a bench next to the one Inko was sitting at. Your little sister. Yup. The boy said. I'm Koshin Hatsume. Inko. The woman said as she watched Izuku and his new friend talk and play. At the very least, the future could wait. Right now, she was content with watching her little green bunny and the pink girl go about their day. By the time the sun had started to set, Izuku had learned that Mei's family had recently moved to Musutafu. The two siblings had gone out to explore and get familiar with their new surroundings. They even learned that Mei was going to the same elementary school as Izuku. See ya tomorrow, Izuku. See you then, Mei. Izuku and Mei went home that day, walking alongside their respective chaperones, happy to have made a new friend. And little did they know that this was simply the beginning of a lifelong bond. The next day at Aldera Elementary, Mei was introduced as the new student in Izuku's class. And naturally, the Pinkett gravitated to sitting with her new friend. After a few hours, lunchtime rolled by, and Izuku and Mei were eating in the cafeteria. "Oh, Mei, looky here," Izuku said as he pulled out his notebook. The title read, Super Robot Ideas. Izuku handed the book to Mei. She opened it to see several crudely drawn sketches of dozens of super robots in action poses and using cool weapons. "You really like robots, don't ya?" The green-haired boy gave an excited nod in response. "Someday, I'm gonna make a super robot." "Really? That's so cool," Mei said with just as much excitement. She pulled her own notebook out of her backpack called Future Babies. She opened it up and showed Izuku the contents, including drawings, schematics, and even notes on various gadgets. "Whoa, that's a lot of gadgets," Izuku replied. "Is that a jetpack?" "Yup. That's gonna be a future project since Papa said I can't handle anything flammable until I turn 10. Mei said with a bit of a pout. "But I still got ideas for plenty of other babies." "Babies?" Izuku asked with a tilt of his head, confused by Mei's choice in terminology. "So why do you want to build a robot?" Izuku smiled, but before he could explain. New girl." The two turned their heads and saw a boy their age with wild dirty blonde hair and red eyes, dressed in the same elementary school uniform as them. While Mei didn't know him, Izuku sure did. "You probably shouldn't be hanging around with Izuku here, Kachan," Izuku said with a sad tone. "Why not?" Mei asked. "Because he's a Deku," Kachan explained as he looked at the notebooks on the table, one that he recognized and chuckled. "So he's showing you that dumb robot idea of his." "It's not dumb," Izuku yelled back. "I'm gonna build a robot that's just as strong as All Might." "Quit lying to yourself," Kachan sneered before looking at Mei. "This loser's got no quirk, but he thinks he can build a dumb robot to make up for it. You hang around him, and everyone gonna think you're a loser too." "So what?" Mei answered, surprising both Kachan and Izuku. "I already got Izuku as a friend, and he thinks my babies are cool. I don't care if I make any more friends, Izu's the only friend I need." She then glared at Kachan. "And who's to say Izuku can't use a robot to become a hero? Plenty of real heroes use support gear, so it would just be like using a big piece of gear." But he's quirkless," Kachan replied, taken by genuine surprise. "Again, so," Mei said as her expression turned sour, her golden eyes glaring at the dirty blonde boy. "My papa and mama say that if as long as you put in the effort and don't give up, even the most far-fetched dream can become a reality." Before Izuku knew it, his eyes began to water up. For the past 2 years, he had endured so much ridicule. Every time he told anyone about his dream of building a robot and using it to become a hero, they would laugh at him and call him a quirkless idiot dreaming an impossible dream. Even worse, his best friend became the biggest jerk of them all, often being the first one to insult the green-haired boy's ambitions. It was one thing for classmates he didn't even know that well to make fun of him. The fact that the harshest words came from someone he admired stung even more. But here was Mei, this near stranger he had only met yesterday. Not only did she refuse to scoff when he talked about his robot ideas, but she also said he could be a hero. She didn't care if he was quirkless. Thank you, Mei," Izuku said as tears flowed from his eyes. Whatever," Kachan said as he walked away. "Have fun being a loser, crazy eyes." Mei stuck her tongue out before turning back towards Izuku, who was trying to wipe the tears from his eyes, but the water kept coming out. "That guy was a butthead," Mei said, making Izuku chuckle. "He so doesn't deserve a cute name like Kachan." "Oh, that's not his real name. It's actually Katsuki Bakugo," the boy replied. "I just call him Kachan." "Well, Kachan, is gonna be dead wrong when you become an awesome hero. You really think I can be one? Of course, Mei said before holding Izuku's notebook open. She flipped through it, showing all of the different drawings and notes, pages upon pages of them. You've definitely thought about this loads of times. I can tell just by looking at these that you're super duper passionate. Suffice to say, the last 2 days and the following week, Izuku enjoyed having someone he could undoubtedly call his friend. The two energetic elementary schoolers would spend time at and away from school talking about ideas for robots and gadgets. Life at Aldera Elementary went on as normal. But then, a few days later, I still can't believe you got a ghost rare. One of Katsuki's two buddies, one with wings, said as the explosive blonde walked with a ghost rare All Might trading card, holding it up like it was the Holy Grail. What can I say? I'm just that lucky, Katsuki said with a smirk, thinking about how he could rub his new card in stupid Deku's face. Can I hold it? The other kid with long fingers asked. Hell no. I don't want your germs, Al oof. The red-eyed boy was knocked onto his butt like he had just walked into a wall, hearing the sound of a bento box falling onto the floor. Katsuki looked up and saw a kid about 3 times his size with short blue hair and yellow eyes staring down at a bento box he had just pulled out of his locker. Watch where you're going, dumbass. You made me drop my bento. You shouldn't be standing in the middle of the hallway like a freaking wall, Katsuki shouted, only for the huge boy to stare blankly at him, seemingly showing no emotion in his eyes. Quit staring at me. Are ya retarded or so methy? Without warning, the taller boy picked Katsuki up by his head, making the blonde drop his All Might card as he failed around. That was cheeseburger steak, my favorite. I was really looking forward to having that for lunch. Let go of me, ya giant dumbass. Katsuki shouted as he held up his hands. Sparks began to fly out of his palm before he created a small explosive in the air, causing his friends to flinch, yet the bigger kid barely reacted. If you don't let go of me, I'll blast the hell out of ya. But the taller boy did nothing. In fact, Katsuki could swear he felt the grip around his head becoming even tighter. Okay, you asked for it. Katsuki grabbed the boy's wrist and let off an explosion from each hand. But to the shock of Katsuki and his buddies, the boy's arm wasn't hurt at all, like the blast didn't even happen. Hell, the boy looked like he barely registered the explosion at all. That wasn't very nice, the taller boy said as he squeezed Katsuki's head harder, causing the smaller boy to get out a pained yell. Around the same time, Izuku turned the corner when he heard an explosion, and he saw Katsuki being held by his head. He's crazy, the winged boy yelled as he and the long-fingered boy ran away. Izuku watched, his body shaking as Katsuki continued to try to use his explosive quirk to make the bigger boy let him go. But no matter how many explosions he let off, the bigger boy would let him go and kept squeezing his head tighter and tighter. And there was no one else in sight to help. Sure, Kachan had been a real jerk to him for the last 2 years, but even someone like him didn't deserve to get his head crushed like a grape. And in his worry, Izuku quickly wondered, what would All Might do in a situation like this? What would the Getter team, the SSI, or the Brave Police do? Only thinking for a second, Izuku got his answer. He sucked his breath in and charged ahead, tackling the bigger boy from the side. But the boy simply looked down, unfazed as Izuku attempted to punch his sides. Let Kachan go, Deku, Katsuki asked, genuinely surprised. However, the bigger kid was less than impressed and slapped Izuku away with enough force to leave a bruise on his chin. Tears from the pain welled up in Izuku's eyes, but he simply got up and wiped them away before glaring at the big guy. I said let him go. He bumped into me, made me spill my food, and he's been doing nothing but yelling and exploding at me. The large boy said with all the interest of a bored supermarket employee. All while he continued to squeeze Katsuki's head harder and harder, making the blonde cry in pain. He deserves this. No, he doesn't, Izuku shouted back. Yeah, Kachan's a jerk, but he doesn't deserve to be hurt like that. The green-haired boy charged again, but he was smacked on his back again, and again, and again. But no matter how many times Izuku was knocked down, he kept getting back up, determined to help the boy he once considered his best friend. What the hell's going on? The 3 boys looked and saw 2 teachers approaching them. These 2 are annoying me, the emotionless boy replied. Yamamoto, Let go of that boy right now, or you'll be in serious trouble. Yamamoto sighed, finally letting go of Katsuki, who fell to the group and clutched his pained head. We're gonna have a serious talk with your parents, young man. One of the teachers said while the other helped Izuku and Katsuki to the nurse's office. Both boys were being treated for bruises. Just relax and wait until your parents arrive, the nurse said as she left to take care of other business, leaving Izuku and Katsuki sitting on opposite beds, bandages applied to their bruised areas. I really hope mom's not gonna be too mad at me, Izuku said as he rubbed his wrist while Katsuki grumbled. You're an idiot, Katsuki spat out, to Izuku's surprise. I was just trying to help. I didn't need your help. Katsuki screamed. I didn't need your help that day at the creek, and I didn't need your help today. I'm not some weakling who needs a quirkless Deku like you looking down on me. Izuku was hurt and confused until he remembered what the heck Katsuki was talking about. About 2 years ago, a few weeks after Izuku's quirkless diagnosis, the two and some other boys were out on a bug hunt near a creek. While the troop was walking across a log, Katsuki slipped and fell into the water. So naturally, Izuku was concerned that his friend might have hurt himself. But when Izuku tried to help him up, Katsuki knocked his hand away and yelled at him. And things started to connect in the green-haired boy's mind. After that day, the relationship between the two boys soured significantly, with Katsuki basically becoming a bully. Kachan, you're not a weakling, Izuku replied, looking right at Katsuki. You're so cool and brave, even if you're angry all the time. And you got one of the coolest quirks I've ever seen. Katsuki was quiet before speaking up again. Then why did you? Because I was worried about you. Izuku cried out. I just wanted to make sure my best friend was okay, not because I was looking down on you. The explosive blonde boy was surprised by his old friend's outburst. I don't need help. I'm strong. Katsuki grumbled. Kachan, even strong people need help. Izuku retorted. Remember when All Might fought Drive Desmodon in London? Oh, yeah. Katsuki thought to himself as he recalled one of All Might's most notable battles against a mad scientist with a devolution quirk who wanted to turn all of Europe into dinosaurs. But the symbol of peace didn't fight the Mad Doctor and her army of dinosaur men alone. Instead, he was joined by the Knights Cavalry, the UK's top superhero team. After the villainess was defeated, All Might spoke about how no hero, no matter how powerful, should never be afraid to ask for help when dealing with evil. The blonde boy said nothing for a while, his arms crossed and his brow furrowed as he thought about something. You still want to build that hero robot? Why yeah, Izuku replied, a bit confused. Not just build it, I'm gonna pilot it too. Then you better make it sturdy enough to protect your squishy butt, Katsuki replied, confusing Izuku a bit more as the blonde laid down on the bed and turned away from him. Later that day, after a discussion between the three boys, their mothers, and the principal, Izuku, Kachan, and Yamamoto were let off the hook after the boys apologized to each other or forced to apologize through gritted teeth in Katsuki's case. The next day, Izuku told Mei about what had happened. The pink-haired girl was a bit concerned while the two were enjoying their lunch on a bench. Sounds scary. It was, Izuku said. But if I want to be a hero, I gotta be brave. But before the two could continue, they heard footsteps approaching. They looked up and saw Katsuki walking towards him, bento in hand. Hey, the blonde said, scratching his cheek a bit. Is it cool if I sit with you guys? That depends if you're gonna be a butt, Mei said without hesitation. I'm not a butt. You're a butt. Hey, don't yell, Izuku said before smiling at his old friend. Sure, you can sit with us, Kachan. Okay. And the explosive boy did just that. There was a bit of awkward silence between the three as Katsuki opened his bento, but Mei decided to talk again. So, Izuku says you got an exploity quirk. How does it work exactly? Oh, he sweats neutro, Izuku said, trying to think of the word. I sweat nitroglycerin, Katsuki chimed in. Yeah, that's the word. He sweats that, and then he can ignite it to make explosions. Okay. Mei thought about it for a second. But what if you try to fight when it's really cold outside? You probably wouldn't have enough sweat. Huh, Katsuki thought to himself. Maybe I could just wear heavier clothing to work up more of a sweat. Mei quickly pulled out her notebook and began to draw something, surprising both of the boys. Her hands were moving so fast that they were practically a blur. Or, she showed the page to the two, showing a costume that had some kind of panels inside it. You can put in a heating system that you can turn on and off. That actually sounds cool. Katsuki with an excited look on his face. For the rest of their lunch period, the three kids talked about ideas for different hero gear, with Katsuki even saying ideas he had for Izuku's robot, though Izuku thought that adding 6 Gatling guns to each shoulder was a bit excessive. While the three chatted, and even after they went back to class, Izuku honestly felt like his short life had become brighter and brighter. Not only did he have his new best friend Mei, but his best friend was actually talking to him again without calling him a Deku. And when school ended, Katsuki joined Izuku and Mei on the walk home. Izuku felt like he could do anything now. Neither of the three knew it at the time, but the three of them would grow up to make one hell of an impact in the world and also help change the three of them for the better. But that would be a story for later. For now, they were just 3 elementary school kids talking about cool heroes on the way home. Life went on for Izuku and his friends. Before they knew it, elementary school had passed them by, and the three were now in their first year of middle school. Over the years, Izuku, Mei, and Katsuki were basically inseparable. Of course, there were still some kids who made fun of Izuku and bullied him for his lack of a quirk, but they always tried to make sure to do it when the Greenette was alone, lest they also deal with an explosive backlash, or a weird invention messing with them for weeks. See you later, Mom. Bye, Inko. Bye, boys. Have a good day, Inko said as Hisashi and Izuku left for work and school, respectively. The Midoriya family had changed quite a bit in the last few years. Hisashi was the least different, though he often smelled like aftershave since he found having any kind of beard to be unbearably itchy and a fire hazard. Inko had gotten a bit chubbier over the years due to inactivity, and because she often snuck some melon bread when her boys weren't looking. And Izuku had grown up to be about as average as a 12-year-old could be in terms of physique. He was somewhat on the scrawnier side but still in relatively good shape. After walking some distance, the two Midoriya men said goodbye, with Hisashi heading to catch the bus to get to his office and Izuku walking towards the nearby residential area to pick up Katsuki. Finally, the Greenette arrived at the Bakugo household, where he was greeted by a woman who looked like an older and feminine version of his friend. Morning, Aunt Mitsuki. Heya, Izuku. Come on in. Izuku was led in by Mitsuki to their living room and saw Katsuki cooking something in the adjoining kitchen. Mornin', Kachan. You almost ready to go? Yeah, give me a minute. Izuku looked and saw that the explosive blonde was making 2 bentos. While it was hidden by his middle school uniform, Katsuki was in far better shape than most of his peers, Izuku included. With the UA entrance exam a mere 3 years away, Katsuki began to take his training very seriously. Not just by practicing his quirk but also by getting into shape. As such, the middle schooler was developing quite a muscular physique. He was also about a few inches taller than Izuku by now. You're making 2 of them again. He's been up early making lunch for his girlfriend, Mitsuki said with a smirk, making her son scowl. Ah, that's sweet, Kachan, Izuku said with a knowing smile. Shut up. How many times do I have to spell it out? Crazy Eyes ain't my girlfriend. Katsuki shouted back. I just know for a fact that she's probably been tinkering all night and forgot to make herself lunch. And I need to be the responsible one and make sure she doesn't keel over since you can't cook for shit, Deku. Hey, I can cook. Izuku retorted. Katsuki gave Izuku a dirty look. Microwaving katsudon doesn't count. He's got ya there, Izuku, Mitsuki chimed in, making Izuku pout. A few minutes later, both Izuku and Katsuki were heading toward the Hatsume residence. But when they turned the corner, they saw a familiar face leaning on a nearby telephone pole. It was none other than Mei's older brother Koshin. The purple-haired boy had grown up to be rather handsome and was wearing his high school uniform, holding his bag in his hand as he continued to look around. Mornin', Koshin. Sup, pretty beau. Suddenly, Koshin leapt at the boys, slapping his hands over their mouths to shut them up. Shush, he whispered. They'll hear you. Senpai. Ko baby. Hatsume. Ah, shit, Koshin grumbled as the middle schoolers looked and saw 3 high school girls approaching them. One of them was a tall yet shy-looking girl with short red hair. The other was a blonde, long-haired Gongoro girl. And the shortest of the girls had brunette hair in a bun, glasses, and a surprisingly muscular physique. Oh, it's those catty bitches. Kachan. What? It's true. The brunette looked at Katsuki before addressing Koshin. Hatsume, you shouldn't be associating with delinquents. Who are ya calling a delinquent, you bespectacled bitch? Katsuki shouted. I had a near-perfect attendance record last year. Exactly, near-perfect, the brunette said with a scowl. A punk like you is a bad influence for someone like Hatsume. Hey, don't let Miss Gorilla Arms tell ya what to do, the blonde said as she grabbed onto Koshin's arm, causing his face to turn red. You can be friends with whoever you want, baby. Miyako, you're a little too close. Koshin stuttered out as he tried to ignore the feeling of the blonde girl's bosom against his arm. Oh, what's wrong with being close? Miyako. Why you're making senpai uncomfortable? The shy redhead stuttered out. Kotori's right, the brunette said as she pulled Miyako off of Koshin. That's borderline harassment. I wouldn't go that far, Tagumi, Kotori responded. The hell's your problem, Gorilla Arms? Miyako said as she glared at the shorter girl. Stop calling me that, you hussy. While the two continued to trade insults and Kotori looked on in worry, Izuku and Katsuki noticed Koshin sneaking to the nearby manhole, putting a finger to his mouth as he climbed down the sewer pipe and put the manhole cover back. The two boys stared before noticing that the girls had stopped arguing. Hey, where did baby go? Miyako asked as she and the other two girls looked around. He went that way, Katsuki said as he and Izuku both pointed in the opposite direction of the manhole. The three girls ran off like wolves chasing a deer while the boys continued towards the Hatsume house. Koshin's really got it rough. Izuku thought to himself. And this was true. Koshin was always a polite and friendly boy. And as he grew to be a handsome young man, he ended up becoming really popular with the ladies, which also included some really intense ladies. Soon enough, the two finally reached a two-story house with a large garage. And the two were met with the sounds of tinkering and a welding torch going to town on some metal. It was a cacophony they had become intimately familiar with. Katsuki grabbed the handle and slid the garage door open, and was greeted with the sight of Mei Hatsume. She was clad in her usual outfit of a black tank top, her specialized goggles over her eyes, welding gloves, long pants, and boots. The Pinkett had also changed a bit in the last few years, becoming as tall as Izuku, and even started to develop a bit in terms of curvature. Except for her chest. And she was in the middle of welding a plate onto a cannon-like object before noticing the sun's rays hitting her face. Oh, Izuku. Kachan. Mei said with a bright smile as she slid her goggles off. You guys really came over crazy early. It's 7:30 in the morning, Katsuki stated, making the Pinkett pause as she looked behind her friends and saw the sun. Huh, so it is. Mei, have you been up all night again? Izuku asked. No, Mei said with a pout and crossed her arms. Stupid Koshin won't let me stay up past 11 when mom and dad are on a trip. Okay, good. The greenette replied, only to see the smirk on his eccentric friend's face. But nothing says I can't get up early when inspiration strikes. How long have you been up? Oh, don't worry. I got a solid 3 hours of sleep. That's barely anything, Mei. Izuku exclaimed while Katsuki face-palmed. After a few minutes of letting Mei clean up herself and putting on her school uniform, the three childhood friends were soon walking toward Aldera Middle School. So, was that cannon thing what you're gonna bring to the expo? Izuku asked. That's top secret, Izu, Mei responded. Speaking of the expo, how's Skelly coming along? Oh, it's going great. Izuku said with an excited look in his eyes. I think I finally got the kinks worked out, so he should be ready just in time. So ya finally fixed its wobbly wrist? Mei asked, getting a nod in response. You were right about the computer paste. It worked like a charm. As the two continued to talk tech, Katsuki just watched with a bemused smile. There was something comforting about hearing these two energetic nerds he called friends just geeking out over the smallest stuff. You coming to the expo, Kachan? The Pinkett asked. Nah, I'm gonna try getting some training in over the weekend. You sure? It's probably gonna be a ton of fun, Izuku asked. Yeah, for tech nerds like you guys. The blonde replied, making Mei narrow her eyes at him. Didn't you get all excited when you finished those grenade gauntlet blueprints? That's different. That's hero stuff, so it's automatically cool. Hey, our work is hero stuff, too, Izuku replied. Well, I ain't as nerdy about it as you guys are. Katsuki retorted. Oh, come on, Kachan, Mei said as she patted his back. There's nothing wrong with being nerdy. Says you. Izuku chuckled to himself as the three continued their little back and forth before arriving at Aldera Junior High. And just as he had been doing for the last week, he would be counting down the hours until the weekend. After all, if everything went according to plan, his dream of being a hero would be that much closer to becoming a reality. That following weekend, dozens of students, their friends, teachers, and parents gathered in the gymnasium as the Aldera Junior Science Expo had officially begun. Any scientifically gifted youngster from the school district could show off a science project, be it chemistry, robotics, or physics, any branch of science was welcome. Some did it for extra credit, others hoped to get the attention of anyone handing out a scholarship, and some just wanted to show how smart they were. Izuku was one of these young inventors as he, Hisashi, and Inko were busy setting up his booth, which consisted of an upgraded office chair with foot pedals, a foldable keyboard and 2 joysticks attached to it, a closed fold-out display sitting on a table, and something human-sized covered in a blue sheet. All right, looks like everything's good with the chair, Hisashi said as he gave it a test swivel. Thank you, Dad, Izuku said as he attached his phone to a speaker set. Are you nervous, sweetie? Inko asked. A little bit. Just remember to breathe in, Inko said as she demonstrated, and breath out. Right, Izuku said, taking in a short breath before calmly getting it out. Don't worry about it, kiddo, Hisashi said with an excited grin. You're gonna knock their socks off. Hey, Izuku. The Midoriya family turned and saw the Hatsume siblings approaching them, with Koshin holding a camcorder in his hand. Looks like you're all set up. Pretty much, Izuku said as he noticed the camera. Recording it for your parents. Yup, Dad would never let me hear the end of it if I didn't record this little gremlin's special day. Koshin joked before ruffling Mei's hair, much to her irritation. Well, we better go get a good view, Hisashi said before offering the pre-teens a thumbs up as he, Inko, and Koshin made their way. Okay, let's do our best, Izuku. Mei said as she held her hand out. Right, the greenette said as the two high-fived. While the two went back to their booths, Inko, Hisashi and Koshin tried finding a good vantage point. Yo, guys. The three turned and saw Mitsuki, her husband Masaru, and a grumpy-looking Katsuki standing next to his folks, with the Bakugo matriarch waving at them. I'm so glad you could make it, Mitsuki, Inko said to her oldest friend. Nice to see ya, Masaru, Hisashi said as the two fathers shook hands. Glad you could make it too, Katsuki. No problem, Masaru said with an easy-going smile. I'm here under protest, Katsuki grumbled. Oh, it's not gonna kill ya to show your friends some support, Mitsuki said with a disappointed look. Woo-woo, Katsuki said with as much passion and excitement as a bowl of plain oatmeal. Is that enough? When did he become such a smartass? Mitsuku whispered to herself, making Inko sweat drop at the obvious answer. Soon enough, the expo began, with the judges going to each booth and allowing the young scientists to present themselves and their inventions. An hour or so went by, with some showing off elaborate volcano simulations and electric roller skates, others showing the bare minimum for the extra credit opportunity. Finally, a pair of judges came to Mei's booth, and the pinkett wearing a headset with a microphone. Tell me, good people, have you ever wanted to grab something from a far distance but you can't quite reach it? Well, have I got the solution for you. Mei went to her display table and pulled off the curtain, showing a hand cannon with a dial on top of it and a screen right under it. Say hello to the Hatsume Industries grab cannon. Mei grabbed her invention and lightly pushed the trigger, allowing a padded claw attached to a malleable steel pole to slide out of the barrel. She then moved the hand to grab a pen out of a judge's breast pocket, waving it in front of his impressed face. And while Mei continued to demonstrate the grab cannon, another group of judges approached Izuku's booth. All right, here it goes. Izuku said before addressing the judges. The field of robotics has long been considered a niche among most scientific fields. Any robot built nowadays is often used to test equipment meant for hero work, provide menial tasks for researchers, and let's face it, even the most top-of-the-line robot tends to be a bit on the clunky and awkward side. But what if I told you there could be a robot just as strong and versatile as even the most powerful heroes? This got the judges and crowds intrigued as Izuku reached the curtain. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to the future of robotics. The greenette pulled the curtain, revealing a robot about the size of an adult male. It was all frame, no armor, giving it a skeletal appearance. What was immediately noticeable about the robot was that each individual finger was articulated, the shoulders and thigh joints were circular, and the wires were integrated into the framework. This is Skeletron, a prototype frame that'll give any robot the same kind of freedom of movement we humans take for granted, Izuku said as he took a seat in his special chair, flicking a switch on the keyboard to remotely turn on Skeletron, its optics taking on a blue glow. The greenette took hold of the joysticks and moved the right joystick in a circular motion. In response, the robot began to move its shoulder in the same kind of circular motion, impressing some of the audience. As you can see, every part of Skeletron's frame has been designed to stimulate human movement, Izuku said before using the left stick to move Skeletron's left arm up. Next, the boy pressed the trigger, turning the robot's wrist 360 degrees. And it can even perform motions we can't pull off. Just to show off, Izuku typed some commands into the keyboard, and the fingers on Skeletron's rotating wrist began to move up and down. That earned a few oohs and ahs from the crowd and even some of the judges. Alright, now I'm going to have to ask you all to stand back a bit, so I can show you Skeletron's full range of motion, Izuku warned. The judges did just that, and Izuku pressed a music icon on his keyboard. This activated his speaker-attached phone, which began to play some rhythmic music. Music K, Overnight Sensation by TRF. Hitachi Yasokora ya Jinsei no Mochibeshon Motivation. Mi ni Suatara Kiban mo Shirikuru Dake Dashi. Izuku got to work, moving the joysticks and pressing on the foot pedals. And to the amazement of the audience, Skeletron began to dance. There was little to no stiffness in its movements as Izuku piloted the machine in tandem with the beat of the music. Tomodachi mo Doryu mo Shigeki o Ukutsutsu Otagai Reibaru. He actually picked that song, Inko said with a giggle. Don't blame our son for having good taste, Hisashi said. Besides, Mitsuki seems to like it. Hell yeah, I do. The blonde woman said as she shimmied with her shoulders. This shit is my jam. Masaru chuckled at his wife's enthusiasm while Katsuki held his head in his hands. God, Buddha, whoever the fuck is watching, please just do me a favor and kill me right now. Izuku continued this dance routine for a while, but he quickly began to notice something was off with Skeletron's movements. Each movement started to become more and more exaggerated, and they also began to become less fluid. And no matter what motion Izuku did with the joysticks and foot pedals, Skeletron's movements became more and more erratic, something that the audience was beginning to notice. Suddenly, Skeletron began performing movements other than what Izuku commanded it to do. Just a few technical issues. And nothing to worry about, Izuku said nervously as he tried entering a few commands to fix the issue. But if anything, that made Skeletron begin to move more erratically until its motions resembled that of a spastic child, frightening the judges as they took further steps back. If that was the end of it, Izuku probably could have salvaged his presentation. But unfortunately, Skeletron began jumping and landing on other presentation booths, causing the kids, parents, and judges to flee from the insane robot. Though there were some rubberneckers recording the robot and its creator freaking out on their cell phones. Katsuki honestly felt bad that Izuku's invention was going haywire, but his eyes widened when he saw it heading towards Mei's booth, and the Pinkett was too invested in showing off her invention, despite Koshin and the judges looking towards Izuku's robot. Crazy eyes, look out. Without even thinking, Katsuki ran and leapt towards Mei, grabbing and rolling with the Pinkett while the judges and Koshin ran as Skeletron demolished Mei's booth. Izuku, shut the fucking robot off. Seeing no other option, Izuku mentally said, screw it, and pressed the emergency shutdown button. It worked instantly, with Skeletron's optics shutting down, and the robot falling to the floor face first. Ow, I almost got clobbered, Mei commented before looking down at Katsuki with a smile. Thanks for saving me, Kachan. The blonde's cheeks turned red before he threw the pink-haired girl off him, much to her dismay. Whatever. I ain't saving your oblivious ass next time. While that happened, Izuku was trying to salvage whatever dignity he had left. Obviously, we got a few kinks to work out, Izuku said, chuckling nervously at the judgmental looks he was getting from the adults while noticing that some of the audience was laughing and recording. Oh, boy. Yikes. Mei thought to herself as both she, Katsuki and the other members of their families were concerned for the young brunette. As the next few days rolled around, news of Izuku's blunder began to spread through the district. And it wasn't long before memes and YouTube videos of Skeletron's failed performance began to circulate around the web, as well as making their way into quite a few fail compilations. Suffice to say, as he laid face down in his bed on the following lazy Wednesday afternoon, Izuku was feeling pretty down about himself. For the last few days, Izuku was the laughingstock of his grade. More than a few classmates mocked him by mimicking Skeletron's sporadic moves, no matter how many times Katsuki told them to fuck off. Maybe I can just move to another country and start over, Izuku thought in an overdramatic fashion. Who knows? Maybe Spain needs a new dancing sensation. He then heard a knock at the door. It's open, Izuku replied, his voice slightly muffled by his pillow. Hey, Izuku, Inko said as she opened the door, a bit saddened to see her son in this state. Listen, I know you're still down about, but I was wondering if you would do me a small favor. Izuku sat up. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm still in the middle of cleaning, so I was wondering if you could take that welcome basket I made for our new neighbor. Oh, right, that happened. Izuku thought back. Over the last week, the Midoriyas had noticed that someone was finally moving into the apartment on the opposite side of the floor. And wanting to be neighborly, Inko made a bundle of snacks to welcome the new tenants, even if they never talked to them again. Alright, I'll do that in just a second. Thank you, sweetie, Inko said before kissing Izuku on the cheek. A few minutes later, Izuku was walking across the hall, still clad in his middle school uniform as he carried a basket full of various treats. The boy knocked on the door, tapping his foot as he waited for their new neighbor to open the door. Eventually, someone did answer, an older woman of Korean descent. She had a lazy, almost ragged appearance, what with her graying black hair tied in a loose side ponytail, the red t-shirt with the word, Manowar, written in English, black shorts with torn-up ends, bare feet, and the uninterested look within her brown eyes. I ain't looking to buy anything, kid. The woman said right to the point. Oh no, I'm selling anything, Izuku said as he held the basket. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My family lives in the apartment down the hall. We just wanted to give you this and welcome you to the building. The woman looked at the basket, staring at the dango in particular. Sure. As Izuku handed her the basket, the greenette noticed the woman's eyes narrowing at him. You look really familiar, kid. I mean, you've probably seen me when you were moving in. Oh, wait, the woman said with a snap of her fingers. You're the kid with the dancing robot. Of course, Izuku said with a sigh. Yeah, that's me. Sorry about that, kid. The woman said. I mean, it was going well for a bit, but whoever you got to program the thing was a bit off the mark. I programmed it. This made the woman raise an eyebrow. Bullshit. Huh. Now that confused Izuku. You're like what? 11, 12, actually. The greenette said, getting a bit more nervous at the look his new neighbor was giving him. Moments later, Inko hummed to herself as she moped the floor, only stopping when she heard the front door open. So, did you give? Inko's train of thought came to a screeching halt at the sight of their new neighbor standing next to her son. You must be his mom, the woman said in between bites of dango. Why yes, Inko sputtered, taken aback by the woman's demeanor. Hello, Ms. Professor Eun-ji Lim, the Korean woman said. Professor. Inko parroted, caught off guard by the disconnect between her title and ragged appearance. Mom. Professor Lim said she could help with Skeletron. Izuku said with an excited look in his eyes. Hey, I said I'd give it a look over. Don't know how you got, helping you out, from that. The woman said. It honestly amazed her how quickly this kid went from nervous to ecstatic after she told him she knew a bit about coding, and could probably give him a few pointers. Though she had to admit, the little guy was adorable with how excited he was. And even someone like her couldn't really say no to such an earnest boy. Inko was unsure of how to feel about her son bringing a stranger into their home. But then again, if this Professor Lim was suspicious, well, people usually don't expect a random object flying at their head. Izuku brought Professor Lim to his workroom, which also doubled as extra storage for whatever nerdy merchandise any of the Midoriyas bought that couldn't fit into their rooms. Skeletron stood in the center of the room, wires attached via a computer tower under the nearby work desk. All across the desk and around the floor were various bits of scrap metal, circuitry, and gears that no doubt went into the robot's creation. Lim even saw smaller robots on a shelf, which she would later learn were earlier experimental toy robots Izuku made when he was younger. "So this is him, huh?" Professor Lim asked, getting a nod from Izuku. "Aight, let's see what's under the hood." Izuku turned on his desk computer and brought Lim to his programming software, allowing the woman to see the wall of coding that made up Skeletron's operating system. "Okay, this is exactly what I thought. This coding is shit," Professor Lim said tersely. "It's no wonder he went crazy at that expo. This code is so clunky and inefficient that it got all turned around when it tried to execute commands until it got stuck in an endless loop." "Yeah, I know," Izuku said with a sigh. "How did you learn to code?" Professor Lim asked. "Mostly YouTube videos and beginner books I got from the library," Izuku said. Really, that was all he could do to learn about coding. It wasn't like his elementary or middle school offered classes like that. "So it's pretty bad, right?" "Objectively, yes," Professor Lim said. "But the fact that you were able to even put this shit code together without any kind of formal education and somehow made it work for a bit, kid, you're some kind of mad genius." "Really, kid, college students would struggle to put something even this shitty together," Lim said before putting her hand to her chin, thinking about something for a moment. "Tell ya what, if you keep bringing me that delicious dango your mom makes, I'll teach you everything I know about coding." "You will?" Izuku asked, and when Lim nodded in return, the greenette couldn't help himself but hug the older woman, no matter how much she protested. Later that night, Higuri Maijima, otherwise known as the pro-hero power loader, crashed on his couch with a thud and tired sigh. The life of a professional hero was not for the lazy nor the faint of heart, even for a lesser-known hero like him. Just today, he helped Death Arms stop a collapsing building, saved some workers trapped in a dam that got caught in a villain fight, and helped in a construction project he was aiding on the side. Overall, the orange-haired man just wanted to sit down and relax. To do so, he pulled out his phone and opened the YouTube app. Maybe a funny meme or game review would take his mind off of things. Before going to his subscriptions, Higuri checked his recommendations, and one particular video caught his eye. It was labeled "Dancing Robot Goes Apeshit." He figured that would probably be good for a laugh. But what he clicked on was so much more than that. As the video showed the skeletal-like robot flailing, Higuri shot up from his couch. The comments said it was a hilarious flop, but for someone like Higuri, he saw something amazing. Yes, the robot's movements were jerky and erratic, but the way it moved was seamless. While it still had the natural stiffness of a mechanical being, the way its limbs, shoulders, and legs moved were more fluid than anything he would expect a middle school student to make. Hell, it took him up until 8 years ago to come up with something that smooth. When the video showed Izuku's panicked expression, Higuri paused the video, his eyes focused on the greenette. "I don't know who you are, kid, but I'm gonna find out." Sunday. It was pretty quiet in the Midoriya household. And after a busy week at the office, that was exactly how Hisashi liked it. Izuku was in his room, studying some of the coding notes that Professor Lim had made for him, and Inko was sleeping in. So that left Hisashi building a model kit on the living room table while Gaiking played on the TV as background noise. And he was currently tackling one of the most annoying parts of kit building, the stickers. "Come on, steady hand," Hisashi thought to himself, his tongue out as he slowly moved a Q-tip holding an eye sticker towards the head of his high-grade Gundam Leopard. But right as he was about to carefully apply the sticker, he heard a knock on the door that caused him to spit some fire and drop the Q-tip. Damn it. The knocking continued, and Hisashi sighed as he put the Q-tip on the table. "I'm coming. Look, if you're trying to sell some tissues, we already got so." Suffice to say, when Hisashi opened the door, he wasn't expecting to see a short, hunched-over man with messy orange hair that covered his eyes, long arms. Thick dark orange fingers, and a white t-shirt with the English word, hole, written on it. Hey, so is this the Midoriya residence? Hisashi wearily eyed the man. Who's asking? I'm here to see. The short man pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. Izuku. That immediately set some alarm bells in Hisashi's head. And without hesitation or even a word, he slammed the door in the stranger's face. What the dude, what the hell? The short man said as he banged on the door. Hisashi opened it again and glared at the shorter man. I don't know what you want with my son, but you better leave before I call the cops. Hisashi shouted, smoke starting to come out of his mouth. Whoa, no need to panic. I just want to talk to the kid Yoch. The man held his foot in the door to keep the Midoriya patriarch from it in his face again and regretted it as the door slammed against his foot. I'm gonna keep doing that if ya don't leave. Just give me a sec. Ow. To expel, aghh. The short man said through cries of pain as Hisashi relentlessly bashed his foot with the door. Dad, what's going on? Izuku asked as he walked into the living room. Nothing. Just trying to get this creep to leave. Izuku looked at the aforementioned creep, and his eyes widened. Dad, stop. That's Power Loader. What? Oh, thank Buddha, Power Loader thought, relieved that the slamming stopped. His real name is Higuri Maijima. He's a pro hero. Izuku exclaimed. Huh. Impressive, String Bean, Higuri said. Almost no one but my friends recognizes me out of costume. Well, you have the same height, hunch, and hair color that you have in costume. Your voice isn't that different from when it's spoken out of a filter. And well, there's no mistaking those fingers. The green-haired boy said with a hint of pride. Sure, Katsuki would have called Izuku a nerd for that little bit of deduction, but how many teenagers could claim to recognize one of their favorite heroes out of costume? Hisashi, in the meantime, pulled out his cell phone and looked up a picture of Power Loader. And his jaw went slack. It was just as Izuku said. The hunched man he had been trying to shoo away was a dead ringer for the pro hero, a pro hero he had repeatedly slammed in the foot. Small embers leaked out from Hisashi's mouth before he quickly got on his hands and knees. I'm so sorry, Mr. Maijima. Or would you prefer Mr. Loader? Ah, it doesn't matter. I'm so sorry I was so rude. Please forgive me, the black-haired man said, repeating bowing as sparks of fire spewed out of his mouth. Dad, be careful. You'll light the carpet on fire again. Izuku comedically shouted. Again, Higuri thought before speaking up. Look, no hard feelings. And honestly, I probably could have handled that better. Maybe a little, Hisashi whispered. But wait a minute, what do you want with Izuku? That certainly threw the greenette for a loop. Why would a professional hero be interested in him? After all, he was just some random kid from a random middle school. What had he done to earn any kind of atten? Oh. Izuku's face turned into a frown. It's because you saw that video from the science fair, isn't it? Just about, Higuri said but saw the look on the kid's face. But ain't here to bust your chops over it, Greenie. In fact, it's pretty much the opposite. This day just kept getting more surprising for Izuku. A bit later. Huh, so that's it. Yeah, Izuku said as Inko brought some tea to the coffee table and took a seat next to her son. The conversation between the middle school student and the pro hero took an interesting turn. Higuri mostly asked Izuku about all the components and techniques he used in order to build Skeletron. But the subject soon turned to why Izuku built a machine like that, asking if he had an interest in support or robotics. Naturally, though, the green-haired boy admitted that he wanted to become a hero, building and piloting a super robot suit to make up for his lack of a quirk and how he would be aiming for Rua High School. Skeletron's basically a prototype for the inner skeletal structure the final model is eventually gonna have. And have you started on this final model? And no, Izuku replied but then pulled out his notebook. But I did draw up schematics for it. Izuku handed his notebook to the pro hero. As Higuri looked through the book, it was hard for any of the Midoriyas to read his expression, what with his hair covering his eyes. After looking through it, Hajir spoke again. You know heroics is a dangerous line of work, right? Higuri stated, causing Izuku to flinch. I've seen it way too much these days. Kids see flashy heroes on TV and think it's all fun and games. But they don't realize that what we do, is quite possibly the most dangerous job on the planet. And then, Higuri turned his head at an angle allowing the Midoriyas to see a scar across his orange eye. I've seen shit that still gives me nightmares. Good people dying at the hands of a maniac, or in a rescue operation that spiraled out of control. And they usually had some kind of quirk to fall back on. So, Izuku Midoriya, knowing all that, do you still want to be a hero? This made Izuku tense up, looking down at the trembling hands in his lap. The boy wasn't ignorant of the dangers inherent to his dream job. And unlike many kids his age who only saw pro heroes for the fame and glory, Izuku learned about the dangers heroes face in their line of work. The stuff he read and saw was just as, if not more, haunting than the stuff he had seen in super robot anime or tokusatsu. The heroic duo Water Hose were killed by a criminal calling himself Muscular just a few weeks ago. Fat Gum had recently been hospitalized after his part in saving people from a collapsing building. Eraserhead was constantly dealing with drug dealers hopped up on Trigger. And he had lost count of how many near-death scenarios All Might had faced down. But even with his parents and best friends constantly giving him support for his dream, there was a part of Izuku that doubted his dreams. A part that believed the kids who taunted him at school were right, and his dream of being a quirkless pro-hero piloting a super robot was impossible. But Izuku knew in his very core, that this is what he was meant to do. I know it's dangerous, Izuku said, his eyes brimming with determination. I know that I'll be put in harm's way. And that it's especially gonna be an uphill battle for someone like me. But I've always known that in my heart, I want to be a hero. I want to be the kind of person that makes people feel safer just by being there. And I'm going to make that dream a reality, no matter what. Hisashi and Inko felt a sense of pride in their boy's declaration. Sure, they had always been worried about their son's safety when it came to his dream, but they were always there to support him. And to everyone's surprise, Higuri started to let out a good-natured chuckle. Now that's the kind of answer I like to hear, Higuri said with a smile. All right, kid, I'll help ya out. Izuku slowly blinked in confusion. What? Well, if you want a working mecha suit in time for UA's entrance exam, you're gonna need some help. And who better to teach ya how to build an awesome robot than a certified genius like me? This couldn't be real, Izuku thought to himself. A professional hero was offering to help him achieve his dream. You want to help me? You think I can make it, even if I'm, well. Izuku, my quirk just lets me dig better. You think anyone around me thought I could be a hero? Higuri's face turned into a genuine smile. As underdogs gotta watch out for each other. Izuku had tried from sadness plenty of times in his life. But this, well, the boy couldn't help but let out tears of joy. After giving Izuku a chance to calm down and wipe his tears, he and Higuri spent the day having the first of what would become regular brainstorming sessions, with Hisashi and Inko giving ideas when they could. It was around 10 p.m. by the time they finished, with Izuku having filled out 3 new notebooks full of ideas for his super robot. He even had a few more possible names for it. All right, you get some sleep, kid, Higuri said as Hisashi and Inko escorted him to the door. We'll chat after school tomorrow. Right. Izuku attempted to bow in respect but ended up yawning instead, the adults having a good chuckle from that. Good night, Mr. Maijima. As Izuku walked towards his bedroom, Hisashi and Inko continued to chat with the pro. You really meant all of that? Inko asked. Of course. Why would I spend the last hours chatting with the kid if I didn't think he had potential? I guess, well, we always thought our little Izuku was special, but I think almost every parent thinks that about their kid, Hisashi said while rubbing the back of his head. Inko, however, had a concerned look on his face. Mr. Maijima, did you mean what you said about hero work being dangerous? Higuri understood where Inko was coming from and nodded. Well then, do you think you can keep an eye on Izuku? He's got a good heart and is incredibly kind, but he can also be stubborn and reckless. Hisashi nodded in agreement. They had lost count of how many times Izuku tried to protect other kids from bigger and stronger bullies. Katsuki and Mei always tried their best to keep Izuku out of harm's way, but they couldn't always be around. Higuri placed his fist over his heart. You have my word, I'll do all I can to protect the little greenie until he's ready. And I'll make sure that robot of his is strong enough to protect him too. As Higuri made that pledge to his parents, Izuku laid down in bed, excited for what would happen next. He put his notebooks away but also noticed the phone he left on his desk had a few unanswered text messages. He opened them and had to hold back a laugh. Kachan. Deku, what the fuck? Auntie told the old hag you spent the day chatting with an actual pro. Dude, why the shit didn't you let me know? May, ohmy go show me gosh. You met Power Loader. I'm so jealous. Please tell me you got his autograph. Izuku could already tell he was gonna have to deal with a lot from his energetic best friends tomorrow. Kachan, we should probably stop. Come on, are ya getting tired already? I mean, I could properly last another mile, but May looks like she's gonna pass out. Ugh, alright, fine, let's grab some drinks in this store. 2 years had passed, and Izuku, Katsuki and May were now starting their final year of middle school. The three were on a Sunday morning jogging session through the streets of Musutafu and stopped for a break inside a convenience store. Katsuki was dressed in dark orange sweatpants, sneakers, an orange sweatshirt wrapped around his waist, and was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt that showed off his muscular arms and toned torso. Izuku was clad in a light green tracksuit and his signature red shoes, while May was clad in a burgundy one with white sneakers. Izuku was definitely in better shape than he was at the start of middle school, but he wasn't quite as in shape as Katsuki. However, he definitely had more stamina than May. 10-minute break, guys, Katsuki said. Oh, thank God, May said as she plopped down next to the snack stand. The eccentric inventor unzipped her top, letting out a sigh of relief while Izuku politely looked away, and Katsuki's face turned red. That feels so much better. As it turned out, puberty has been extraordinarily kind to the Hatsume girl. She was easily the bustiest girl in their grade, and it was plain for all to see in the gray sleeveless undershirt she was wearing. A few boys in the store checked her out, until they saw Katsuki glaring at them. Did ya really have to unzip in public, crazy eyes? But it's so hot. Why do I even need to do this stupid running? I'm not even applying for the hero course. Hey, a little exercise is good for you, May, Izuku replied. And if you didn't, you'd just be getting fat in that lab of yours, Katsuki retorted. The last thing you need is more fat on ya. May pouted and glared at him for that. I mean, you seem to like that fat, Izuku mumbled. What was that? Katsuki asked. Oh, nothing, Izuku said with a knowing smile as he looked over the energy drink. Honestly, it was amusing to Izuku. It had been blatantly obvious since 5th grade that Katsuki had developed a crush on May. The explosive teen never outright admitted it, but Izuku knew Katsuki like a brother. He saw the jealous looks whenever May hugged Izuku, the light blush that would appear on Katsuki's face whenever May smiled at him, and the bemused smile Katsuki had whenever May talked about a new invention. And countless other little things that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Katsuki was head over heels for May. Of course, whenever Katsuki was pressed or teased about his feelings for the Pinkett, he would go full Tsunere and adamantly deny it. And Izuku wasn't sure if May even knew what a crush or romance was outside of the manga she read. So it seemed their romance was on the slow burn, but that didn't mean Izuku couldn't have some fun teasing his friends. But while the three were resting, they heard a commotion happening outside. Out the window, they saw people running somewhere. What's going on? Izuku asked out loud. Dude, there's a supervillain loose near the train bridge. They looked over to see a teenager showing his phone to his buddy. Amy said she spotted some heroes heading to the scene. Well, there's your. Before Katsuki could finish, he and May noticed Izuku was suddenly gone. And knowing their friend, it took them less than a second to figure out where he'd run off. Damn it, Izuku. No. More running. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived at the crime scene alongside a crowd of people, with Katsuki and May not far behind him. And on the train bridge overhead, everyone saw a gigantic man with a dinosaur-like nose roaring. Whoa, Izuku said in awe. Holy shit, what the hell did that guy do? Katsuki said out loud. Apparently, he stole some lady's purse. A guy standing next to Katsuki answered. Wait, that's it. Lame. Deactivate your quirk and surrender peacefully. A policeman said over a megaphone while his squad aimed their weapons at the giant criminal. We have you surrounded. Eat shit, pigs. The criminal shouted, grabbing a rail from the train tracks and throwing it at a nearby building. Civilians ran screaming as chunks of the building came crashing down. One man tripped as he ran. Then, as his life flashed before his eyes, the rubble suddenly stopped. The civilian looked up and saw his savior was a muscular man in a blue and green costume, wristbands that looked like caution signs, and a metallic headband. "It's Death Arms," Izuku said with glee, taking notes as the crowd cheered on the roughhousing hero. The crowd then noticed water flowing around them and forming a fence in front of them. "I recommend staying back, folks," a shorter man dressed like a firefighter, wearing a mask with a singular yellow eye, proclaimed. "Let the professionals handle this." "Ooh, it's backdraft," May said, her mind racing as it thought of devices that could aid his water manipulation quirk. The crowd once again heard the villain roar as the police fired tranq bullets at him, to no avail. But then, another hero swung onto the scene, retracting his elongated wooden arm as he landed on the train tracks. "Your rampage ends here, criminal scum." This hero was clad in dark blue spandex and had arms and a helmet made of wood. "Oh, hell yeah. Kick his ass, Kamui Woods." Katsuki shouted with excitement while the girls in the crowd swooned at the sight of the up-and-coming hero. The giant villain swung his colossal fist down at Kamui, but the agile hero was quick to leap away, his arm transforming into a wooden whip that allowed him to swing out of danger. Endangering innocent civilians. Destruction of public and private property. Halting rush-hour traffic. Truly, you are the embodiment of evil. The wooden hero proclaimed as he landed on a nearby electric pole. "Looks like you've earned my full wrath." Anyone who followed Kamui's career knew what was gonna come next as his right arm began to split into several quickly growing tendrils. "Here it comes," Izuku shouted with excitement, Mei and Katsuki just as hyped up as their friend. Forest Lari. Canyon Cannon. Before Kamui could strike, a woman leapt from the crowd and grew to the size of a building in the blink of an eye. The momentum of her double kick sent the villain crashing into the evacuated street below while she landed with a heavy thud. The woman had long, creamy blonde hair, a horned purple mask, and a spandex costume that was primarily purple and orange but was beige around her bottom half, highlighting certain assets. "Hey, everybody. The name's MT. Lady," she said, addressing the awestruck crowd with a cheeky smile. "I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd offer some assistance." Mount. Lady knew what she was doing, wiggling her rear end towards the crowd. The sound of several, interesting people taking photos followed. "Huh, she must be new," May stated while Izuku frantically took notes about this debuting heroine. "However, fat-ass," Katsuki shouted, getting everyone's attention. "I wanted to see Kamui beat that bad guy, not you waving your overgrown chi." Izuku quickly muffled Katsuki before he could rant while he and May dragged the flailing blonde away. "Sorry about that. Our friend is just, enthusiastic. We appreciate all you guys do. Oh, and if you guys need any good support gear, keep an ear open for Hatsume Industries," May said as the two dragged a belligerent Katsuki away. All four heroes' sweat dropped as the trio left the scene and thought the same. Weird kids. The next day. "Alright, so if I use this capture data, I can have Striker emulate the movements more efficiently. But the question is, who should be the mocap subject?" Izuku thought as his final class of the day neared its end, the teacher's words just background noise to him. "Midoriya. All Might's way too fast for Striker to emulate. Probably should automatically cross off any speedy hero like Ingenium. Midoriya. Maybe I should use footage of old brawler heroes like Crimson Riot. Or maybe a more modern one like Fatgum. Or, Izuku. AAAGHH. Izuku fumbled, seeing Katsuki smirking at him while the rest of the class and their teacher chuckled at his reaction. Sorry. Anywho, before class is let out for the day, I'd like to remind all of you that you need to submit your high school applications and career assessments to the guidance counselors by the end of the week if you haven't already. The man said as he held up the submitted ones as a demonstration. But I can probably guess what you all want to be. The excited middle schoolers joyfully showed off their quirks, as all of them at least wanted to try their hand at applying for a hero high school. Izuku chuckled at their enthusiasm while May tried to join in, by zooming her eyes in and out. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks that are perfect for hero work. As Izuku looked at his classmates' various quirks, he saw the shit-eating grin on his best friend's face. Oh no, Izuku thought. You shouldn't lump all of us together, teach, Katsuki stated loudly. Most of those losers would barely make it as a sidekick, let alone a fucking pro. Oh, and what the hell makes you so special, asshole? A student with rock hands shouted. Language, the teacher said while Katsuki stood up on his desk. Because while you extras have been spending the last few years twiddling your thumbs and goofing off, I've been training my ass off. The best heroes have the best work ethic and drive, and I'm following in their footsteps. I'm guessing all of you applied for some no-name schools while I'm aiming for the top, aiming for UA. High school. A lot of the students were stunned by this. UA, or United Allies, High School was the top hero school in all of Japan. It was insanely hard to get into with a notorious challenging entrance exam, and anyone who graduated from there was guaranteed some modicum of success as a pro hero. After all, top 10 pros like All Might, Endeavor, and Mirko all graduated from UA. So I hope you guys like being footnotes in my legend. Kachan, why? Izuku mumbled while Mei giggled, and the other students booed and yelled at Katsuki. Izuku always knew his friend had an arrogant side. Of course, it was a lot worse when he was a kid. But, quite frankly, his powerful quirk, good grades, and hard work ethic slightly justified Katsuki's attitude. While Izuku thought his friend was amazing, he often wished the explosive boy would rein it in from time to time. This, along with his hair-trigger temper and general crassness, was the main reason why he and Mei were Katsuki's only friends. Actually, if I'm reading this right, Hatsume and Midoriya are aiming for UA as well, the teacher stated. Yup, I'm joining the support course and putting Hatsume Industries on the map. Mei proclaimed with a big smile. And I'm gonna try for the hero course too. Izuku proclaimed. The rest of the class was silent for a moment, before they all started laughing like a pack of hyenas. Izuku let out a disappointed and frustrated sigh. Seriously, Midoriya, a Deku like you wants to try going to UA. Bakugo's an ass, but at least he has a quirk. A worthless idiot like you couldn't even pass the entrance exam. Maybe you and that spastic robot of yours can dance your way in. Honestly, this wasn't anything Izuku hadn't heard before. Anytime someone their age other than Kachan and Mei learned that Izuku was going to try and become a hero without a quirk, they called him all sorts of names and mocked him. That mockery got worse when he told them about his plan to build a super robot, calling him a childish idiot. Izuku had gotten numb to these insults, but they still stung a bit. Mei frowned and glared at the jerks laughing at her best friend. She made sure to remember their faces, so she knew who was getting stink bombs and or a glitter bomb snuck into their lockers. As for Katsuki, bang! The laughing stopped at the sound of a small explosion, Katsuki's face turning from smug arrogance to anger. Listen up, ya dumbasses. Sure, Izuku doesn't have a quirk, but so fucking what? At least he's got the balls to try and aim for the top, which is more than I can say for any of you losers. Bakugo, sit down, or it's a week of detention. The teacher said, finally having enough of the swearing and screaming in his class. Luckily for everyone's sake, the final bell rang, and everyone started packing and heading home. The trio of Izuku, Katsuki, and Mei started walking a familiar path. I appreciate what you did, Kachan, but nothing. Those idiots don't get to make fun of ya if they ain't even got the spine to try to go to UA. You should tell them to fuck off. I don't think that would work, Mei said. Izuku's swearing is like a puppy barking. Izuku chuckled in agreement before addressing Katsuki again. Besides, I plan on proving them wrong with actions instead of words. The blonde nodded in agreement. The three soon arrived in a small private junkyard nestled between two buildings. They saw a familiar face walking towards the gate. Professor Lim. Izuku and Mei greeted. Hey, Professor, Katsuki said, the older woman smiling as she saw the three teenagers she had gotten to know quite well over the last few years. Good to see you, kids. The woman was watching a video on her phone. Out of curiosity, Izuku peeked and saw it was a video of All Might saving people from a collapsing building. That's the Jakudo Mall collapse from a week ago. Yup. Shame All Might was in his civilian clothes, Lim said as a perverted smirk appeared on her face. That costume does wonders for his touches. Izuku and Mei's sweat dropped at Professor Lim's statement while Katsuki just grumbled. One thing they definitely learned about the coding expert was that she was a big fan of male heroes. Specifically, how great their butts looked in spandex. Izuku pressed a button on the door, and the gate slid open. Higuri was busy hammering away at a private project in a far back corner of the junkyard. The excavation hero was trying to build a real-life version of a flying drilling machine he had seen in an old tokusatsu movie as a child. It was a long shot, but he had the frame built. "Ah, there's the crew," Higuri said before approaching his protege. "So, you're ready for today's testing, Izuku?" "Sure am," Izuku said excitedly. A few minutes later, Katsuki was helping set up a training dummy. At the same time, Mei and Lim prepared the camera to record the following test. The garage door attached to Higuri's place opened, and the sound of metal feet stomping soon followed. Out of the garage came Izuku, strapped into an open cockpit in the center of a torso. The prototype body was made out of welded parts from old World War II war machines, and Izuku's cockpit was made out of a driver's seat from a dismantled car. A targeting harness, joystick controls, and a computer keyboard were attached to it, and it had wires coming out of its back, attached to a massive battery unit on wheels. This was Proto Striker, and it was the closest thing to Izuku's dream of a piloted super robot that he and Power Loader had made so far. "Still looks like a clunker," Lim commented. "Hey, we work with what we can get," Higuri retorted. Most of his earnings went to maintaining his office and keeping the machines he used for hero work up to code. So for personal experimental projects like Proto Striker, the inventive duo had to make do with whatever scrap metal and old equipment they could find. "Okay, we're rolling," Mei said as she turned the camera on. "Hey, Izuku here," the boy said, moving the right joystick to make Proto Striker wave its right arm. "And today, we're testing out what's possibly the most important weapon in a super robot's arsenal, the rocket punch." "Well, a version of that," Higuri interjected. "We're using a wire to return the fist back. But the principle is still the same." Izuku then looked in Katsuki's direction, getting a thumbs up from him as he finished setting up the targets. "All right, here we go." Izuku pulled the right trigger back, PS's right arm, rearing back like it was about to throw a punch. The targeting screen moved down in front of Izuku's face, targeting the dummy made of scrap metal. With a punch of a button, the clamps near PS's elbow unlocked, and Izuku took a deep breath before looking at the target. Wired knuckle. Izuku pulled the trigger, and Proto Striker launched its arm forward. Rockets came to life and launched the fist ahead, a thick black wire connecting the fist to the elbow. The fist went further and further, almost reaching the target when suddenly, snap! The wire broke, and the fist went flying, smashing the target and into a pile of scrap. "Huh, I mean, it technically worked," Lim stated while Izuku sighed. He got out of Proto Striker before he, Mei, and Higuri went over to examine the arm. "Think the rockets had too much thrust?" Mei asked. "Nah, if we went any lower, it wouldn't have enough force to stop most villains with enhanced durability," Izuku replied as he held up the broken wire. "Maybe the wire was just too flimsy." "Well, I can't really afford the high-end stuff," Higuri said before thinking about it for a moment. Then, an idea flashed in his mind. "But I think I might know a place where we can get something better than this for free." After school the next day, Izuku and Higuri took the Pro Heroes truck and drove to a beach. Well, to call it a beach was a little off. Dagoba had become an absolute trash heap in less than 2 decades, both from the garbage that would wash up on shore and the stuff people just straight up dumped. It was absolutely disgusting. But as the old saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So the two split up, reading to call each other if they found something they could use in Striker's arms. Izuku looked around and eventually came across an old fishing boat. He climbed onto the boat and looked at the net wire in the back. Izuku pulled and felt the old wire. Not only was it not in the best condition, but it was made out of thinner material than the wire he had already used. But then, the chain connected to the ship's anchor was in way better condition. Sure, it was a tad rusty, but a bit of cleaning should make it right as rain. Izuku tapped on the chain. It was definitely more durable than the wire they used. And if a link broke, they could simply replace it with a new one. But as Izuku started to think about the possibilities of adding a chain to Proto Striker's arms and the structural changes needed to accommodate it, he noticed something. The boat he was on had started floating. Huh, what? Why is the boat floating? Izuku freaked out. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." A feminine voice shouted from below. "I didn't know anyone was on it." I can release no, wait, that'll just crash it. Izuku quickly put it together that this unseen girl, or possibly a very effeminate boy, has used their quirk to make the boat float. He looked down and saw that he wasn't that far up. Just a few feet. Give me a sec. Izuku jumped off, rolling as he hit the sand to reduce impact. Okay, you're good. Right. Release. The boat then crashed onto the sand, the bow breaking in several places. Izuku then heard footsteps approaching him, and he looked up. Are you okay? She was a girl about his age with short brown hair, dimples on her cheeks, and brown eyes. She was a bit on the chubby side, with decently sized breasts. She was dressed in dark purple sweatpants, sneakers, sweat wristbands, and a sleeveless black shirt. Yeah, I'm fine. But then, Izuku's brain started again. So you used your quirk. Some kind of telekinesis. Actually, I negated its gravity. The brown-haired girl replied. And before she knew it, this green-haired boy was up in her face, green eyes sparkling with an excitement matched by his smile. That's so cool. How'd you do it? I just touched it. The girl held her hands up, showing small pads on each of her fingertips. Izuku, ever curious, touched her pads with his own fingers, quickly figuring out that the pads were a mutation as part of her quirk. They kind of feel like cat paws. But then Izuku looked at the girl and noticed her eyebrows raised curiously. And that's when it hit Izuku that he had just invaded a stranger's personal space. And a girl at that. The boy's freckled face turned red, and he immediately retracted his hands and stepped back, his arms flailing. Oh God, I'm sorry. I just get really excited when I see cool quirks, and sorry. But then the girl giggled. Nah, I get it. I'm pretty hyper myself when I get excited about something. No big whoop. She then held her hand out. Let's try this again. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Izuku gave a small smile and shook her hand. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Young Uraraka, what was that noise? Asked a man in his, well, it was hard to tell exactly how old he was, but he certainly was no spring chicken. He was an incredibly skinny skeleton of a man with tan skin, messy yellow hair with exaggerated bangs, a pointed chin, and peculiar-looking, sunken in black and blue eyes. His white t-shirt, long cargo pants, and black shoes all seemed like they were one size too big for him, despite how tall he was. We're fine, eh, Mr. Yagi? Ochako replied. Good to hear, Mr. Yagi then noticed Izuku. Oh, hey there, young man. Hello, Izuku replied. He was a bit unnerved by the man's appearance but knew better than to be rude. Something about the man's voice made Izuku feel at peace and want to trust him. Haven't seen you around these parts. Well, my sensei and I were just looking for spare parts for our experiment. Speaking of the devil, yo, Izuku, I know this ain't exactly what we're looking for, but I found an industrial fridge that can help with the coolant. Oh, what's up, Yagi? Maijima. Should have figured I'd see you rummaging through here at some point. Yagi said as the two shook hands, confusing the two teenagers. Sensei, you know him. Yep. This is Toshinori Yagi, secretary and part-time hero trainer. Really? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. I mean, I can see you being a secretary, but you don't really look, It's all right, young man, Toshinori replied. For medical reasons, I haven't been able to exercise properly in years. But I got plenty of advice left in this old noggin. He then addressed the brunette. Young Uraraka, this is Higuri Maijima, otherwise known as the Hero Power Loader. Really? Ochako then looked over at the shorter man. Huh, you look way different without your fancy robot armor. I get that a lot, Higuri replied with a good-natured chuckle before addressing his pupil. So, did ya find anything useful? I did. I found a chain that could work on that boat. Izuku replied. But I got no idea how we'll carry it back. Oh, I can help. Ochako volunteered. You sure? Izuku asked, getting a nod in return. And as the two teens got to work on moving the chain to Higuri's truck with Ochako making the chain weightless, the two adults were left alone to talk. So that's the boy you were talking about. Yup. The kid's a bit odd, but he's got grit, Higuri said before he looked up at his taller counterpart. And speaking of students, I didn't think you would ever take one on. Toshinori looked at Ochako as she walked away with Izuku. Young Uraraka's got the potential to be a great hero. So I just figured I'd help her reach that potential. As the two walked to Higuri's truck, the two teens talked, both realizing they were in their final year of middle school. And, you're aiming for Ua, too. Yup, Ochako said as the two secured the chain into the truck bed. Mr. Yagi promised he'd help me get into shape before that. Okay, but why are you guys at Dagoba Beach of all places? Well, clearing all of this, Ochako gestured to the mountains of trash around them, is apparently going to be my main exercise. And it's also supposed to help me train my quirk better. That's kind of weird. I know, right? Ochako exclaimed. But he also said that cleaning this place up would be a good public service. I see, Izuku replied. Makes sense. Heroes do public and charity work all the time, so you might as well get used to it. That's pretty much what he said, too, Ochako said as she sat on the sand, looking up at the boy. So what course are you going for? The hero course. Oh, neat. Me too. You must have a pretty cool quirk to aim for that. Izuku sighed and thought, might as well get this over with. I don't have one. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Izuku nodded and prepared for the worst. Laughing, name-calling, saying he was a delusional moron. He had heard it all before. Huh, I mean, I heard Ua changed it so that quirkless kids could apply for the hero course. I guess it was only a matter of time before someone tried it. What? You, Izuku began, eyes wide with shock. You don't think I'm weird? For trying. I mean, I haven't heard of a quirkless hero before, but I've read some old comics about heroes with no superpowers. The brunette said as she looked up at Izuku with a bright smile. And my folks always said that if you're willing to put in the work, you can accomplish anything. So yeah, I'm sure you can do it. Who is this wonderful girl, and where had she been all his life? A bit later, Izuku and Higuri drove off, Ochako waving to the two as Izuku waved back from the passenger seat. Ochako wondered if she would see the green-haired boy again. But it turns out she didn't need to wait long. After school the next day, Izuku walked toward Dagoba Beach with Katsuki and Mei in tow. Oh, I've found some spare parts from here. I built my first hover boots using a bunch of old fans, Mei commented. Ah, memories. It smells like shit, Katsuki stated. You sure they're here? Come on, Missy. Lift with your legs, not your back. The three turned a corner and saw Ochako carrying an old tire, grunting and sweating as she put it on a truck bed, with Toshinori guiding her. Alright, let's try that old ice box Nay. Oh, hello, young Midoriya. Who are your friends? Mei Hatsume. Just call me Bakugo, Scarecrow. Kachan, that's mean, Mei retorted. You say that like I care. The blonde said before looking at Ochako. So Izuku said you're trying to go to Ua too. Yeah, she replied, wondering how someone as warm and friendly as Izuku was friends with someone so, not. Katsuki looked her over for a second before speaking up again. Meh. Ochako and Toshinori shouted. You made her sound way cooler. That's because you haven't seen her quirk yet. Izuku exclaimed. Ochako got the message and decided to show this blonde jerk that she wasn't, meh. I know I'm kind of the average side, but not, meh. The brunette approached an old 40-yard dumpster and placed her hands on it. Pink light appeared from her fingertips, and the massive dumpster began to float in the air, absolutely weightless. Ochako turned around with a cocky smirk, seeing Izuku looking on with excitement. Mei was absolutely astonished, and even Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise. Okay, that's actually pretty damn cool. The four teenagers didn't know it yet, but this meeting would be the start of a new friendship. For the next few weeks, the trio would come to visit Ochako and Toshinori, checking on their progress. They enjoyed chatting with Ochako during her breaks and learned a bit about her. So, what's your favorite hero? Izuku asked as the five sat and enjoyed lunch. Well, the teenagers did, since Toshinori's condition heavily restricted his diet near the seawall. Well, I'm really into rescue heroes. And I gotta say that 13's definite fav. Isn't that the lady who dresses like an astronaut? Katsuki asked, receiving an excited nod from her. Okay then. Obviously, All Might is the best there is, but you got guys like Vlad King and Mirko in close seconds. I can probably guess why you like Mirko, Mei said with a suggestive eyebrow raise, only to get a chop from the explosive boy. I ain't no hornball, crazy eyes. It's because Mirko kicks ass and ain't afraid to tell people to piss off. Yeah, All Might's awesome, but there is something cool about underground heroes like Eraserhead, Izuku commented. Neither boy saw the slight grin on Toshinori's face when they mentioned All Might. They got any local heroes in Mie, Uraraka? Mei asked, getting a confused eyebrow from the Gravity Girl. That's where you're from, right? How'd ya know? You got a bit of a Mie accent. My pop is from Mie Prefecture, so that's why I recognized it, Mei explained. Okay then. Well, my town had this local hero called Windwalker, but ya probably haven't heard of him. 3, 2, 1. Katsuki thought to himself, bemused as he saw Izuku's face light up. Oh, that's the air-steeping hero. He's stationed out of Jakudo. Izuku said before connecting the dots. Wait, you're from Jakudo. But that's more than 4 hours away by train. Actually, young Uraraka and her parents just moved here to Musudafu, Toshinori explained before he continued and elaborated. A few weeks ago, Toshinori was visiting some family in Jakudo. He'd been shopping at the local mall when it suddenly collapsed, and Ochako saved him from getting crushed by a heavy object. Toshinori was so impressed that he offered to start training her for Ua. Ochako's parents had been hesitant to allow it since the train ride alone would be a more than 4-hour round trip every day. But when Toshinori learned they owned a construction company that had fallen on hard times, he figured he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The hero agency I work at had been in need of repairs and renovations, Toshinori explained. I offered them the job and covered the cost of them moving to Musudafu. It's still a bit far from my agency in Tokyo, but it's much more affordable. Wow, that was really kind of you, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said. By the way, what hero agency do you work at? Toshinori froze for a moment before rubbing the back of his head. Oh, it's not a big deal or anything, but I work at Might Tower. Izuku's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Might Tower, that means you work for fucking All Might. Katsuki shouted, almost blowing out everyone's eardrums. Seemingly unbothered by his friend's outburst, Izuku leaned towards Toshinori with a huge, and the blonde swore the boy's eyes were sparkling. Oh my god, have you actually met All Might? What's he like in real life? I hope he's nice. Izuku asked, moving around Toshinori like he had just downed 20 shots of espresso. Toshinori was taken aback while Ochako and Mei giggled at the boy's antics. Does he wear his costumes around the office? Or is that only for press releases? I heard that the Might Mobile is up in the higher blocked-off levels for sentimental value. Is it true? Oh wait, you've probably gotten him coffee. All Might seems like a black coffee guy, but you never know. Eventually, Izuku's string of questions became less coherent as he continued to ask more and more, becoming a barrage of excited babbling. Toshinori looked at Katsuki. Is he okay? Give me a second, Katsuki said before approaching Izuku from behind, holding his hand behind his friend's head, and firing off a small explosion. Izuku yelped like a puppy in surprise. Then, realizing what had happened, Izuku turned to Toshinori and blushed in embarrassment. Sorry about that, Izuku said. As the weeks went by, naturally, Ochako's parents wanted to meet these new friends she couldn't stop talking about. So, after a few discussions, Mitsuki decided to host a get-together at Bakuga's house. The 4 youngsters, their parents, and Mei's brother, Koshin, were all hanging out in the backyard. I'm telling ya, those rookies didn't know a tamp from a postal digger. Hyde Uraraka said with a laugh and a can of beer in his hand. He was a man with dirty blonde hair and a muscular physique. Well, you can't blame them, Jin Hatsume said. The man was burly, standing taller than the other fathers with a full pink beard and arm hair. Learning how to use tools is part of the job. You following any of this? Hisashi asked Masaru. Just barely. Across the yard, the mothers were having a discussion of their own. Or rather, Mitsuki was showing Asuka Uraraka and Suzuki Hatsume pictures of her and Inko in college on her phone, much to the green-haired woman's embarrassment. I'll admit I didn't know what to expect, but Inko and I blew those nerds away. The picture showed her as Cure Blossom and Inko as Cure Marine. Oh my, I don't think I'd ever have the confidence to do something like that, Asuka stated. She looked like an older version of her daughter with back-length brown hair. I could probably pull something like that off, Suzuki replied. She was a woman with lilac hair and golden eyes. Mitsuki, stop showing them that. Inko said with comedic tears. Meanwhile, nice to meet you. I'm Koshin Hatsume. The high schooler said with a smile. I gotta say, I'm happy Mei finally has a lady friend. Ochako looked at Koshin before whispering to Mei, Hatsume, is it weird that I think your big brother's really cute? You wouldn't be the first, Mei said with a sigh. Though I really don't see it. Better not let the catty brigade hear ya. Katsuki joked while Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. In 3 months' time, Ochako had fully integrated herself into the friend group. And it became official when Katsuki gave her a nickname. Round face. Ochako asked as they had lunch in a local ramen joint. Have you seen your face? You're like a goddamn circle, Katsuki said. Don't take it personally, Mei said. Kachan gives nicknames to everyone. Though he hasn't called Izuku a nickname in all the time I've known them. He used to call me Deku, Izuku said. That wasn't a nickname, that was an insult, Katsuki replied. Deku, like, Dekiru. Doesn't that mean, you can do it? Ochako asked. No, Deku means, wooden doll. It's a way of calling someone, worthless, Izuku explained. Ochako gaped at Katsuki. Why would you call your best friend worthless? Because I was a kid, and kids are assholes, Katsuki. Ochako turned back to Izuku. Well, if it's any consolation, I like, Deku. It's punchy and catchy, and I think it could make a great hero name. A bright smile spread across her face. Plus, I think it sounds kind of cute. She didn't notice the blush spreading across Izuku's face. As the months trudged on, the group found themselves growing closer, even starting to call each other by their first names. Well, Izuku, Ochako, and Mei did. Katsuki still called her round face and she took to calling him Kachan, to his irritation. And as the UA entrance exam was getting closer, everyone took their training more seriously than before. Izuku often spent entire nights working on Striker, only going home when Higuri told him. 2. Ochako was determined to clean all of Dagoba Beach and followed Mr. Yagi's workout routine to the letter. Katsuki spent hours a day blowing up target dummies until his arms started to hurt. While Mei wasn't training for the hero exam, she kept tinkering, hoping to blow the support course entrance exam out of the water with a new baby. And while the four trained solo or with their respective teachers, there were also plenty of times that they spared and studied together. Ochako and Katsuki would often test their skills against Izuku's Proto-Striker, giving all three a chance to test their skills while providing Izuku with valuable data to improve Pro-Striker's design. Before the four knew it, it was a week before the entrance exam. Izuku was having dinner with his family when his phone pinged. Ochako had just sent a group text, and Izuku's jaw dropped when he opened it. Ochako did it, Izuku exclaimed as he held his phone up to his parents. She actually cleared all of Dagoba Beach. Really? That's amazing, Inko said. The girl's got grit, that's for sure, Hisashi commented before chowing down on some more lo mein. But the older Midoriyas then saw their son's eyes widen and his cheeks turn red. You alright, buddy? Why yeah, I'm fine, Izuku said, quickly putting his phone away before going back to awkwardly eating dinner. The reason? Well, Ochako took a selfie of her and Mr. Yagi, with Ochako flexing her right arm in a show of pride. Izuku knew his brunette friend was getting in better shape compared to when the two first met, but she was absolutely shredded now. And for some reason, the sight of her bicep made his heart start racing. Weird. Maybe he just wasn't used to seeing her in a sleeveless top yet. And then, the day came. The sky was clear, the wind was calmly blowing, and Izuku was in his Aldera Middle School uniform, standing in front of the gates to Ua High School. From a bird's-eye view, the main building was in the shape of an H, and the pathway to the school was lined with statues of heroic alumni. Hundreds of other Ua hopefuls were walking toward the school. Some were cocky, some were excited, and a lot of students, Izuku included, were nervous about taking an exam that could change the very course of their life. It's finally time, Izuku mumbled to himself before taking a deep breath. Let's do this. As the green-haired boy walked forward, he tripped over a loose tile. Or I could just die. Whoa there, Izuku. The boy felt a touch and a familiar sense of weightlessness, turning to see Ochako's smiling face. Don't knock yourself out before the test starts. Right, I guess I should watch my step, Izuku chuckled before Ochako let him down. You should have seen him earlier. The two turned and saw Katsuki and Mei walking toward them. I swear if I didn't know he was quirkless, I would have thought this nerd had some kind of hyper-energy quirk. Well, can you blame me for being excited? Izuku replied before looking back at Ua. And a little nervous. Don't be. We're gonna crush this damn test. Katsuki shouted with his usual bravado. Well, I gotta go to a different building, but I made these. Mei pulled something out of her pocket and handed them to her friends. They were charms, a green gear for Izuku, a pink comet for Ochako, and an orange grenade for Katsuki. Mama said that some handmade charms from a person you care about can really increase your luck. So good luck. Good luck to you, Mei. Ochako said with a wave as their pink-haired friend went to another building. You're gonna do awesome. Izuku joined in. Try not to scare everyone else there, crazy eyes. Katsuki said, smiling down at the charm before pocketing it and looking at the main building. Alright, let's fucking do this. Right. Izuku and Ochako said together. The three youngsters walked towards the building, ready to show what they were made of, to prove why they deserved to walk the hallowed halls of this world-famous hero school. This was gonna be the day when everything changed. After 2 hours of a rather grueling written exam, all the applicants had gathered inside the main auditorium, waiting for the exam proctor to show up for the practical. The lights dimmed as Izuku, Katsuki, and Ochako sat next to each other. Finally, after a few minutes of waiting, the lights shined on the center podium, and the screen came to life, showing the golden UA logo. What's up, UA applicants? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Standing in front of the screen was a unique-looking man, to say the least. He had long blonde hair styled up like a single spike and a pencil mustache. His outfit consisted of a black leather coat top with shoulders and pads, matching pants, fingerless gloves, and metallic boots. The man also had orange sunglasses, an oversized silver collar with a speaker, and a pair of headphones covering his ears. Come on and let me hear ya. An awkward silence filled the air, but a few students gave a genuine cheer. Well, some of you kids have spirit. The man whispered before speaking up again. Alright, let's get to the main show. I'm gonna give ya the 411 on how this practical's gonna go down, ya dig? So are you REAAADDYYY? Again, an awkward silence filled the room, save for the same handful of students who cheered before. The proctor felt even more awkward after that one. Man, you kids are killing me here. Oh my gosh, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. So cool. Izuku said, covering his mouth as his eyes sparkled with glee. Oh yeah, that's the radio guy, Ochako whispered back. One of the many things the brunette learned about hanging out with Izuku for almost a year was that he listened to Mike's show every day. Dude's even louder in person, Katsuki grumbled. Sure, he was excited at the presence of a pro hero in front of him. But even hero admiration had its limits, and the explosive blonde personally disliked overly loud people like Mike. Unfortunately, the irony was lost on him. So here's the lowdown. Inside those exam folders ya got from the practical, you'll see a letter under your examinee number. Mike explained as the screen displayed an image of 8 squares, each with a different letter. That's your assigned battle site. You rockin' boys and girls are gonna be hitting an artificial cityscape. Your goal, smash as many fake villains as ya can with style, and before the 10-minute timer runs out. Huh, Katsuki said as he looked over his exam card alongside Izuku and Ochako. Looks like they're separating us by what middle school we went to. Hey, you're right, Izuku commented. Even though his and Katsuki's numbers were one after the other, Izuku was assigned to Battle Site B, but Katsuki was assigned to Battle Site A. But check it out, Ochako said, showing her card to the boys. She was also in Battle Site B. We're in the same site, Izuku. Oh, cool, Izuku said. The two smiled at each other, making Katsuki roll his eyes. Get a room, you two. Okay, let's check out your targets. Mike continued as the screen changed to show a mock-up of the cityscape and 3 robotic silhouettes, each with a different number under them. There are 3 types of robo-villains at each of these facilities. Ya earn a set amount of points based on how tough the bot ya just took down was. So your goal is to raise your score, using your quirks, know-how, special fighting techniques, whatever. Just shred them like a heavy metal guitar solo. Or you can go the less destructive route and just immobilize the robots or shut them down. But don't get too carried away and attack the other examinees. You're here to be heroes, after all. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. Yes, the young man with the blue hair and glasses. You're on. Thank you, the boy said before he stood up. He was a tall and bulky young man, so much so that one could almost mistake him for a college student. He had short blue hair, not a single strand out of place, sharp eyebrows, blue eyes behind a pair of rectangular glasses, and a beige suit. Everything about him screamed, serious business, as he held up the exam sheet. On the printout, you listed 4 types of fake villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students, we expect the best from Japan's most notable hero school. A mistake such as this won't do. He then turned around and pointed to Izuku, Katsuki, and Ochako, glaring at the 3. Additionally, you 3 have been chatting all this time, stop that. If you would rather pretend that this is a social gathering and refuse to take this exam seriously, please leave and quit distracting the rest of us. Geez, what crawled up your ass and died, shovel chin? Katsuki retorted back, getting a few laughs and oohs from the surrounding examinees. Kachan. Izuku and Ochako chastised while the blue-haired young man let out an offended gasp. Shovel chin, he said before rubbing his admittedly square chin. All right, settle down, boys. Save that aggression for the big bad bots, Present Mike said. And as for that, error, examinee 7111, it ain't actually 1. Get this, the 4th villain type is worth 0 points. Zilch. Nada. Nothing. There's one at every site, but think of it more like an obstacle or environmental hazard. Not saying ya can't try to fight it, but there's really no point in trying. Just focus on the ones actually worth something. Thank you, sir, the blue-haired boy said with a bow. Please continue. That's all I got for ya today. But I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As a certain man of tomorrow once said, a hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. How's that for a sound bite? Mike then lowered his glasses, looking at the students with red eyes. You kids ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Plus ultra. Izuku, Ochako, and a few other students in the crowd shouted, being pumped up at Mike's speech. That's what I'm talking about. Good luck out there, listeners. As everyone began to stand up and leave, Katsuki spoke to Izuku and Ochako. Make sure you 2 don't blow it. It's gonna be boring as hell if I have to go to UA by myself. What makes you think you can't fail? Ochako teased. Oh, please, I'm awesome. I'm gonna get in for sure. I don't doubt that, Izuku said before holding his fist up. Good luck, Kachan. Ochako joined in, holding her fist out. Katsuki grinned a bit before bumping fists with the 2 of them. Good luck, guys. 10 minutes later, Izuku and Ochako changed into their exercise gear and were now standing in front of the gates of the massive cityscape for Site B alongside a crowd of other applicants. Whoa, that's crazy huge. Ochako said in awe of the sheer enormity of the battle site. It's as big as a real city. UA's not the top hero school for nothing, Izuku said, slapping his cheeks to calm his nerves. This was it. This was what a lifetime of training, building, and planning led to. He felt a tightening in his chest, his hands shaking and sweat coming down his brow. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this. Present Mike was sitting on top of the gates, watching the examinees through a pair of binoculars. Things all right at Site B? A monotone voice asked the mic over his earcom. Everything looks a-okay, my man. The blonde hero stated before looking in the distance and seeing something that made him cock an eyebrow. Hey, Shota, I think something's off. How so? We've got 2 support trucks on their way to Site B. Indeed, just as Mike said, 2 UA-owned trucks were driving towards the site. These were the support trucks to deliver any support gear the applicants had requested for the exam. But normally, they only ever needed 1 truck per battle site. Was there some kind of clerical error? You really need to pay more attention to the meetings. Apparently, one of the examinees at your site requested a very special piece of support gear. And whatever it is, it's big enough to warrant sending a second truck. Seriously, what kind of quirk needs a big hunkin' piece like that? No clue. Ask Maijima, he's in charge of all that stuff. Back below, the drivers were calling any students that requested support gear. At the same time, I'm looking for an Izuku Midoriya. A man that looked like an anthropomorphic blue wolf said through a megaphone. Izuku Midoriya. That's me, Izuku said as he approached the truck, showing his examinee number. The driver looked it over. Alright, that checks out, the wolfman said before unlocking the back of the truck. Gotta tell ya, I've seen some impressive hero gear, but nothing like this. I definitely wasn't expecting Mr. Maijima to sign off on it. Izuku had known publicly that Power Loader was also a member of the UA staff. Higuri had tried to get Izuku in as a recommended student. Unfortunately, most of the other teachers and the Board of Education rejected Power Loader's recommendation, citing that it was far too dangerous to allow a quirkless child such as Izuku into the hero course. Higuri had tried desperately to show them copies of Izuku's notes and schematics along with videos of Striker, but they wouldn't budge. But he did help Izuku with the paperwork to register a special kind of support gear. Izuku hopped into the back of the truck and smiled. Near the trailer's end was a green robot. Striker looked straight out of a mecha anime from the Showa era. It had a large, rectangular torso with broad shoulders and rounded edges. Its limbs were long and cylindrical with blocky hands and large, wide feet. Striker's head was large and spherical with similarly large blue eyes, a vent resembling a smiling mouth, and a pair of fins on top of the head in the shape of a V. Izuku gazed up at Striker. This robot that he had been imagining, drawing, and building for the last 3 years. It was finally time. No more testing. No more planning. No more dreaming. It was time to make it a reality. Okay, big guy, let's show everyone what we can do, Izuku said as he approached Striker. The young man reached to the lower right side of the torso, grabbing and turning a lever that caused the chest to open, revealing the cockpit. Izuku hopped inside, buckling up and pulling the hatch back down. Even though he was surrounded by darkness, Izuku knew the layout by heart. So when he pulled out what looked like a green and black sci-fi car key, he knew exactly where it needed to go. The boy took a deep breath before his eyes hardened with determination. Ignition start. Izuku inserted the key into the console port and turned it. Ignition key recognized. Begin boot up sequence. A computerized voice came from the cockpit's speakers. The screen in front of Izuku lit up, showing a video feed straight from Striker's optics. A deck containing a keyboard and control sticks slid out from behind the seat and laid out in front of Izuku. Izuku grabbed a headset from another side compartment and placed it on his head. All systems are go. Izuku stepped on the pedals and pushed the levers forward. In response, Striker's eyes flashed blue as it began to stand up. Then, the green mecha leapt out of the trailer, shaking the earth as it landed, knocking a few people over. The other examinees gaped at Striker in awe, confusion, and wonder. Wait, is that one of the robo-villains? No, I saw some green-haired kid climb into it. Oh, maybe he's got some kind of technomancy quirk. Dude, that's so freaking manly. Izuku chuckled a bit as Striker's audio receptors picked up the chatter. He knew his machine would cause a stir, but he still felt bashful getting all this attention from strangers. Man, I still can't get over how cool Striker looks. Ochako said as she walked toward the robot. Thank Ocha, Izuku spoke through Striker's externals, at an exceedingly high volume, making Ochako and several students flinch. Even present Mike flinched from the sound. Izuku noticed and immediately cranked the external volume down. Sorry. Across the yard was the blue-haired young man who had called out Izuku, Katsuki, and Ochako earlier. He was now clad in a blue spandex suit that cut off at his elbows and knees. Each of his calves had 6 pipes sticking out the back of them. The young man stared at Ochako and Striker, contemplating her and the boy inside the mech. Honestly, he didn't know what to make of what he was seeing. The two were clearly not taking the exam seriously, given they were pointlessly chatting here and during orientation with their foul-mouthed friend. But even someone with limited knowledge of mechanics could tell that the 5-meter-tall robot must have taken months, perhaps even years, to build. Was this allowed? Did UA really let an examinee register that as their support item? He had heard mumbling and whispers among the other examinees as they speculated what sort of quirk the green-haired boy had. Some said it was a technopathy quirk. Others said he had a metal-controlling quirk. Some even said he had a quirk that generates electricity that lets him act as the robot's main power source. Either way, the bespectacled young man was intrigued by this odd boy. So, that's the kid Maijima tried to recommend, Present Mike thought to himself as he looked at Stryker. The voice hero smirked before looking down at his watch. Just a few seconds left before the test started. Well, at least this year's practical won't be boring. Without warning, the gates to the battle site opened, and Mike shouted out into the air, "Well, what are you kids waiting for? There's no countdown IRL, so get on in there." As the students made a mad dash for the gate, Izuku smirked and pressed the triggers on his joysticks. Two sections of Stryker's back slid open, revealing two boosters. "Stryker, go!" The jet boosters on Stryker's back ignited. With a leap, the mechanical wonder leapt over the entire crowd of students. At the same time, Ochako looked on in amazement, even as she tried to cut through the crowd. After flying past the other examiners and the entrance, Stryker landed with a metallic thud and began sprinting through the cityscape. "All right, first one in," Izuku thought to himself before making Stryker turn the corner. "So it shouldn't be long before. Die, hero. There we go." Through Stryker's eyes, Izuku saw a lime-green robot with a rectangular head and red optics rushing towards him. And he recognized the design a bit from his years of studying robotics. So they got their boys from Acorn Dynamics, he thought, referencing a famous support company that provided robots for hero security and training. The two robots ran towards each other, but Stryker was clearly faster as it closed the distance. The one-pointer robot swung a haymaker at Stryker. Izuku blocked the attack with Stryker's left arm. Strike fist. With no way to block or dodge, Stryker landed a devastating punch on the robo-villain, taking its head clean off. Opening fire. Suddenly, Izuku heard the sound of hundreds of metallic pings against Stryker's armor. He turned and saw two three-pointers unloading rounds of tranquilizer darts at him. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the robo-villain's efforts, almost feeling bad for them. Almost. Smirking slyly, Izuku raised Stryker's arm, and an aiming reticle appeared on his screen. Anchor knuckle. Clamps on Stryker's forearm released. Its fist fired off like a missile while a sturdy chain tethered it to Stryker's bicep. The attack pulverized the three-pointer's torso. Izuku then retracted Stryker's fist and charged at the other three-pointer. Stryker grabbed the robo-villain with both hands and tossed it into the air. The bot flailed helplessly as it landed on a two-pointer, destroying both. "All right," Izuku exclaimed. "That's 9 points already. Dude." Izuku saw a girl in the distance with purple hair. "I was gonna take that one down. Sorry," Izuku said before Stryker's receptors picked more loud noises. He quickly glanced at the surrounding area. The streets were now full of students and robo-villains duking it out. And Izuku couldn't help but smile as he saw his fellow applicants using their quirks. There were so many of them, and they were so cool. He saw a black-haired teen with rock-like skin tanking a barrage of darts from a three-pointer before uppercutting its head off. A green-haired girl leapt above the swing of a one-pointer like a frog and landed on its back. She climbed across its back and flipped the robot's off switch. Another girl immobilized a two-pointer by making mushrooms sprout inside its body. A short boy tossed some balls from his head that trapped a three-pointer. Another boy slashed a two-pointer to pieces with his dragon-like hands. He even saw that intense blue-haired guy using a rocket-powered kick to decimate a one-pointer. Yaa. Izuku turned towards the sound, and his eyes widened. Ochako was holding a now weightless one-pointer in her hands and used it like a makeshift bludgeon against a three-pointer, destroying both robots. "All right, that's 12 points. Wow." As Ochako rushed to her next target, Izuku looked at her in awe, a light blush painting his freckled cheeks before he shook his head. Taking a quick glance at the corner of the screen, Izuku saw that Stryker had 12 minutes of operation time left. Focus, Izuku thought as he and Stryker headed towards their next target. Now wasn't the time to think about how awesome, and weirdly hot the sight of Ochako beating up a robot with another robot was. Meanwhile, "Well, we seem to have quite the interesting crop of applicants this year," said Nezu, the anthropomorphic rat or possibly bear or prairie dog who held the position of UA High School's principal. He and several members of the UA staff were watching all of the practicals going on and, more specifically, how the students were conducting themselves and performing. There were quite a few notable students to keep an eye on. There was a pink-skinned girl spraying acid on the bots. A boy with a bird head summoning a shadow creature to pulverize a three-pointer. A girl with giant hands. And so many others. One of the teachers watching was a tall, muscular man clad in a red and black spandex costume with a matching domino mask. He had short silver hair, crimson eyes, and fangs. And he was looking at one student in particular. "So, that's the kid you tried recommending, right?" The tall man asked Higuri, who was sitting in front of him. "Yup. Pretty wicked, huh?" Power Loader said with a bit of pride as he watched the feat of Striker. Beating another three-pointer into submission. "I'll say," the tall man stated. "It's really not," the man sitting next to the silver-haired man stated. He was his exact opposite. Lanky, messy black hair, tired eyes, and had a costume consisting of a black coat, pants, a scarf, and a pair of yellow goggles. "Especially considering you obviously built that suit for him. What are you trying to say?" Higuri asked with a concealed glare. "I'm saying that anyone would be doing well, or at least be passable, if they had a robot suit like that," the dark-haired man drawled. "So far, nothing about this kid stands out." Higuri growled at that. He didn't expect someone like Eraserhead to understand. Sure, Higuri did help build Striker. But everything about its design, its looks, and how it functioned came from Izuku. The kid had spent the last year learning how to pilot it, turning Striker into an extension of himself. But while Higuri grumbled, the tall silver-haired man watched as the practical exam continued. Soon enough, the exam was approaching the end of the time limit, with less than 4 minutes remaining. "Well, I think it's time we see what our applicants are really made of," Nezu said. He turned towards Toshinori Yagi, clad in a yellow pinstripe suit and sitting next to the talking rat. "Toshi, if you will." "Of course," Toshinori said before taking a quick glance at the screen. He saw Ochako making several robots drop from the sky, Katsuki blowing up the torso of a two-pointer, and Izuku punching a one-pointer. "Young Uraraka, I hope you and your friends can handle this. The real test starts now." With that, Toshinori pressed a big red button with the number 0. Back at Site B. "Okay, so that makes 24 points, Izuku thought as he searched for more robo-villains to fight. There were just over 3 minutes left, and the boys were getting more scarce. But then, everything suddenly started to shake. What the hell? Is someone using an earthquake quirk? No, that doesn't make sense. I would have felt that earlier if. Izuku's train of thought stopped as a colossal shadow covered the street. Striker's head turned up, and Izuku gasped at what he saw on screen. It was another robo-villain, and one that was easily 10 stories high. And in response to seeing the absolutely titanic mechanoid towering over him, Izuku naturally could only say one thing. Holy shish. The gigantic robot let out a mechanical roar before smashing the building next to it, raining debris everywhere. Izuku acted on instinct, quickly turning Striker in the opposite direction and running away. What the hell is that? Ua expects us to fight that. Izuku thought before remembering what Present Mike said about the zero-pointer robots. That the zero-pointers were more of an environmental hazard than an enemy, and how it was pointless to fight them. Forget pointless, I don't even think Striker would be able to even put a dent in that monster. Izuku saw all the other examinees running from the zero-pointer in the distance, spotting Ochako among the crowd of terrified teenagers. He was about to follow them when suddenly, "I'm stuck." Striker turned around, and Izuku's eyes widened. There was a boy trapped under a pile of rubble. He was a black-haired boy of Chinese descent that Izuku had seen using dragon claws earlier. He desperately slashed at the debris, his eyes filled with terror as the zero-pointer stomped closer towards him. "No, someone, please help me." Izuku didn't know what happened next. Before he even realized what was going on, Izuku gripped the controls, and Striker blasted off towards the trapped boy. What am I doing? Izuku thought to himself. In the back of his mind, he thought that there was no way Ua would be so negligent in letting a student get killed by the zero-pointer. It was just a test. And yet, it was like his very being was outright refusing to let him ignore the boy in peril. Striker stopped near the black-haired boy, surprising him. "Don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here." Striker got to work immediately, picking up the building piece and tossing it away. "Can you still walk?" "I'll try." The boy said, grunting a bit as he stood up. I think I'm AGGGHH. The zero-pointer was practically on top of them now, its massive metal foot quickly threatening to crush them. And once more, Izuku acted without thinking and had Striker move. As the foot came down, the metallic green robot actually managed to catch the foot. But its arms immediately began to strain under the sheer weight of the zero-pointer, warning alarms blaring inside the cockpit. But regardless, Izuku stayed his course in holding it up, lest both he and the dragon scale boy both be crushed. Run! Izuku shouted. The boy nodded and limped away quickly. That was one problem solved, but Izuku was clueless about how he would escape. If he tried to move out, Striker would have to stop holding the foot up, letting it crush both of them before he could escape. And Striker couldn't hold up for much longer. He could hear the sounds of metal bending and screws popping out of its sockets. Is this it? Am I going to die here, just taking the entrance exam? In the crowd of fleeing teenagers, Ochako saw Striker struggling under the weight of the zero-pointer. And for the second time in her life, Ochako's body moved without thinking. As she ran forward, pink energy began to shine around her legs, shimmering like stars in the sky. Everyone stared in shock as Ochako leapt into the air, her shoes and pant leggings destroyed by the sheer force. As she rapidly approached the robot's head, Ochako gritted her teeth and reared her arm back. That same energy shimmered around her arm, her sleeves ripped apart and pink glowing veins appearing all across her arm. For a second, the brunette remembered her mentor's words. When the time comes, and you feel that power within you, clench your teeth and yell with all of your heart and soul. Ochako did just that, only saying one word but shouting it at the top of her lungs. SMAAAAASH. Ochako's fist made contact with the zero-pointer's head, the sound of impact echoing across the entire cityscape. The incredible force caved the giant robot's head in, and the mechanical behemoth was sent hurtling backward, landing on the city streets with a loud thud. There was a stunned silence among the teenagers, Izuku, and Ua teachers as they tried to process what had just happened. All while Toshinori smiled. What? Izuku sputtered before his brain finally processed what he just saw. He knew Ochako was training hard, but that was the result. How did she even do that? Her quirk didn't work that way. But Izuku's questions were brought to a halt when he saw Ochako falling. Thankfully, Ochako managed to stop herself by using her quirk to make herself weightless, stopping several feet before she hit the ground. Izuku got out of Striker and ran towards the floating brunette until he stood directly under her. Ochako. I'll catch you. Oh okay, Ochako said. Izuku noticed her voice sounded strained. He also saw Ochako moving until her left arm moved to her unmoving right arm. With the deactivation of her quirk, she fell into Izuku's waiting arms. She looked up at him and smiled. Glad you're okay, Izuku. Yeah, thanks to you, oh my god. Izuku saw the state of Ochako's right arm and legs, and it took all his will not to throw up. Her limbs were bruised purple like they had been run over by a steamroller, bits of blood dripping from them. Overall, combined with the pained tears coming out of her eyes, Ochako looked utterly wrecked. Does it look bad? Ochako asked. Because it feels really bad. Oh Ochako, what did you? End time's up. Across the multiple battle sites, all the robots shut down instantaneously. Any students WHO are injured, we got medical robots that can treat your injuries, as well as a full team of medical professionals with healing quirks on the way. Okay, Ochako, let's get you some help, Izuku said as he carried Ochako to the approaching medical robots, with the boy from earlier watching both of them. Later, Ochako groaned as she opened up her eyes. She saw that she was in a medical bed, with her right arm and legs in casts and held up by slings. Where? You're in the UA Medical Center, dearie. Ochako turned and saw a small old lady wearing a doctor's coat standing next to her bed alongside Izuku. She had her gray hair in a bun, wore a pair of blue visor glasses, a long pink skirt that covered her feet, and was walking on a cane that looked like a giant syringe. Your boyfriend over here brought you to the medical transport, but you passed out on the way. Boyfriend? Ochako asked with a raised eyebrow while Izuku had a light blush on his face. I'm not, Izuku began to say before the women continued. I must say, dearie, your limbs were absolutely torn and broken. Is your quirk supposed to work like that? Well, Ochako said, visibly sweating. My quirk sort of mutated recently. And my body's not used to it yet. The woman raised an eyebrow. How recent? 4 days ago. You never said anything about that. Izuku pointed out. I mean, we had the exam coming up, and I didn't want to distract you and others from studying. Ochako said before letting out a big yawn. I wasn't even planning on using that part of my quirk for the exam. And yet, you still used it. Ochako looked at the woman, then at Izuku, smiling at the green-haired boy. I mean, I couldn't just let one of my best friends get crushed. Izuku gave his own smile, genuinely touched before the brunette yawned again. My limbs don't hurt as much, but, so tired. That's recovery girl's quirk, Izuku explained. See, by planting a kiss on someone injured, she can heal almost any injury. But doing so requires using the injured party's stamina too. Izuku was once more cut off, this time by Ochako's snoring. You should probably head out, young man. Unfortunately, with those injuries, she'll be out for a while. Recovery girl stated. Are you sure? I don't think I should just leave her here. Don't worry, we'll call her parents to pick her up. Okay, I guess, Izuku said, taking one last look at the sleeping Ochako before heading out. Recovery girl looked at the departing brunette and the brunette and smiled briefly. She had seen the two during the entrance exam, and they were two interesting kids, to say the very least. 1 week later. Well, that was something, Inko said as she, Hisashi, and Izuku stared down at the half-eaten chicken lo mein, fried rice, and pork buns. It is certainly food, Hisashi said as he half-heartedly chewed a strange-tasting bun. I think Aunt Mitsuki might have overhyped this place a bit. Izuku chimed in. Yeah, Inko said with a sigh. She cherished her best friend, but the woman had a habit of overhyping certain restaurants, Indian and Chinese food specifically, leading to some disappointment. Well, that's 4,000 yen down the drain, Hisashi said. You guys want to order some Pizza Hut? Sure. Okay. Sweet. Izuku, please start cleaning the dishes while I'll place the order. Got it, Izuku said as he and Inko began to clear the table while Hisashi went to go get his laptop to place the pizza order. As Izuku began to scrub a bowl, like what had happened all throughout the week, his mind wandered towards the entrance exam. He had taken out a fair amount of robo-villains, but his mind couldn't help but bring up some unpleasant questions. Did he earn enough points? Did Ochako and Kachan earn enough points? And more importantly, would Ua even accept someone like him? Yes, they did let him take the exam, but they could have just been doing that for just a PR stunt. Hell, would they consider using striker cheating? While this was going on, Inko was going through the mail they had received earlier that day. And when she spotted a particular envelope, her eyes widened. Izuku. The chubby greenette shouted, getting her son and husband's attention. The woman quickly ran towards Izuku and showed him a white envelope, closed with a wax seal and the Ua logo. It's from Ua. A few minutes later, Izuku was in his room, sitting on his desk as he stared down at the letter. How was it he was feeling more nervous about opening and reading a letter than fighting robots? The green-haired boy tried breathing to calm his nerves, to limited success. Come on, Izuku, calm down. The worst thing they can do is reject you. After that rather sullen thought, Izuku decided to just bite the bullet and unsealed the envelope. However, instead of a letter, there was a small disc-like object with a blue play button on the side. Izuku placed it on his desk and hit the button. A hologram was projected, and safe to say, Izuku was not ready for who was in the message. I am here, to deliver your test results. And no way. All Might. Izuku shouted in disbelief. Indeed, the number one hero and symbol of peace was the star of the recorded message, in all his heroic glory, which even his odd yellow pinstripe suit couldn't wipe away. Greetings, Izuku Midoriya. In case you don't know who I am, my name is All Might. Public servant, arbiter of justice, defender of the meek, and as of this upcoming spring semester, the newest addition to UA's teaching staff. Oh, wow, Izuku said in excitement. That must be why he's been spotted in Musudafu so much lately. He's been preparing for a new side job. Oh, the guys on the All Might subreddit are never gonna believe this. Now, onto your results. I must say, young Midoriya, you were quite the unorthodox applicant. As far as I can recall, we've never had someone use a machine quite like yours to take the exam. Which, let me say, very impressive craftsmanship, and a cool-looking robot if you ask me. All Might thought Stryker was cool. You did rack up an impressive amount of villain points. However, there was some concern among the examiners for letting someone of your particular circumstances into the hero course. Oh, Izuku said to himself, fearing for the worse. But thankfully, we weren't just looking at combat ability. The boy raised an eyebrow at that statement. You see, that exam wasn't just to test your might. We were also testing how you and the other youngsters conducted yourselves. The recording changed to show footage of Stryker running towards the zero-pointer and saving that black-haired boy. While everyone else ran, you showed an incredible amount of bravery and fortitude. There was no tangible reward, but you ran in to save young Rin's life. Rin. So that was that guy's name. The footage then showed Stryker lifting the rubble off of Rin and then holding the zero-pointer's massive foot up. You were willing to risk your life to save someone in danger. Anyone can throw a punch. But there's more to being a hero than just fighting. A true hero saves those in danger, even if they're scared or know they might not make it back alive. And as far as I'm concerned, young Midoriya, you have the qualities of a true hero. The recording then showed a scoreboard that showcased the top 10 examinees and their scores, which were separated into two columns, villain points and rescue points. Izuku read them and smiled as he saw that Ochako and Katsuki were the top two, respectively. And right at number 5, with 34 villain points and 30 rescue points, was his name. This breath hitched as the recording showed All Might once more. We would be fools not to accept someone whose heart clearly beats with a noble spirit and a desire to save those in front of him. Does that mean? Izuku began, his eyes watering as All Might held his hand out. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to your Hero Academia. The rest of the recording went into more particulars about his enrollment, but it was all background noise. Tears poured from Izuku's eyes as his mouth formed into the biggest, brightest smile in his life. I did it. I passed. I passed. Izuku shouted as he stood up triumphantly. I'm going to UA. The boy's cries of happiness were heard all the way in the living room, Inko shredding her own tears of joy while Hisashi had a proud smile on his face. Izuku rubbed the tears from his eyes, and they took on a determined look. After all this time, my dream is that much closer to coming true. He clenched his fist, looking up at his roof. I can actually do this. With Stryker, I can actually become a hero. The next chapter in Izuku's life, even though the boy didn't know it yet, was going to be filled with incredible hardship and bizarre surprises that would test his very soul. But for now, he was simply a young man, basking in the joy of being accepted into the top hero school and ready to make his lifelong dream a reality. Epilogue. A reawakened nightmare. Sweet Buddha, this place seems like ass. A scrawny punk-looking teenager with spiked green hair said he followed his friends through a hallway. Sayuri, you sure there's anything worthwhile in this old place? I'm positive. A diminutive girl with glowing hands said as she led the group of 5 friends through an abandoned factory-like location. Just look at the architecture. If I had to wager a bet, this place must have been built around a century ago. Right around the time of the emergence. I'm missing out on my shows for a history lesson. Lame. A girl with bright blue hair and mouse-like features said as she blew a gum bubble. Come on, Iori, if there's anything valuable in this place, we can probably fix it up and sell it for a fortune. A large young man with a bright smile and broad shoulders said before talking to the smaller boy riding his shoulders. Right, Fudo. That's right, Kaido. Matsuda couldn't help but crack a small grin. His group of friends had formed a paranormal investigation club in their middle school days and continued as the 5 went into high school. Even though they didn't find anything most of the time, the young punk just had a blast hanging out with his buddies. But during one of his training ventures into the forest outside their small town, Kaido had found the entrance to some kind of underground base. After discussing it, the Barbados High Paranormal Investigation Club decided to make it their latest case. Eventually, the 5 came into a lone room deep within the facility. The light from Sayaka's hands illuminated the room, showing a lab with various old terminals and mechanical components scattered about. But in the center of the room was a dark blue robot on top of an operating table. It was a few inches taller than an adult male, and its paint job and limbs were scuffed and a bit rusted from time. Oh, cool. Fudo shouted as he got off of Kaido's shoulders to get a closer look at the robot. Huh, that's neat, Iori said as she looked at the bot. What do you think it is? Matsuda asked. Only one way to find out, Fudo proclaimed. Before rubbing his hands together, his friction quirk creating a powerful electrical current. He then placed his hand and blasted the bot with electricity. The machine's old battery was jump-started and its eyes took on a green glow. The robot then sat up and looked at the 5 amazed teenagers. It then spoke in a calm voice, 4 Q factors detected. What's a Q fac? Fudo was cut off as, without any warning, the robot grabbed the short boy and lifted him up by the neck. Hey, what are you? Snap. Matsuda and the others went silent at that sound, with Fudo's flailing body going stiff. The robot dropped Fudo with a thud, his eyes lifeless, staring straight at his friends. Sayuri screamed in horror while Matsuda and Iori were on the verge of vomiting, and Kaido was shaking. Factor 1. Annihilated. F. Fudo, you. Kaido's body began to shift and take on an appearance similar to that of an Oni, flames spewing from his mouth, and he glared at the machine. You bastard. I'll tear you apart. Kaido charged ahead, body checking the robot and slamming him into the wall. The demonic-looking teenager punched the machine over and over, each punch causing cracks to form in the wall. But then, when he reared his right arm back to punch again, the robot caught the fist with its left hand while its right hand transformed into a metallic sword that began to vibrate at a high frequency. The metallic murderer swung its right hand upwards with deadly efficiency, cutting Kaido's right arm clean off at the bicep. The young man bellowed in agony, and before could react, the robot stabbed him right through the chest, the vibrations piercing and shredding his heart within seconds. The robot retracted the sword hand from Kaido, and the large youngster fell to the ground, dead. Factor 2. Annihilated. Iori let out a blood-curdling scream and tried to run towards the room's exit, but the robot locked its eyes on her and pointed its left pointer finger. The finger extended into a barrel, and then, bang. Factor 3. Annihilated. Iori barely felt the bullet piercing her head 1 second, her eyes frozen in terror as she too fell to the ground, slaughtered at the machine's hands. Enraged, Matsuda grabbed a nearby loose pipe, charging at the robot. He swung the pipe and struck the machine's chest over and over, but strangely, the murderous robot didn't retaliate. It only tilted its head as it looked at Matsuda, its knife turned back into a hand. The machine then grabbed Matsuda by the collar and tossed him aside, causing the young punk to slam into a nearby table. Sayuri sat on the ground, her legs paralyzed with fear as the robot stomped towards her, tears flowing out of her eyes. Stay back. Please, do, don't kill. The robot swung its fist down and struck Sayuri in the chest, causing her to cough out a dangerous amount of blood. The second swing shattered her ribs. The third swing collapsed her lungs. The fourth swing popped her heart. And the fifth swing brought it all to an end before the robot stood up straight over the now deceased girl. Its metallic hands were now covered in blood, as well as bits of flesh and bone. Factor 4. Annihilated. No, Matsuda said. He felt numb and terrified, the horrific realization sweeping over him. In less than 2 minutes, his club, his friends, the people he had known since preschool, were all dead. And the machine that killed them all was marching towards him. Matsuda could do nothing but weep at the inevitable, closing his eyes as the robot stopped in front of him. But then, it spoke. Do not worry, civilian, all Q factors have been annihilated. You are safe now. What? The robot turned around and walked out of the room, leaving Matsuda in the dark, alone with the corpses of the investigation club. His lips shivered, his body shaking, and then, Matsuda let out a scream of pure sorrow that echoed throughout the abandoned base, his poor young mind shattered like the bodies of his friends. But the scream did not faze the machine as it stomped throughout the halls, walking towards the exit. Objective: find and activate Shinso. Ignorance was truly bliss that night. Most citizens of Japan were sleeping soundly, unaware that a nightmare from a century ago had reawakened. Unaware of the metal menace that was soon about to befall them. Man, this place is so cool, Izuku said. He, Katsuki, Ochako, and Mei were seated inside a large booth along with Toshinori. It had been 2 days since the teenagers got their acceptance messages from UA. While they each had celebrated the news with their own families, Toshinori wanted to treat the youngsters to something himself. As such, he took them to an American-style diner he often frequented in Musudafu called the Blue Plate. The restaurant had a checkerboard floor, vibrantly colored chairs and booths, and pictures of various American actors and musicians scattered across the walls. There was even a jukebox in the corner. The kids had never been to a place like this, leaving them all awestruck. Well, most of them. I honestly don't give two shits about how this place looks, just so long as the food's good, Katsuki said. And where are our damn? Sorry for the wait, a waitress with cat ears said as she rushed over to their table carrying a tray loaded with far too many drinks. That's 1 iced black tea, 1 melon soda, 1 Coca-Cola, 1 lemonade, and 1 canned coffee. She managed to list their drinks in one breath. Someone else will be over shortly to take your orders. Oh, Toshinori started before realizing the waitress had already left to deliver drinks to another table. Well then. Toshinori smiled and raised his glass. Congrats. Congrats. The teenagers cheered as they clinked their glasses with Toshinori. To the top 5, Mei chimed in. Only by a few points, Katsuki grumbled. Kachan, let it go, Izuku said. No, I will not. How the hell was I supposed to know there were rescue points if they never even told us? That's sort of the point, young Bakugo, Toshinori stated. You shouldn't need to be told that saving people gives you a reward. It should be something that comes naturally to any hero. Do you understand? I guess, Katsuki said. Though speaking of hidden shit, we gonna talk about the elephant in the room. What do you mean? Toshi asked. I'm talking about the fact that, according to Izuku, Roundface managed to knock out one of those goddamn zero-pointers by punching it in the face, Katsuki stated. First off, how? Second off, the fuck? Oh, that, Ochako said, her voice on edge as she suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. See, about a week before the exam, I was cleaning up the beach like normal, but there was like this super heavy fridge. I was exhausted, my stomach felt like it was gonna explode, and I got really angry and punched it, and then it went sailing across the beach. As it turned out, young Uraraka's quirk evolved in that particular moment, Toshinori explained. But there was also some physical backlash. Why didn't you tell us any of this? Izuku asked. Well, the entrance exam was right around the corner, so I didn't want to distract you guys. I wasn't even planning on using that part of my quirk on the practical, but, you know. We're planning on taking Uraraka to one of the quirk analysts we have employed at Might Tower. They should help us figure out the ins and outs of this new side for her power, Toshinori explained. Oh, that reminds me. Izuku reached into his backpack and pulled out a green notebook labeled Friend's Quirk. Analysis Volume 1. I've had this theory about how your quirk might actually work, Ochako. And what you did at the entrance exam kind of leans into that. Really? Ochako replied out of curiosity. Izuku handed her the notebook, and she flipped past the 30-plus pages dedicated to Katsuki's quirk and the 12 dedicated to Mei's, finally landing on her section. And 2 words in a circle caught her attention. G-field theory. Wait until you hear it. It's pretty wild, Katsuki said, recalling the literal hours Izuku spent bouncing ideas and hypotheses off him. So, our understanding of your quirk is that you touch something with your finger pads, and its gravity is negated. Izuku began to say in between sips of his drink. And when you do touch it, there's a faint light that emits. Well, I've been thinking, what if that light isn't just a light? I'm guessing it has something to do with this, G-field, Toshinori chimed in. Exactly. See, back in the Silver Age, there was a villain called Dr. Alter. At first, everyone just thought he could alter the properties of any object he touched. But in reality, he radiated an alter field that let him alter any object inside that field. Oh, yeah, I remember hearing about that guy on the news, Toshinori stated. So, maybe Ochako's quirk works similarly, an invisible gravity field or G-field constantly around her that lets her alter an object's gravity. But I've only ever been able just to make stuff lighter. Ochako chimed in. Have you ever tried making things heavier? Katsuki asked, getting an unsure nod. I mean, my local quirk counselor said that. But nothing really worked. Maybe your body just wasn't ready to handle it yet, Izuku said. Nausea might just be a side effect of negating gravity. And since it looked like you hit that zero-pointer with gravity several times stronger than Earth's, the physical backlash could be the after effect of increasing gravity around yourself. On the other hand, you could only be awakening to it now because your body probably couldn't handle the backlash when you were younger. But again, this is all just speculation, and that doesn't really explain why your legs were injured from negation. Maybe it was the speed or... Izuku began to mumble a bit more as his brain racked the possible explanations for Ochako's quirk mutation, leaving Katsuki to chime in. In other words, your quirk is insane and weird, and I'm still the best because mine has no negative side effects. Except for the fact that you can't ever go to a sauna, Mei said, making the blonde go, tch. Those things are overpriced anyway. As the four continued to chat, two new patrons entered the diner. They both appeared to be in their late 40s. One was an older gentleman with faded brown hair, a matching trimmed mustache, and yellow eyes, and he was clad in a red polo, brown slacks, and loafers. The woman accompanying him was a woman with blue hair in a bun wearing a light yellow sundress, white boots, and a pair of dark cat-eye sunglasses. As they entered the diner, the woman looked around, and her eyes widened when she saw Toshinori. "Ryo, isn't that Toshinori?" "Well, I'll be damned," the man said before the two approached the table. Suddenly, the cat-eared waitress came barreling towards the pair, her tray packed with even more drinks. The woman saw the waitress coming and grabbed her companion's hand before he and the waitress crashed into each other. "Sorry," the waitress blurted out, barely acknowledging the new customers. "Yeesh, and I thought cats were supposed to be graceful," the man said. He and the woman shrugged and made their way to Toshinori's table. "Yo, Tashi-kun, how the hell are ya?" "Ryo, Mizuki." Toshinori got up, shook the man's hand, and hugged the woman. "Wow, it's been a while, hasn't it?" "Almost 2 years, Ryo said. "Guess you've been too busy working with Mr. Big Shot. You know these geezers, Scarecrow?" Katsuki asked, earning him a punch in the shoulder from Mei for this rudeness. "These two are old classmates of mine," Toshinori explained. "This guy's Ryoichi Fukuzawa, and this delightful woman is Mizuki Okabe." "Yo, what's up, kids?" Ryo exclaimed with a big grin. "It's pleasure to meet you all," Mizuki said warmly. The teens then introduced themselves, explaining they'd come to celebrate getting into UA. Izuku turned bright red at Ryo and Mizuki's praise while Katsuki soaked it up like a sponge. Although, as they spoke, the green-haired boy couldn't help but feel like he'd seen the two of them before, but he couldn't quite place where. "Ahhhhhh!" someone screamed. Everyone's heads whipped around to see the cat-eared waitress had tripped, her tray packed to bursting with drinks. At that moment, it seemed like there was no way to stop or fall. Then out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Ryoichi point at the waitress, and his eyes flashed gold. With the grace of a ballerina, the waitress righted herself and twirled the tray to catch the falling drinks. Everyone, patrons and staff, went deathly silent as they stared at the waitress in shock, with none more surprised than the cat-eared woman herself, hardly believing she'd managed to do that without spilling a single drop. Then, suddenly, the restaurant erupted into cheers and applause, sans a few who were hoping to catch her #EpicFail on camera as the waitress smiled awkwardly. "Whoa, that was amazing," Ochako cheered. "Pretty sure she just got lucky," Katsuki said. "Yeah, lucky," Izuku said as he looked up at Ryoichi. "That quirk, I'd know it anywhere. You're the good luck hero, Fortune." Ryo stared at Izuku in surprise while Mizuki chortled. "Impressive," Mizuki said as she took off her sunglasses to reveal blue eyes with distinctive arrow-shaped pupils. "You know your stuff." Izuku gasped in delight. "I'd recognize those eyes anywhere too. You're the guiding hero, Pathfinder." "Goodness, I can't remember the last time I was recognized out of costume," Mizuki said with amusement in her voice. "Ryo and I aren't even in the top 50. Not many people tend to recognize older heroes like us. And that's even when we're in costume," Ryo added. "Of course, I know who you guys are. You were part of the same graduating class as All Might." Izuku's eyes then widened. "Oh my gosh, you guys went to school with All Might. What was he like back then?" Katsuki was also intrigued while Mei just continued to sip on her drink. Ochako looked at Toshinori and had to keep herself from giggling when she saw her coach start to sweat. Ryo and Mizuki glanced at Toshi, then at each other, and smirked. "Honestly, the big man was kind of a lughead," Ryo said. The guy didn't know how to handle his strength at times. Ua had to replace a few doors when he was late to class, Mizuki said with a chuckle. All Might was also a bit of a goofball. What do you mean was? He still is, Ryoichi retorted. The man still sounds like he's straight out of an old comic book. Can you guys please stop? Toshinori whimpered as he put his face in his hands. Oh, come on, Toshi, Mizuki said. You probably got some fun stories about your boss. Exactly. He's my boss. So you went to UA too, Mr. Yagi? Mei asked, getting a nod in response. Yes, it was actually where I met All Might. Although I was in the General Studies course, Toshinori said before smirking at Mizuki. And if I recall, someone needed a tutor for hero history because it was, and I quote, boring as hell. Mizuki suddenly found herself looking away and whistling while Ryo had a good laugh. The celebratory dinner continued, with Toshinori, Ryoichi, and Mizuki regaling the future UA students about their time at the prestigious Hero Academy. Times passes, and then, the first day of the new UA semester arrives. You got your binder. Yup. Got your ID. Yup. Oh, sweetie, let me fix your tie. Today was the big day, Izuku's first day at UA. It was a day every member of the Midoriya family had been greatly anticipating, and Hisashi and Inko were making sure their son had everything he needed. Izuku was dressed in a gray jacket, white button-up shirt, black dress pants, and his signature red shoes that matched the red tie Inko was currently fixing. Finally, a brand new, bright yellow backpack was strapped over the green-haired boy's shoulders. There we go, Inko said as she finished straightening out Izuku's tie. Oh, you look so handsome in that uniform. No kidding, Hisashi said as he patted Izuku on the shoulder. You're gonna need to beat away those UA girls with a stick. I don't think that's gonna happen, Dad. Izuku chuckled in response before turning towards the door. I'm gonna head to the station. See you guys later. Good luck, Izuku. Make it a great first day. The front door to the apartment closed, and Hisashi felt a sense of pride and relief. He never said it out loud, but a part of him always worried for Izuku's future. Hisashi always tried his best to be supportive of his son, but sometimes his encouragement felt hollow. Now though, his son had a real chance at being a hero. And every bit of encouragement Hisashi gave felt that much more sincere. But then, Hisashi heard the distinct sound of crying, looking down and seeing Inko beginning to shed some comically large tears. Inko. I'm sorry. It feels like it was only yesterday that Izuku was running around in All Might pajamas. And now, hey, come on, Inko. Hisashi began to say as his eyes began to water as well. If you start crying, then Hisashi only lasted a few seconds before he burst into tears alongside his wife. The couple embraced one another in their little moment. Our little boy's all grown up. Hisashi cried out. He's already in high school. Inko shouted. The Midoriyas continued to cry happily, wishing their son good luck. In the meantime, Izuku, Katsuki, and Mei were all waiting at the train station. Katsuki wore the regular boy's uniform with a slightly looser collar, and Mei was clad in the girl's uniform, which had a similar top and a knee-length skirt. The Pinkett had also opted to wear a pair of shorts underneath her skirt. She was practically vibrating with excitement as she sat on the bench waiting for the train. And Izuku was in a similar state of excitement. You guys are making people stare, Katsuki grumbled as he laid back. Oh, don't pretend you're not pumped up. Mei retorted. I'm gonna have full access to UA support resources. My babies are gonna be better than ever. I know. Izuku chimes in. Maijima-sensei said he got us approval to use the lab equipment to upgrade Striker. What should I do first? Maybe add in those treads of drawn up. No, wait, I should make that drill attachment. You can't have a real super robot without some kind of drill. Or maybe, like with most of his life, Katsuki began to tune out as Izuku started to mutter. Hey, guys. Oh, hey, Ocha, Ko. Izuku X stopped working for a moment when he saw Ochako approaching them. She wore the same UA girl's uniform as Mei, with the addition of a pair of black leggings. For some reason, Izuku thought it looked absolutely amazing on Ochako. And it definitely wasn't because of the way the leggings clung to her thick thighs and toned calves. No siree. I don't know about you guys, but I'm super pumped. Ochako exclaimed, waving her arm up and down. Here we come. That's the spirit, Ochako. Mei said with equal enthusiasm. Right. Izuku chimed in. Nerds, Katsuki grumbled, even though, on the inside, he was just as hyped as his friends. One train ride later, the four friends had arrived, once more walking together through the hallowed UA Academy halls amongst a crowd of other students. Eventually, they needed to split, each heading toward their respective classrooms. Try not to blow this place sky high on the first day, Katsuki said to Mei. I could say the same to you, Sparky, Mei responded before sticking her tongue out. See ya after class, guys. See ya, Mei. Ochako waved while Izuku turned to Katsuki. Hey, Kachan, Izuku said. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Izuku's tone. What, do you think maybe, you can at least try to get along with your new classmates? What do you mean? Of course, I will, Katsuki replied, making Izuku sigh in relief, but then Katsuki continued. So long as they don't any stupid in front of me or find a way to piss me off. He's screwed. Ochako thought as the explosive teen started walking to the 1A classroom, leaving Izuku and Ochako to walk toward 1B's classroom. And after pondering about the comedically giant door, Izuku deduced it was that big to accommodate students with giant mutation quirks. The two wide-eyed rookies nodded to each other, and Izuku gripped the handle. He flung the door open, ready to meet their fellow heroes in training. Suffice it to say, they were not ready for this. You're insane. No, you're just not listening to reason. Not only can boobs look good at any size, but they also provide the natural breast milk needed for an infant's development. So they're not only sexy but also important to our natural development. Quit bringing biology into this. This is supposed to be about raw sex appeal, not functionality. Well, whatever Izuku and Ochako were expecting to find once they opened the door, it certainly wasn't that. The two students having this strange debate were a girl with long, wavy green hair and sharp teeth, and a short boy with a mohawk made of purple balls. The short boy stood on the girl's desk as they argued back and forth. Hey, Izuku and Ochako turned to see a young man with short black hair, an angular chin, and large, oddly circular elbows seen from his rolled-up sleeves. Welcome to 1B. Don't mind those guys, they've been arguing about boobs and butts for like 6 minutes. I see, Izuku said with a sweat drop. Kind of a weird thing to argue about, Ochako commented, making the black-haired boy sigh in relief that at least there were a couple of normal students in this class. Enough of this foolishness. It's the glasses guy, Izuku and Ochako thought, recognizing the tall blue-haired young man from the entrance exam now berating the two debaters. The hero course should be reserved for discussions of heroism, not for such vulgar debates. And furthermore, he then pointed specifically at the short boy, step off that desk at once. That desk belonged to an alumnus who has no doubt become a great hero. You're besmirching their memory by standing on it. Dude, it's a desk. Mellow out. I will not mellow out, while to show no regard for common desog. The tall young man looked down and saw a disembodied hand pinching his buttocks before slapping them. The hand then flew back onto the empty wrist of the green-haired girl, who now had a toothy smirk on her face. And 1 point for butts, both guys and girls can have firm and sexy butts. Fair enough, the short boy said while the bespectacled teen gaped in embarrassed shock. Wait, do pecs count as tits? No, those are completely diff. Chop. The pervy debate was cut off as both the purple-haired boy and green-haired were karate chopped in the head. The one who did so was an athletic-looking girl with orange hair tied in a ponytail and teal eyes, her arms now crossed as she glared at the two. Our first class hasn't even started, and I can already tell you two are gonna be a pain in the ass. Was physical discipline really necessary? Sometimes you gotta smack some sense into some particularly dense heads. I see, the bespectacled teen said before his gaze landed on Izuku and Ochako, who were just watching the insanity unfold. It's you two. The two shouted in surprise as the taller teen marched towards them. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Tenya Iida. And allow me to say, he stopped in front of the two and bowed his head. I owe you two and your vulgar friend an apology. I assumed you wouldn't take the entrance exam seriously. But it's clear to me that you two were able to deduce the true purpose of the exam when you saved your fellow examinee and each other. I apologize for so greatly misjudging you. Okay. Now this threw the two for a loop. We really didn't figure out about the rescue points during the exam. Izuku clarified. We just did what came naturally. Even more commendable, Iida said as he shook both their hands. Any doubt I had has been shattered. You two really have the qualities of a hero. Ah, thanks, Ochako said with a smile. She thought that this Iida guy might have been just a jerk, but it turns out he was just really intense about things. Well, good to see some of you are already getting along. The three students turned and saw a particularly tall and muscular man with silver hair and a black and red costume standing behind Ochako and Izuku. Whoa, speaking of intense, Ochako thought while Izuku, oh my god, you're the bloodletting hero, Vlad King, went full superhero fanboy mode. Are you our homeroom teacher? That's right, that's so cool. I saw your fight with General Gigaton on TV a few years back. The way you snuck bits of blood into the seams of his armor. Izuku, and turned them into a restraint was such a genius move. Oh, then when you and Rocklock teamed up against the Renegazers, I was so moved in. Izuku, the green-haired boy continued on, his speech becoming faster as he listed more and more of Vlad King's accomplishments. The pro was a bit impressed that the kid knew so much about his career, down to the more obscure, while Iida wasn't quite sure of what was going on. Ochako puffed her cheeks before grabbing her friend by the shoulders and shaking him. Izuku. The sudden shaking snapped Izuku out of his fanboy stupor, his face turning red with embarrassment. Sorry about that, I'll go find my seat. Does that happen often? Iida asked. Only when he gets really excited, Ochako answered. Vlad chuckled, already amused by his students. About 10 minutes later, all 21B students were present in their assigned seats, with Vlad King now standing at the teacher's desk in the front. Well, now that everyone's here, let me introduce myself. My name is Sekijiro Khan. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Now, you're all probably thinking that since you got into the UA Hero course, you're almost guaranteed to become heroes, right? The students almost unanimously agreed with their teacher, nodding and giving other signs of affirmation, but they were immediately silenced by Sekijiro slamming his hands on his desk. Wrong. All you've proven is that you have the potential to become heroes. And it's up to me to make sure you live up to that potential. Some of you might drop out, and some of you will probably hate me for all the training I'm going to put you through. But come hell or high water, I'm going to make sure you all become amazing heroes that live up to our motto, plus ultra. Yeah, he's definitely intense. Ochako thought. Dude, our teacher is so manly. A young man with spiky red hair shouted with a smile. Hell yeah, the brunette boy sitting next to him shouted in agreement. And your first trial starts now, Vlad proclaimed. With orientation. Huh, was the thought that ran through the minds of all of 1B. 3 hours later, though, as it turned out, the culprit was still in the room. He could actually shapeshift into objects as well, not just other people. Though I must admit, there was something amusing about getting attacked by what looked like a sentient lamp. But back to the story. Fascinating, Izuku thought as he took notes. What was supposed to be Principal Nezu welcoming the new students to UA and explaining all the rules they were meant to abide by had turned into the talking mouse or dog or bear reminiscing about some of the various cases he had worked on as an investigator. And Izuku was intrigued since this was stuff that he hadn't heard of on any of the underground hero forums. Who would have thought to look at the lamp, Ochako? But Izuku was only met with snoring, turning to see the gravity girl fast asleep in her seat with a snot bubble coming out her nose. In fact, almost all of Class 1B was either sleeping or on the verge of falling asleep. In fact, it seemed he, Iida, and a silver-haired girl with hunched arms were the only ones who were still wide awake. Well, the three of them, along with Kan-sensei, the business course students, and Class 1A, because they were nowhere to be seen. Even present Mike fell asleep on stage before accidentally sliding off his seat. Now wide awake, the DJ hero walked towards Nezu at the podium and whispered something into his ear. Oh my, it seems I've rambled off a bit. So let me just close by saying, welcome to UA High School. I look forward to seeing how far you all go. And with that, Nezu stepped off the podium, several students woke up, and Class 1B headed into the halls. What the fuck was that? An intimidating student who resembled a mantis exclaimed. That was boring as shit. I know, right? An invisible girl shouted in agreement. I know it's orientation, but that dragged on for EVR. I mean, I at least got a good nap in, Ochako said with a bit of embarrassment. Preach. A boy with yellow and black hair chimed in with a yawn. I am appalled at all of you. Iida proclaimed, making chopping motions with his arms. The principal himself was regaling us with his heroic exploits. We should consider ourselves lucky to experience such a thing. I mean, maybe if his explanations weren't so dry. A girl with short purple hair and earlobes shaped like headphone jacks replied. And Izuku silently agreed with her. He was self-aware enough to admit the only reason he didn't nod off was that he was a massive nerd who soaked up any and all superhero knowledge like a dry sponge. Well, I hope you all took this experience to heart, Sekijiro said as he led his students out of the auditorium. What experience? A young man without any lips asked. Being bored out of our minds. Exactly. Get used to it because you'll be experiencing boredom a lot as professional heroes. Really? But hero work looks really exciting on TV, a short blonde girl with large horns chimed in. That's just the stuff they show on television and videos. But, truth is, in between the high-intensity rescues and battles, there's a lot of busy work heroes need to do, Sekijiro explained, holding his fingers out. Property management, paying employees, marketing, merchandising deals, and property damage compensation is just the tip of the paperwork iceberg. Trust me, you'll need to learn the right attitude to deal with all of that. Being a pro hero is still a job, after all. A few students collectively thought, bullshit, but the more reasonable students could see what their teacher was trying to impart to them. But then, a fanged smirk appeared on Sekijiro's face. But since you guys seem to be craving excitement, head to the locker rooms, change into your gym uniforms, and meet up at the track field outside. We're having a little evaluation. And the students did just that, changing into the blue and white UA gym uniforms and walking towards the field. No doubt throughout your lives, you've all had to take physicals. Almost all schools are legally required to do so as part of standard education, Sekijiro said, addressing his students. Today, we'll do something similar to that. Fukidashi, please step forward. Right. The young man who approached Sekijiro was a strange boy whose head resembled a word balloon one would find in a comic book. Inside the word balloon were 3 ellipses. When you last did the ball toss in middle school, how far did you get? About 20 meters, give or take. Did they let you use your quirk? Fukidashi's head then turned into a question mark. No, sir. What about the rest of you? Sekijiro asked the rest of the class. After everyone shook their heads, the blood hero pulled a baseball out of his pocket and tossed it at Fukidashi. It had a digital strand running across it. All right, Fukidashi, I want you to throw this, but use your quirk to make it go as far as you can. Fukidashi's head turned into an exclamation point. All right, I'll give it my all. He tossed the ball up above him before shouting at the top of his lungs, WOOOOOOSSSSHHHH. The word flew out of his head in green English characters, followed by a gust of wind so powerful that most of the students needed to cover their eyes to keep dust from getting in. Said gust blasted the ball far into the distance until it landed on the other side of the field. Sekijiro held up a device that read 260 meters. And this is what this exercise is all about. You'll be put through a series of tests to judge your current physical capabilities and your aptitude for applying your quirks to various situations. And even though this test isn't graded, I still expect you to give it your all. Sensei. Izuku raised his arm up. Are we also allowed to use our support gear? Sekijiro gave the green-haired boy a knowing look. I'm afraid not. Damn it, Izuku said, making Ochako look at her friend with a sympathetic eye. I suppose not having access to that robot suit would make using your Technomancy quirk quite difficult, Iida commented, making Izuku raise his eyebrow. Technomancy. Izuku gave Iida a confused look. Iida, I don't have a Technomancy quirk. I see, Iida said, rubbing his chin. Then perhaps you have a quirk to generate electricity to power your robot. Nope. Then you have a metal manipulation quirk. Afraid not. Well then, I hope you forgive my bluntness, but what is your quirk? Izuku froze at the question. Izuku knew it would be impossible to keep his lack of quirk a secret forever, but he didn't expect his secret to come out quite so soon. Actually, Izuku began, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't have one. I'm quirkless. Iida's eyes widened at the revelation but quickly wiped the shock off his face. Ah, well, I suppose you'll just have to give it your all on the physical side. Before either could say anything more on the matter, Iida was called up by Sekijiro. Izuku could only stare as Iida made his way toward their teacher, unsure what to make of his response. The first test was the ball throwing with mixed results. Only a handful of students could use their quirks to help make the ball go far, leaving most of them to just throw the ball like normally. The mantis-looking boy Kamakiri threw it and managed to get about 60 meters. Alright, Mineta, you're up next, Sekijiro said. This is bullshit, Kamakiri grumbled before looking and seeing the great boy walking to the mat. Kamakiri smirked and thought, at least I can't be worse than the midget. Mineta took hold of the ball and, to the confusion of the students less knowledgeable about sports, licked his thumb and held it up. After a few seconds, the short boy got into a sideways stance before throwing it at an impressive distance. Sekijiro held up his device to show Mineta had thrown it about 96 meters. What the fuck? Kamakiri shouted while a couple of other students were also stunned. And it only got worse with the smug look on Mineta's face. It's all in the technique. The test continued, with Izuku managing to get a decent 84 meters. Ochako went up next and tapped the ball with her quirk. She threw the ball into the air where it went higher, and higher, and higher, and higher, and I'm going to assume it's not coming back down, Sekijiro said, marking Ochako's score as infinity while she just awkwardly laughed. As the class moved on to the next tests, Izuku found himself thankful that Kachan forced him and made to exercise alongside him. Sure, he wasn't doing exceptionally well regarding physicality. Ochako, Iida, that orange-haired girl named Kendo, and an excitable redhead named Kirishima had them all beat, but he was definitely doing better than the invisible girl and the quiet boy with the rock-like face. But on the bright side, he got to see so many new and amazing quirks in action. That orange-haired girl named Kendo could make her hands huge and seemed to give her some degree of super strength. Honanuki seemed to have no limit to what he could soften. Tokage could split herself into at least 20 floating pieces. Tsunotori seemed to have horse-like mutation properties alongside being able to shoot and regrow her horns. Kaibara could twist his limbs with enough torque to create cyclones. Fukidashi could seemingly make any onomatopoeia and sound effects and convert them into devastating attacks. And Mineta could use those bouncy, sticky orbs on his head in a surprisingly vast amount of ways. His classmates were so cool. And they just inspired Izuku to keep doing his best. During one of the tests, Izuku was paired against Iida for the 50-meter dash. The gun blasted, and Iida zoomed ahead much faster than Izuku using the engines on his calves. Their final time was Iida with 3.05 seconds and Izuku with 7.05 seconds. Good attempt, Midoriya, Iida said. Thanks, Izuku said as he caught his breath. Hey, Iida. Yes, you don't think I'm weird for going into the hero course while being quirkless? Iida held his hand to his chin as he looked over Izuku, contemplating a moment before answering. I'll admit it's unorthodox, but you clearly have a drive for true heroism. Quirk or no quirk, you've obviously put in the time and effort to be here. As far as I'm concerned, that's far more important. Izuku looked up and smiled at the other student. You know, you're actually a pretty good guy, Iida. I would hope so. I am aiming to become a hero after all. 2 hours and 7 physical tests later, including distance jumping, sidestepping, and strength grips, the results of the physical quirk test were shown on a hologram screen. 1. Itsuka Kendo. 2. Tenya Iida. 3. Eijiro Kirishima. 4. Setsuna Tokage. 5. Ochako Uraraka. 6. Manga Fukidashi. 7. Juzo Honanuki. 8. Sen Kaibara. 9. Pony Tsunotori. 10. Minoru Mineta. 11. Honta Siro. 12. Yosetsu Awase. 13. Togaru Kamakiri. 14. Izuku Midoriya. 15. Reiko Yanagi. 16. Shinai Kuwaro. 17. Toru Hagakure. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Denki. Kaminari. 20. Koji Koda. Sensei, I don't mean to sound rude, but this entire exercise seemed incredibly one-sided. Kaminari, a young man with yellow and black hair and yellow eyes, stated. How so? Well, It just seems like this test wasn't made for more esoteric quirks like mine. To demonstrate, he created a small electrical current in his hands. It's not like I could shock the ball into going higher. And I found himself at a disadvantage by the abundance of light, mocking a creature of pure darkness such as myself, Kuwaro said. He lived up to his name with skin that was black as night in contrast to his bright white hair. I said at the beginning that this was a test of your current physical and quirk aptitude, Sekijiro said. Honestly, you guys just sound buttered, Kamakiri said with a smirk. Weren't you the one swearing a lot? Tsunotori asked innocently. But why the physical stuff? We got superpowers, so why do we need to worry about whether or not we can make a 50-yard sprint in under a second? Kaminari asked, making Sekijiro sigh before he addressed the entire class. Tell me, have any of you heard of Cyclone Tiger? Who? A couple of them asked. The retired wind hero. Izuku chimed in. Nerd, Kamakiri whispered. Well, Midoriya, you're the first student to get that the first time, Sekijiro said. Most students don't know who Cyclone Tiger is. I mean, I don't know that much about him, mostly because there isn't much to go on, Izuku elaborated. He had a pretty short career as a pro hero, and the only reason I know he exists is because I study as many heroes as I can. That's right, Cyclone Tiger retired after only 5 years after becoming a hero. When he first hit the scene, he was hailed as a prodigy and an exceptional hero. The public couldn't get enough of him, and his colleagues regarded him as one of the strongest heroes they knew and one of the few people who could potentially surpass All Might. Iida raised his hand at that statement. Pardon me, sir, but if this Cyclone Tiger was so exceptional, why did he retire? Sekijiro then gave the students a glare. He got cocky. Tiger relied almost exclusively on his quirk and heavily neglected all other forms of training. One day he went to make an arrest and was seriously injured. Man, that villain must have had a pretty strong quirk, Kirishima commented. They didn't, actually. They weren't even really a villain because the criminal was quirkless. As soon as Sekijiro said that, the students began muttering and conversing in disbelief, and Izuku was stunned too. They were just a petty purse snatcher. Cyclone Tiger cornered them, fully confident that he could take the criminal down. But because he had neglected his physical training, the criminal was able to easily overpower Cyclone Tiger when they got in close and stabbed him. He made a full recovery, but Tiger was so shaken by the experience that he gave up being a hero almost immediately and faded into obscurity. The students of Class 1B were speechless. For most of them, the very idea of a pro hero being taken down by a mere purse snatcher was laughable. But their teacher's tone and hardened stare made it clear this was no joke. Sekijiro turned back to Kaminari, not a hint of humor or mirth in the teacher's expression. So to answer your question, Kaminari, this exercise and many others like it are to help prepare you for situations like that. Moments where you can't use your quirk right away or without endangering those around you. Moments where you don't have access to support gear or need to rely purely on your physical capabilities to defeat your foe. That is the purpose of this test. Any other comments? No, sir, Kaminari said, feeling more than a bit embarrassed. But Sekijiro then offered a reassuring smile. But here's the thing, you're at this school to improve. I don't expect all of you to be aces from the get-go. So now, we have a good indicator of what each of you will need to focus on in order to improve. That's all for today, so hit the showers. As the students headed out, Izuku had a lot to think about. Their sensei raised a good point about dealing with situations where they couldn't use their gear or quirks. Hell, there were several instances in the manga and anime Izuku had watched where the mecha pilots were forced to get their hands dirty. Kachan had been suggesting self-defense classes for a while. Maybe he should take up his friend on that offer. A few moments later, Izuku and Ochako were walking through the halls, talking about their own performances. I'm just saying that if you used that gravity-increasing part of your quirk, you probably could have gotten a higher score on the grip strength, Izuku commented. Yeah, but then I would have had a broken hand for the other tests, Ochako said before the two saw Katsuki stepping out of Class 1A alongside the other students leaving for the day. Hey, Kachan. Oh, hey, Katsuki said as the two approached him. Did you guys do that physical too? Right after orientation, Izuku answered. So you actually went to that, Katsuki said with an annoyed expression. Hobo-sensei just had us take the test and then lied about expelling the lowest scoring schmuck. On the first day, Izuku and Ochako said in disbelief. For the record, I got second place, Katsuki said with a smirk before gesturing to two other students, a boy with hair that was half white and half red and a mature-looking girl with black hair tied in a ponytail. Strawberry Vanilla Swirl over there got first, and Ponytail got third. Not even remembering their names. Izuku asked with a sigh. It's the first day. Give me a break. Guys. The three turned and saw Mei approaching them. You won't believe how amazing the support lab is. I swear, there's some technology that isn't even available on the market. Oh, and Izuku, you gotta see where they're going to put Striker. It's so cool. Really? You think we can see it? Izuku said with excitement. Katsuki then looked over the green-haired boy's shoulder. Maybe after Shovel Chin over there stopped stalking us. Izuku and Ochako turned and saw Iida approaching them, standing awkwardly. Iida, what are you doing? Izuku asked. The bespectacled young man rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Forgive me, I'm not very good at this. He then looked at Izuku and Ochako. You two have intrigued me. And I was wondering if you would like to become acquaintances. Izuku realized what the taller teen was trying to say, giving off a light-hearted chuckle before smiling and holding his hand out. I'd like that very much, Iida. Iida offered his own smile before shaking Izuku's hand. Ah, what the heck? Put her there. Ochako held her own hand out, which Iida shook as well. He was then surprised when Mei put her hand on his shoulder. Welcome to the group, big guy. The name's Mei Hatsume. Pleased to make your company, Hatsume, Iida said before looking at Katsuki. And you're Kachan, right? A vein appeared on the blonde's forehead before he got up in the taller boy's face. Listen up, Specs, I already got these three idiots calling me that dumb nickname. I don't need a fourth one. Just call me Bakugo. Ah, I see. Forgive me for my rudeness, Bakugo. That's more like it, Katsuki said, his hands on his hips to the amusement of Izuku, Ochako, and Mei. The first day of the new UA semester had come to an end. And a group of 4 friends was joined by another. As it turned out, despite all the craziness of the entrance exam, Izuku and his pals came to realize that UA's curriculum wasn't that far off from most high schools. So aside from the hero-specific courses and lessons, they went through the usuals of mathematics, foreign language, history, art, etc. Though in Izuku's mind, having pro-heroes teaching those subjects automatically made UA way better than any school he went to before. After all, how many people could say that ectoplasm was their math teacher? Aside from almost everyone at UA, but SSSH. Also, his previous schools didn't provide him with a mechanical bed within the UA support department. About 3 days into the semester, Striker had finally been moved there. Currently, Izuku, Mei, and Higuri were looking over some schematics for the robot. We definitely need to get work on refitting the armor, Higuri said. Any idea what alloy we should use? Mei asked Izuku. Well, I was thinking of using the same material the robo-villains used, but they seemed pretty weak, Izuku said. Oh, that's just the cheap stuff Acorn gives us for the entrance exams. They've got some crazy materials that are way more durable and pretty light, Higuri explained. My. The three turned and saw Nezu walking towards them, his eyes drawn to Striker. I must say, this invention is pretty interesting. Oh, hey, Principal Nezu, Higuri said nonchalantly. What brings you to the support department? Curiosity, actually, Nezu replied before looking up at Izuku. Mr. Midoriya, do you think we could have a word in private? Nezu saw Izuku's body tense and gave a reassuring smile. You're not in trouble if that's what you're wondering. I simply want to talk with you. Oh, okay, Izuku replied, hesitation still in his voice. As the two walked away, Higuri did briefly wonder. Sure, the rat liked having a chat or two, but that mostly happened when someone came to him. If Nezu had come to Izuku, he must have had something in mind. Mei said, pulling out her phone and shoving a familiar set of schematics in Higuri's face. While those two are talking, do you think you can? For the 12th time, Mei, no, it is not scientifically possible for you to build a dimension door. The march of science will not be stopped by cynicism. It ain't cynicism, it's raw scientific fact. While those two argued about the practicality of making a multiversal doorway, Izuku and Nezu walked towards Striker's charging area. A few plates had already been removed from the junkyard bot's frame to make for its upcoming upgrade. Mr. Midoriya, you've definitely made this new year an interesting one. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Izuku asked, only to get a chuckle in response. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Though we're all in unknown territory now. We have our first quirkless student in the heroics course. And one with such an eye-catching piece of technology. Nezu then turned his head to look up at the boy. I assume Maijima told you about his attempt to get you in through recommendation. He did, Izuku replied. And it didn't work. Indeed. Though can you blame us? The Board of Education and the vast majority of the teaching staff weren't exactly keen on the idea of allowing a quirkless child like yourself into the hero course, given the risks and demanding nature of the profession. I understand, Izuku replied. Now, this was definitely familiar to the boy. While most people looked down on Izuku for being quirkless and berated him for his dream, others were far nicer but no less insulting. Teachers, classmates, doctors, and, until a few years ago, his own mother treated Izuku like he was made of glass. They thought they were being kind and only looking out for his well-being, but their words could cut as deep and painful as any insult. All Izuku wanted was for people to treat him like anyone else and be given a chance to prove himself, not be sat at the kids' table for the rest of his life while everyone else got to take risks and live their lives to the fullest. Izuku looked at Principal Nezu curiously and asked, were you one of those people? All he got was a chuckle in return. It would be quite hypocritical of me to vote against the odd one out, given my particular circumstances, Nezu explained. I was willing to give you a shot, but others needed some convincing. And your performance in the entrance exam managed to sway quite a few of the naysayers. Now that put a bit of a smile on Izuku's face. So here's the situation. As long as you and Maijima fill out the necessary paperwork, UA will cover the funding for any material and equipment you need to keep Striker at peak performance, Nezu explained. Within reason, of course, I can't exactly let you have a nuke or anything like that. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the comment. Why would I ever ask for a nuke? You'd be amazed what kind of materials our more eccentric support students ask for, Nezu said as he started to walk away. We're all looking forward to seeing the type of hero you'll become, Mr. Midoriya. I won't let you down, sir. Izuku exclaimed, saluting Principal Nezu. Nezu smiled at Izuku's enthusiasm. I'm sure you won't. Nezu turned to leave but looked back at Izuku as he reached the door. Oh, and if you ever need anyone to talk to, my door is always open. Izuku stared quizzically at the principal's retreating form, appreciative but confused by the offer. But he didn't have to mull over UA's perplexing principle. With all the new resources UA provided him, Izuku's mind was overflowing with ideas on how to upgrade Striker. Eyes brimming with determination and excitement, Izuku dove back into his blueprints. And so, the first week of the semester went along, with Izuku and his friends learning about their schedules. Soon enough, it was Friday, and the students of Class 1B were sitting in their afternoon homeroom period. According to Vlad King, another member of the UA staff was going to take over the class for the afternoon for their first real exercise. So, who do you think it's gonna be? Siro, the young man with circular elbows that sat in front of Izuku, asked. I heard UA hired a new teacher, but no one knows who they are for sure. My money's on Fatgum, the BMI guy. Honanuki, who sat behind Izuku, chimed in. Doesn't really seem like the teaching type. I mean, it's possible, Izuku said before whispering. He's got an impressive arrest record and combat record, and he's got an amazing approval rating. So, when the instructor arrives, I expect all of you to conduct yourselves with some level of dignity. Vlad King said before looking at his watch. 1A should have wrapped their own exercise by now. So he should be. I am here, a loud, boisterous voice proclaimed before the classroom door slammed open. Coming through the door like a totally normal person. The students of Class 1B looked to the door and collectively gasped. Standing before was none other than Japan's #1 hero, All Might, clad in a red and blue costume with a majestic cape. No way, it's really him, Kaminari exclaimed. So he is a teacher, Kirishima said. This year is going to be totally awesome. As All Might made his way to the podium, the students continued to chatter excitedly amongst themselves. Some, like Iida and Kendo, managed to maintain their composure despite their excitement. Others tried but couldn't help but get themselves in a tizzy, like Mineta, who hopped up on his desk to get a better look at All Might. But none were more excited than Izuku himself. He was utterly awestruck by being in the same room as his favorite hero of all time. His body was quite literally shaking with excitement as Izuku barely managed to hold himself back from flying out of his seat and launching himself at All Might. All Might is going to teach us, Izuku thought as he stared at the hero he'd admired since before he could walk. He's even wearing his Silver Age costume. Alright, All Might, I'll let you take over from here, Sekijiro said as he left the classroom. Thank you, Vlad, All Might said as he took the podium. Hello, future heroes. Today, you'll take your first steps towards becoming real heroes. Think of it as Harrowing 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro-hero and what it means to fight in the name of peace and justice. All Might turned around and started writing something on the blackboard. And today's lesson will pull no punches. Then, he turned back to the student to reveal what he'd written. Battle. Combat training. Oh yeah, Kendo exclaimed. This gonna be freaking awesome, Kamakiri said. I can't wait to show what I'm made of. All Might let out a hearty laugh. Now, I know you're all excited, but let me be clear, our job is primarily to ensure the safety of the public. While punching villains is an important part of that, it's far from the only thing we do. Furthermore, today's lesson is not only lesson in combat, but teamwork as well. Some of the students started whispering among themselves. But of course, you can't be heroes without the right clothes. All Might pulled a remote out of his cape pocket and pressed a button. The wall on the left side of the classroom slid up, revealing several numbered containers arranged according to the seating chart. Your costumes, boys and girls, tailor-made by some of the best support companies in the business. Change into these and meet me over at Battle Site Alpha in 20. With a flare of his cape, All Might exited the room and closed the door with a flourish, before quickly opening it back up again. Oh, and for those of you wearing spandex, there's free cornstarch in the locker rooms. Trust me, you'll want to use plenty of it. With that, All Might left the class for real, and the student grabbed their suitcases containing their costumes. But as they left for the locker rooms, Izuku split from the boys. Midoriya, the locker room is this way, Iida stated. I know. I just gotta go to pick up something from the support department, Izuku said, giving Iida a knowing wink. The bespectacled teen understood and continued to head to the locker room. Izuku went the other way with a smirk on his face, twirling Striker's activation key as he did so. Later, All Might stood in the fake cityscape, with a sheet over an object in front of him. As he was waiting on 1B to arrive, the number 1 hero was currently reading a small book titled Teaching for Dummies. Make sure you establish the kind of relationship you want with your students on the first day. All Might read to himself. But he then heard footsteps and quickly put the book away in his other cape pocket. The hero turned around and saw the 19 Class 1B students walking towards them. And he had to admit that he was impressed by the sheer variety of hero costumes the teens had. Some wore spandex, some armor, some had more esoteric outfits like rags, shoulder pads shaped like gears, and, was young Hagakure just wearing gloves and boots? Odd. You know, there's an old saying that goes, clothes make the man. And I have to say, All Might then gave a wide smile and a thumbs up. You all look really cool. All Might wasn't the only one impressed by the costumes. Though while Mineta was impressed by a lot of the guys' costumes, he was a tad disappointed that the girls' costumes weren't as sexy as he'd have liked. And even if they were on the slightly revealing side, it wasn't something he was into. Granted, he figured that someone would be into Ochako's skin-tight costume showing how surprisingly toned she was, or how Itsuka's costume showed off her ripped arms. But the little guy was strictly a boob and sometimes butt guy. Then there were Jiro, Yanagi, and Tsunotori, 2 of them being too cool and the blonde being too cute for him to perv on. Hagakure was technically naked, at least he thought she was, but with her being invisible, he couldn't even see anything. But then, the boy's eyes widened as he saw a feminine ass clad in blue scale-patterned spandex, his eyes bulging and his mouth gaping open. Looks damn good, right? I'll say, Mineta said, before turning to see Tokage's floating head smirking next to him, now wearing a blue-scaled domino mask. Ag. Geez, Tokage, warn a guy before ya do that. Hey, if I did that, I couldn't see ya freak out. The smirking gal said. Her head flew and reattached to her body. But then, she looked down and saw Minetta's expression turn to one of disgust. The hell's with that look? You were checking out my ass a few seconds ago. That before I knew it was attached to the most annoying person I've ever met. TCH. Whatever. I know I look hot in this, Tokage said, licking her thumb and making a sis sound as she tapped in on her rear. Oh, and boys, this hot lizard's single, by the way. A few of the guys blushed at that declaration, while others didn't care or were busy chatting with other students. Yanagi rolled her eyes, while Jiro had a light blush on her face. But what neither All Might nor the students knew at the time was that someone was watching them from afar. On the roof of a nearby building was a young man in the UA uniform, sitting on a blanket and snacking on some rice crackers as he peered through a pair of binoculars. He had white hair with streaks of black, a stubby black and white tail, and a matching pair of cat ears, one black and one white, in place of human ears. All right, we got another punk magnet, the young man said as he looked at Jiro, then chuckled a bit before looking at Kamakiri. Wow, there's enough edge on that boy to cut solid steel. He then looked at Yanagi. She'll be popular with the goths. Then at Mineta. And he'll definitely be popular with the Shotacons. He continued to look over the students, only to sigh in exhaustion. Looks like this class is full of duds, too. He then munched on some more crackers. Not one of these kids got that special zing. While the catboy continued to watch and the students mingled, All Might did a mental head count. Huh, only 19 students. Where's young Midoriya? He said he was grabbing some support gear, Honanuki said, now clad in an orange and black armored costume, which included a full face covering visor. Doesn't his costume have all the gear? Kaminari asked, now clad in a costume consisting of a black jacket, pants, a white t-shirt, and bolt-shaped headphones. How much gear would he even need? Incoming. Everyone, including the peeping catboy, looked into the sky before an object landed a few feet behind the students, kicking up a big cloud of dust. The invincible super robot that brings hope to the hopeless has arrived. The dust settled, revealing the towering form of Stryker, outfitted with its new armor. It still had the overall face and shape it had at the entrance exam. But now, its frame no longer consisted of reforged scrap metal. Instead, it now sported a smoother frame consisting of titanium alpha, a stronger metal similar to the ones used by the robotic villains from said exam. Its color scheme was also different. Light green adorned its torso, hands, face, and ankle joints. A darker shade of green colored its thighs and biceps, with black shoulders and feet. It also had pieces of red on its forearms and crotch area, making it emulate the classic, superhero Trunks, look. The glowing eyes turned off, and Stryker's chest opened, allowing Izuku to step out of it. The boy was clad in a costume consisting of light green spandex with white lining, his signature red shoes with matching fingerless gloves, black knee and elbow pads, and a light yellow scarf fluttering in the wind. On Izuku's head was a green and white helmet with a blue visor and a green mic near his mouth. So, Izuku began to say as his blue visor slid up, a big smile on his face. Did you guys like my entrance? A stunned silence filled the air, until it was swiftly broken by Kirishima. That's the robot from the entrance exam. Awesome. That's support gear. Mineta shouted in disbelief. Oh my god. Tsunotori shouted in English. As Steel Knight coming from the sky, Yanagi stated with widened eyes. Awesome. Kendo said with an eager grin. That entrance was a tad over the top, but you certainly left an impact. Izuku looked and saw Iida and Ochako approaching him. The taller boy was in a full-body set of heroic-looking white armor that reminded Izuku of the pro-hero Ingenium, covering everything save for the pipes on his calves. The brunette was clad in a spandex costume made of black and pink, with a helmet most made of pink plastic and a large blue visor. On her wrists were a pair of mechanical pink gauntlets and matching fingerless gloves. Well, I thought it was pretty cool. You did a full-on superhero landing. Ochako shouted with excitement, making Izuku gain a bashful blush. Thanks. Izuku then looked at his friends. You guys look really cool too. Ochako giggled, and Iida smiled under his mask. In the distance, crumbs fell out of the cat-boy's mouth. He lowered his binoculars, revealing his golden eyes with slit pupils. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Well, hello, handsome. While everyone else was causing a ruckus about Stryker's appearance, one young man, in particular, was looking at the green and red machine in awe. He had spiky black hair held up in a blue and white headband and gray eyes. His costume was mostly brown, with a black metal chest plate and a large number of blue pouches attached to his belt. No way, he whispered to himself, a real super robot. But the sound of loud clapping got everyone's attention, with the students turning towards an amused All Might. I know, it's very exciting stuff, people. But we got a lesson to get to. So, here's the scenario, you'll be fighting inside one of these buildings. You may think of villain attacks only happening outdoors, but on average, the most heinous crimes occur indoors. Backroom deals, hostage situations, you name it, clever villains lurk in the shadows to hide their evil deeds from prying eyes. To simulate this, you'll be split into 10 two-person teams, where 2 teams at a time will fight. One team acts as the heroes, and the other team acts as the villains. And how will we determine the teams and who's fighting who? Simple. All Might then picked up the curtain, showing a table with 2 boxes on it, a white box with the letter A on it and a black box with the number 1 on it. By drawing lots. And so the 20 students did just that, picking out matching letters from the white box and then drawing numbers from the black box. In minutes, the teams and the matches were determined. Team C, Denki Kaminari and Pony Tsunotori vs Team E, Kyoka Jiro and Sen Kaibara. Team G, Tenya Iida and Minoru Mineta vs Team J, Koji Kota and Togaru Kamakiri. Team F, Juzo Honanuki and Hanta Siro vs Team D, Setsuna Tokage and Toru Hagakuri. Team A, Reiko Yanagi and Yosetsu Awase vs. Team H, Manga Fukidashi and Ochako Uraraka. Team I, Eijiro Kirishima and Itsuka Kendo vs Team B, Shihei Kuwaro and Izuku Midoriya. Very well, Mineta. Let us do our best to act as up-and-coming heroes. Iida said as he walked towards his partner. And I must say, I did not think you would be one to appreciate the classic, capes and trunks look. Oh, thanks, Mineta said. His costume indeed consisted of a purple mask, a matching top, and leggings, and he paired it off with yellow gloves, boots, and a short cape. Of course, he would have preferred to be paired or fight one of the girls, save for Tokage, but so far, Iida seemed kind of cool. Let's do our best, Fukidashi. Ochako exclaimed with glee with a fist pump. You got it, Uraraka. The young man said as his speech bubble turned into a thumbs up emoji. Meanwhile, Izuku was meeting his partner, and was feeling a bit intimidated. Kuwaro had skin as dark as night, pale white hair, sharp black eyes, and an equally dark costume. So fate has deemed us to become denizens of evil, Kuwaro said with a scoff. Very well. Such a role suits a creature of darkness like myself. Huh? Izuku asked with a confused look. It's just a training exercise. Kuwaro then smirked. Dude, chill. It's called getting into character. Oh, okay then, Izuku said before trying his hand at an evil laugh, getting a thumbs up from his teammate. Alright, before we start the first match, let's lay down the rules. All Might said to the class. The villain team goes into the building first. Their goal is to defend a dangerous weapon they've stashed somewhere in the building. You'll have 5 minutes to prepare, in which the heroes may not enter or look inside. The villains can move around to set up traps and prepare themselves, but they must be back in the weapon room when prep time is up. After the 5 minutes are up, the match will officially start, and the 15-minute timer begins. The heroes must either subdue and capture the villains or secure the weapon without critically damaging it to win the match. For the villains to win, they must subdue and capture the heroes or defend the weapon until time runs out. So when say subdue, does that mean knocking them out or? Kaibara asked. He was an athletic young man with short, spiky brown hair and brown eyes. His costume consisted of a white overcoat, matching pants, and a blue top underneath, while his belt, knee area, neckpiece, arm bracers, and covering on each finger had a silver spiral pattern. No, no, no. We're not getting that violent today, All Might said as he fished something out of his cape's pocket. He then tossed a roll of special tape at Kaibara. You'll be using this special capture tape to subdue your opponents. Each of you will get a role, along with a set of earpieces to stay in contact with your teammate, as well as myself, while the other students and I monitor the matches. Now give it your all and go plus ultra. A few minutes later, All Might and 16 of the students were in the rather spacious monitor room, with Striker sitting in the corner with its knees to its chest while Kaminari, Tsunotori, Kaibara, and Jiro headed to the building for the 5-minute prep time. So, Kuwaro, let's strategize a bit, Izuku said to his assigned partner as he pulled out a notebook from Striker's cockpit. What exactly does your quirk do? Kuwaro smirked and then struck a dramatic pose straight out of a Castlevania game. As you can tell by my ebony visage, I have been blessed with the power of black. Anything dark is my domain, allowing me to traverse through it and control it to an extent. Cool. I guess it goes without saying you can go into shadows, right? Izuku asked, getting a nod. Well, Striker can cast a really big shadow. You'll have plenty to work with during our match. Are you sure? While your metal warrior is impressive, could it even fit inside the building? Kuwaro asked. Izuku was about to retort, but then he heard someone giggling. Izuku looked behind himself, and his eyebrows shot up as he saw the headband-wearing boy happily rubbing his face against Striker's forearm. Such cold steel, the boy in the headband said dreamily. You're a real beauty. Izuku, a little weirded out by the boy's action, cautiously approached him. Hello. The young man snapped out of his stupor and stood back up, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that. It's just, I can't help it. A real super robot is right in front of me. His eyes shined with the same kind of excitement Izuku had when he talked about pro heroes. It even looks like it stepped right out of a classic Go Nagai manga. Those proportions and body shape just scream Mazinger Z. And those head fins look like something Tetsujin 28 would have. It's so cool. That's exactly what I was going for. Izuku said, his voice filling with excitement. You weren't wrong, though I based the overall silhouette on Shin Tetsujin rather than the regular Tetsujin. I even threw in some inspiration from Red Baron for the color separation. I knew I recognized that shade of red from somewhere. Oh, please tell me this thing's got a rocket punch attack. Well, I couldn't exactly figure out how to do that, but it does have something like Neo Getter's chain knuckle. Izuku explained before whispering, I'm also working on giving it a beam attack, but it's still in development. Holy crap. Awesome. The young man said. I can't wait to see it in action. A super robot in action in real life is a dream come true. I know, right? Izuku almost shouted as his eyes shined with joy. The thrill of unleashing a super move, making your machine move in tandem with your fighting spirit, super robots are truly a man's romance. The two boys shouted in tandem. They looked each other in the eye, smirked, and then clasped hands. The name's Yosetsu Awase. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Awase chuckled and then wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder. I think you and I are gonna get along real good, Midoriya. Ditto, Izuku replied before the two robot fans shared a good laugh. Ochako had to hold back a giggle at how dorky and cute the two boys were, while Kuwaro was a tad confused. But there was someone else watching and shedding manly tears. That kind of bond, it's so manly. Kirishima shouted, his costume consisting of only two red shoulder pads shaped like gears, a sharp black face guard, black pants, brown boots, a red cape with frayed edges tied around his waist, and a large, red belt buckle in the shape of an R. Do you even know what they're talking about? Kendo asked. Her costume was a sleeveless, knee-length turquoise kippah with a black corset around her stomach, thin gray boots, and a black domino mask. Not at all. But that seeing such a passionate bond between men sends my heart aflutter. I mean, I kind of get it, but the waterworks are a bit much. Kendo said before thinking, then again, I get the same way over top-tier kung fu flicks and motorcycles, so maybe I shouldn't judge. Meanwhile, at the building that was about to become the spot of the first match, Kaibara and Jiro were standing next to a missile-like bomb, or at least it looked like that as Kaibara tapped it, the sound revealing how hollow it was. Huh, so it's a fake bomb. Do you really think UA would use a real bomb in a training exercise? Jiro asked. Her costume was more punk-like, with a matching black jacket, pants, and combat boots, with a light red t-shirt underneath and studded wristbands. She also applied some light paint on her face, with red markings under her eyes. I mean, they had us fight killer robots for the entrance exam. This school's kind of hardcore. Fair enough. Outside the building, Kaminari was attempting to flirt with Tsunotori. Attempting being the keyword. Hey there, Kaminari said, a flirtatious grin on his face, as he slid closer to Tsunotori. Your hand looks heavy. Why don't you let me hold it for you? Kaminari extended his hand with a wink. But all he got in response was Tsunotori tilting her head in confusion. My hands ain't heavy, though, Tsunotori said. She was dressed in an orange and cream costume, with several belted rings, one acting as a belt, one on each bicep, and two on her head that formed a headband throughout. The only thing uncovered were her fingers and her hooves. Kaminari, undeterred by Tsunotori's response, quickly recomposed himself to try again. Say, is there a laboratory here somewhere? Kaminari pointed his finger at Tsunotori and then at himself. Or do I just feel the chemistry between the two of us? Tsunotori simply stared at him in confusion. I mean, there's probably a lab in the support department. Her innocent confusion was like a knife to Kaminari's ego. No, what I meant was, Kaminari cleared his throat and seductively leaned against the railing separating the road from the sidewalk. Are you a crayon? Because you bring color to my life. No, I'm a horse person, Tsunotori bluntly said. An awkward silence filled as the two blondes stared at each, with Kaminari screaming internally as her befuddled expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, something clicked in Tsunotori's head. Oh, wait, you're trying to flirt with me. Well, duh. I was laying it on pretty thick, Kaminari replied. Sorry. I'm not used to guys flirting in Japanese. Also, I have a boyfriend. Oh, well, now I just feel stupid, Kaminari said, trying to laugh off his embarrassment. She's probably got a guy back in America. ANNNNDDD. Begin. All Might shouted in their ears. Time to kick some butt. Tsunotori shouted before rushing into the building, Kaminari following right behind her. Two blondes began racing through the halls as fast as they could. So, where should we look first? Kaminari asked. Let's check the roof, Tsunotori exclaimed. Everyone knows the best place for a dramatic fight is on the rooftops. Why? Have ya never read any shonen manga? That's your reasoning, the young man asked with exasperation. But little did they know that on the very next floor, Kaibara was waiting. All right, just a few more seconds, and they'll be right under you, Jiro said over the earcom. Gotcha, Kaibara said with a smirk. He leapt into the air, and then, both of his legs began to spin at superhuman speeds, essentially turning them into drills. Aura! Kaibara shouted as he slammed his legs against the floor. Tsunotori and Kaminari only had a split second to register what was happening when Kaibara landed in front of them. Kaibara sent Kaminari flying back with a spinning punch. He then lunged at Tsunotori, but she leapt back to rejoin her teammate. You okay? Tsunotori asked as she helped Kaminari up. Not really, Kaminari groaned as he clutched his chest. He then looked down and realized Kaibara had torn a massive hole in his shirt. Oh, come on, I just got this thing. Kaibara smirked. That's what you get for letting me get the drop on ya, heroes. But how? Kaminari asked. It wasn't hard for Jiro to trace your footsteps, Kaibara said as he got into a stance, his fingers starting to spin. But you gotta deal with me now. Kaibara rushed forward, jabbing at them with his hand. But suddenly, Tsunotori grabbed Kaibara's arm and threw him over her shoulder, throwing him past a stunned Kaminari. You ain't gonna take us out that easy, Sen. Tsunotori said with a smirk. Horn cannon. The horns on Tsunotori's head blasted ahead at high speeds, forcing Kaminari to duck as they flew at Kaibara. But he was quick to respond, spinning his wrists this time and knocking the horns away. Kaminari looked up and saw Tsunotori growing a new pair of horns almost instantly. Nice counter, pony, Kaibara said with a smirk. This oughta be fun. Kaminari, find Jiro and the bomb. I'll hold Sen off. Right. The jacket-clad boy did just that, running in another direction as Tsunotori began to brawl with Kaibara. For the next few minutes, he looked through a couple of rooms and floors, but eventually, he opened the door and found the fake bomb tucked in the back of the room. Jackpot. But the second Kaminari stepped into the room, he was bombarded by a loud sonic blast, the intensity causing him to fall onto the floor in pain. Well, that was almost too easy, Jiro thought, having hidden outside of the doorway, one of her jacks plugging into her specialized boot to bombard Kaminari with sound waves. Just so you know, if I keep doing this, your ears are probably gonna pop. So you can just give up now. Don't underestimate me. Kaminari shouted as electricity began to surge around his hands. He couldn't really aim while still being bombarded, but he had a move that didn't require aiming. Indiscriminate shocking. Kaminari slammed his hands on the floor, unleashing a massive burst of electricity that shocked Jiro and even sparked against the fake bomb. Jiro fell onto the floor from the shock. But before Kaminari could celebrate, the villain team wins. All Might's voice came ringing through their comlinks. Wait, what? Kaminari shrieked. But there's no way we ran out the clock. Young Kaminari, what did I say your objective as a hero was? To capture the villains or the bomb. Correct. But I specifically said not to damage the weapon while doing so. Your little AoE attack also hit the bomb. Kaminari's eyes slowly widened in realization. Oh, well, shit. All Might gave a hearty laugh. It's all right, young Kaminari. We'll discuss what you and your teammate could have done better in a bit. For now, just make sure young Jiro is okay and head to the observation room. Got it, Kaminari said before helping Jiro up. You okay? Yeah, just a bit tingly. Jiro said. You're packing a lot more juice than I thought you would. I could say the same to you. I definitely wasn't expecting a sound blast. Kaminari said before putting on his flirting smile. So, you doing anything after school today? Jiro just looked at him for a second before her cheeks turned red. Not a chance. Okay, Kaminari said with a chuckle. Didn't take her for the violently shy type. On the lower floors, Kaibara sighed in frustration. I didn't even work up a sweat yet. This sucks. The hall around him and Tsunotori were covered in scratches and holes made from fired horns. I wanted to use my super move. The blonde said with a pout. She then looked and saw the disappointed look on Kaibara's face. The half-American girl then thought of the best way to cheer him up, walking towards the brunette boy and kissing him on the cheek. Hey, we could always just have a sparring date later. Yay, you're right, pony, Kaibara said with a smile before placing a light kiss on her lips, making her giggle. And even if this fight was quick, you were still pretty badass, pony. You too, Senni. Tsunotori said, the two starting to exchange some more kisses. Ahem. The couple turned and saw a red-faced Jiro and Kaminari standing at the other end of the hall. You guys can save swapping spit later. All Might's waiting for us. Kaminari was also really hoping that Tsunotori didn't tell her boyfriend that he flirted with her. A few minutes later. So, can anyone tell me what these four could have done better? All Might said as Kaminari, Tsunotori, Kaibara, and Jiro stood in front of the class. Well, if Tsunotori and Kaminari teamed up against Kaibara, they probably could have overwhelmed him and then could have focused on finding Jiro and the bomb, Honanuki chimed in. And Tsuno probably could have won really quickly. Hagakure said with a giggle. One kiss and a wink, and her hubby probably wouldn't be able to bring himself to fight. Kaibara blushed at the teasing while Tsunotori pouted. No way. She then wrapped her arms around Kaibara's shoulders. If I beat Senni in a fight, it's gonna be because I earned it fair and square. That's right, Kaibara said as he wrapped his hand around Tsunotori's waist. If I didn't go all out of my opponent, I would just be disrespecting them. Even if they're absolutely adorable. Smooth, spin guy, Tokage commented with a smirk. Lucky bastard, Mineta said in a fit of jealousy. You also could have been a bit more cautious, Kaminari, Izuku pointed out. You just ran in without looking to see if Jiro was anywhere. You were basically asking to be sucker punched, Awase commented. By contrast, Jiro, you did a commendable job, not only guiding your partner but also setting up a trap for your opponent, Iida commented, making the punk girl blush at the praise as she tapped her jacks together. Well said, everyone, All Might proclaimed. Now, on to the next match. A bit later, Iida and Mineta were now sitting outside another building as they prepped time for their match. Man, this sucks. How so? Iida asked. We're up against Mr. Bugface and Koda, and after this, Shiro and Honanuki are gonna go up against Hagakure. Those lucky idiots get to fight a naked girl. Mineta said, his jealous side showing once again. That's what you're upset about. Iida exclaimed, shocked at his classmates' priorities. Then again, it shouldn't have surprised Iida. After barely a week of being in the same class as Mineta, It was clear to him and everyone else that the diminutive boy was often guided by his baser urges. Wait, just Hagakure. They're also fighting Tokage. Mineta's jealous look instantly vanished. Yeah, no thanks. They can deal with her all they like. I see, Iida said, recalling how Mineta Tokage's strange and heated debate over certain body parts. But an idea quickly popped into the taller boy's head. You know, Mineta, if you do a good job, I believe that our female classmates will be impressed if you show them what you're capable of. And just like that, a spark ignited in the smaller boy's soul. That's right, Mineta thought to himself. The reason I'm here is so I can become cool. So that girls will like me. And so that I can finally touch some boobies. Alright, Iida, let's do our best to beat the bad guys. Mineta shouted with a determined smile and his fists pumping. That's the spirit, Iida said with a thumbs up. At the same time, Kamakiri and Kota weren't having any luck communicating to form a plan, mainly because Kota was too scared to talk to the bug boy. So, y'all wanna come up with a strategy or something? Kamakiri asked. Kota shrieked and hid behind the bomb. Kamakiri sighed. Just my luck. I get paired with the mute pussy. All Might gave them the go-ahead to start. Well, if you're too chicken shit to do anything, I guess I'll go kick their asses. Kamakiri left the room, with Kota letting out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Kamakiri. I know you can't help it, but I'm absolutely terrified of bugs. But you're right, I can't just do nothing. Kota looked around the room, and an idea came to him. He ran and opened every window in the room, and once that was done, Kota stuck his head out of a window and started shouting. Iida and Mineta were zipping through the halls of the building, sticking together by having Mineta ride on Iida's back while he used his quirk to look through each room. Iida began to turn a corner, but out of the corner of his visor, he saw the glint of a blade. On instinct, he leapt back just as Kamakiri swung his arm down, cutting into the floor. Kamakiri pulled his arm up, revealing that a large blade was now sticking out before sliding back into his arm, his skin none the worse. All right, heroes, Kamakiri said with a wide grin. Looks like you're stuck with me. Ah, Kamakiri. I must say, you pull off the manic villain part quite well. Yeah, a bit too well, Mineta said, more than a bit nervous at the sight of Kamakiri. The bug boy charged ahead, blades jutting out of his forearms. He swung his blades in a wide arc. Iida leapt away, causing Mineta to lose his grip and fall off Iida as Kamakiri's blades cut into the wall. Mineta, are you alright? Iida shouted. I think I cracked my ass, Mineta groaned as he stood up. But I'm fine. That's enough yapping, Kamakiri growled. Come on, ya cowards. Let's see if you can make the cut. Kamakiri charged at Iida. He narrowly avoided Kamakiri's blades, and Iida grimaced as the attack left a cut across his chest plate. Kamakiri was like a relentless, sentient weed whacker, his wild attacks forcing Iida on the defensive and leaving no openings for an attack. Mineta felt his knees shake as he watched Kamakiri try to hack his partner to pieces. He knew he had to help Iida, but Mineta had no idea what to do. Iida, you need any help? If you could, that would be much appreciated. Iida said as he evaded another strike from Kamakiri. TCH, pussy, Kamakiri spat. Why don't we keep this a one-on-one? I'd rather not dull my blades on the midget. In an instant, all of Mineta's fear evaporated. Mineta grit his teeth, his blood boiling, and grabbed two balls from his head. He threw one on the ground and one high up on the nearby wall. He quickly jumped on the ball on the floor, launching himself towards the second ball, ricocheted off it, and went flying towards Kamakiri. Kamakiri had less than a second to react as Mineta sent him reeling with a flying kick to the face. What the fuck? Kamakiri shouted as he wiped the blood from his jaw. Not again, Mineta whispered before glaring at Kamakiri. I'm in UA, the top hero school. The days of jerks like you making fun of my height are over. Iida, let's kick his ass. Alright, Iida said, taken aback by Mineta's sudden burst of anger. I've had just about enough of you, pipsqueak, Kamakiri spat. He extended his blades and lunged at the hero team. Iida grabbed Mineta and bolted away from Kamakiri. Using his quirk, Iida brought himself and Mineta to the other end of the hallway, putting significant distance between them and Kamakiri. While I find your drive admirable, we still need to devise a plan, Iida said, still carrying Mineta under his arm like a textbook. Alright, Mineta sputtered, trying to remain cool in this embarrassing position. Do I weigh anything to this guy? Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and Mineta smiled as a plan started formulating in his mind. Hey, Iida. The tall boy looked down at his partner. I've got an idea that's just crazy enough to work. Kamakiri watched with grit teeth as Mineta whispered something in Iida's ear. Enough. Kamakiri screamed. I am sick and tired of pussyfooting around like this. If you two aren't going to fight, his eyes widened in shock when Iida's quirk flared to life. Iida came blasting down the hall like a rocket, and in his hands was Mineta, curled up into a ball, held above his partner's head. Take this, Iida exclaimed, throwing Mineta like a basketball. Kamakiri unsheathed his blades, bracing for impact, only for Mineta to go sailing over his head. Ha! Kamakiri exclaimed. You miss. Iida closed the distance and delivered a punch to Kamakiri's solar plexus. Through the pain, Kamakiri grinned, and he swung at Iida. Using the pipsqueak as a distraction, guess that's all he's good for. But now it's time for some real action. As Kamakiri relentlessly sliced at Iida, leaving deep gashes in the floor and walls, the armored boy pulled his leg, and his engines lit up. Kamakiri smirked. Too obvious. As Iida unleashed a kick supercharged by his quirk, Kamakiri had already jumped back to avoid the attack. Iida had overextended himself with that kick, leaving him wide open. And Kamakiri intended to take full advantage of it. But suddenly, Kamakiri's face fell. His foot was stuck. Kamakiri looked down and saw he'd stepped on one of Mineta's balls. And his eyes widened in horror as he saw the entirety of the hall behind him covered with those purple balls. The pipsqueak wasn't the distraction, Kamakiri thought as a horrifying realization dawned on him. Iida was. At that thought, Kamakiri saw Iida running towards him to shoulder check him into the sticky balls. He held up his blades to guard. But something started pulling on the back of his costume. What the hell? Kamakiri yelled. Distracted, Iida slammed into Kamakiri, sending him crashing to the ground. Their opponent immobilized, Mineta leapt on top of him and tied him up with the capture tape. Villain captured. All Might's voice ran through their comlinks. Damn it. Kamakiri growled, angry at his defeat. And his mood only soured more as he saw Mineta looking down on him. Guess you're the one who couldn't make the cut, Mineta proclaimed, the world's largest shit-eating grin on his. Take this lesson to heart, bug boy, don't mess with the little guys. Nihei. Mineta started doing a celebratory dance on Kamakiri's chest. Who's the best? I'm the best. Mineta, Iida said. Who's the best? I'm the best. Mineta. Who's the best? I'm the best. Mineta, please. Who's the best? I'm. Mineta. Iida shouted, picking his partner off of their fallen foe. That's enough of showboating, Mineta. Don't forget, we still have another villain to deal with. Oh, right, Mineta said sheepishly as Iida placed the short boy on his shoulders. Watch out, Kota. Cuz, we're coming right for ya. Iida blasted off again with Mineta in tow, leaving Kamakiri stuck to the floor. Assholes. Soon enough, only 3 minutes remained in the match, and Iida and Mineta quickly looked through all the rooms in the building. Eventually, they came across the last unchecked room in the building. Let's get him, Mineta whispered, about to kick in the door. Hold on, Iida whispered back. Rushing in recklessly was Kaminari's undoing. We need to be cautious. Oh, right, Mineta replied. But the two were under a time limit. Yes, they needed to proceed with caution. Partly to keep themselves from repeating Kaminari's mistake. And also partly because neither of them knew what exactly Kota's quirk was. Aside from the obvious physical mutation that gave him a rock-like appearance, he showed no sign of any superpower during the physical exam. And his generic red and orange costume gave no indication of what his power was. So, Iida slowly opened the door. And when the two peeked their heads in, they spotted Kota spotting them, with the boy hiding behind the fake bomb, shaking with fear. I almost feel bad for the guy, Mineta said, seeing the rock-headed boy quivering. Iida nodded in agreement but knew what needed to be done. Kota, your reign of villainy ends here. Iida proclaimed. Your partner has already been captured. Just surrender yourself, and we can end this without any unnecessary violence. Kota peeked his head out from behind the bomb. Iida and Mineta noticed the boy's lips move. At first, no sound came out. But then, Kota spoke in a voice much higher than one would expect and shouted, Now, my little friends. Then, without warning, hundreds of rats leapt down from the ceiling and started crawling out of boxes. And they were quick to start leaping on Iida and Mineta. "Ah! Get them off!" Mineta screamed as the rats crawled all over his body. "They're gonna bite me." "See, calm down, Mineta," Iida shouted, trying to steel his nerves as he batted and shook some rats off of him. "Stand fast. We just have to touch the weapon and, do you hear squawking?" To Iida's shock, a large flock of birds flew in from the open windows and quickly swarmed around him. Their pecks couldn't damage his armor, but the sheer amount of feathers and talons were enough to shroud his vision. Damn it, Iida thought to himself. Time was running out, and both he and Mineta were swarmed by animals. He quickly battled a bird out of his field of vision, giving him a brief glimpse of the bomb before more birds got in his face. "It's straight ahead, I just need to keep my bearings, and we can win this. RRRIIIIIIPPPPPPPPPP." Iida's train of thought came to a screeching halt at what sounded like fabric tearing. He looked down and gasped. The rats had worked together to tear a large hole in the fabric beneath his armor. With a mischievous look in their eyes, the rats crawled through the hole and started scurrying around inside Iida's suit. "Ah!" Iida screamed, horrified and disgusted at the feel of the rats, claws and fur rubbing against his skin. "They're in my costume." Mineta could only watch as his teammates started running around like a headless chicken. "Iida, stay calm," Mineta pleaded, even though he was struggling to do the same. Unfortunately, Iida didn't hear anything his partner said. "Get them off. Get them off. Get them off. Get them off." Suddenly, Iida's quirk flared up. His panicked body activated it against his will and sent Iida bursting through the flock of birds. Slam! And straight into the wall. Iida fell to the floor, out cold. And to add insult to injury, the birds and rats continued to have their way with him. In the observation room, everyone, including All Might, was stunned into silence by what had just happened. Note to self, don't ever piss off Koda, Kaminari said to himself, a couple of the students near him shaking their heads in agreement. "So that's what his quirk is," Izuku said as he quickly took down some notes. All Might had seen a lot of surprising things in over 30 years of being a professional superhero. This wasn't quite as shocking as that one villain who could willingly turn herself inside out, but it was definitely in the top 20. "Damn it all!" Mineta screamed. Desperate, he started throwing balls haphazardly, not caring who they hit. It seemed to work as the flock of birds parted for a brief moment. Out of the corner of his eye, Mineta saw the bomb. "It's now or never." Flailing his arms like a madman while throwing balls like a pitching machine, Mineta pushed through the deluge of birds and rats. Miraculously, Mineta made it to the bomb. Putting every last ounce of his strength into his legs, Mineta lunged for it. Time seemed too slow for the small boy. After all those years of disrespect and bullying, this was it. This was his moment. This was. "Time's up," All Might exclaimed through their comlinks. "The villain team wins." Reality hit Mineta like a bucket of ice water as he stood there, his hand on the bomb. Koda breathed a sigh of relief before speaking to the birds and rats. "Thank you, my friends. I'll be sure to bring some food for you later. But you can go now." And indeed, the birds flew back out the window, and the rats ran out the doorway. Koda looked at Mineta and slowly approached him. Are you okay?" Koda asked. Mineta blinked, suddenly realizing all the animals were gone. I asked my friends not to bite you or peck too hard." "Really?" Mineta said. He looked himself over and found not a single mark on his body. "Huh, would you look at that?" Koda smiled softly. "I wouldn't want any of my classmates to get infected with something during a training exercise." Mineta was genuinely touched by this, with comically large tears falling from his eyes. "You're a good person, Koda." What happened?" Iida groaned before sitting up and taking his helmet off. "We lost," Mineta said flatly. "I see," Iida said thoughtfully. He looked at Koda and smiled. "Well met, Koda. You were a truly formidable opponent." Koda bashfully rubbed his cheeks at the praise. "Rockhead, what the hell is going on?" Kamakiri shouted over the earcom. A bit later, the four boys were standing in front of the class. "So, can anyone tell me what went wrong and right?" "Well," Kamakiri charged in alone like a dumbass, Honanuki commented. Kaibara did the same thing. The mantis boy shouted. "Hey, I kept in contact with my partner." Kaibara retorted. From what we saw, it didn't look like you had any kind of plan. How was I supposed to form a plan when my partner's too much a pussy to talk? Sorry, Koda whispered, getting Kamakiri. It's just, well, I'm scared of bugs. I know I shouldn't be like around you, but, well. Oh, Kamakiri said, suddenly feeling like an asshole. Well, a bigger asshole than usual. Sorry about that. Well, Kamakiri's not the only one who could have done better, Kendo said. Kendo's right. Izuku followed up before looking at Iida. Iida, you could have easily outrun Kamakiri and avoided fighting him entirely. If he chased after you, Mineta would have been able to immobilize him, or at least slow him down, with his balls. Hehe, Kaminari chuckled. You guys also really panicked at the end. Kendo chimed in. Could you blame us? Mineta asked. You would probably freak out too if you got suddenly attacked by rats and birds. Actually, that leads me to a lesson you all need to take to heart, All Might said. You all need to develop a resistance to the strange and absurd. Learn to expect the unexpected and all that. When you're a pro hero, you'll come across things that make your head spin, sometimes literally, and make you question your sanity. I guarantee villains throw more surprising and shocking things at you than just birds and rats. I see, Iida said before bowing. Thank you all for not holding back on your criticisms. I shall take this all to heart to improve myself and become a better hero. All Might had a hearty and good-hearted laugh at this. Well, you certainly have the humble part of being a hero down. A few minutes later, the next match began. Hagakure was sneaking her way through the halls, her gloves and boots removed for maximum stealth while holding the capture tape roll in her palm. Find him yet? Tokage asked. Not yet, the invisible girl whispered. She poked her head around a corner and spotted Honanuki walking past the end of the hall. Oh, I just spotted Honanuki. No sign of Zero, though. Gotcha. So just go stealth and capture him. But don't get cocky. The guy's a recommended student like me, so ya can't let your guard down. Right, Hagakure said before gripping the tape. Super stealth time. Quietly and carefully, Hagakure tiptoed until she could spot Honanuki's back. He didn't seem to be looking over his shoulder, making Hagakure think she had the perfect opening. She continued to tiptoe and control her breathing in an attempt to make any sort of sound. Soon enough, she was almost right behind him. But Hagakure's stealth approach imploded in on itself from the most unexpected source. When she pulled out a strip of the capture tape, the roll made an unexpected sound. And that was enough to make Honanuki look over his shoulder. The sight of floating tape was more than enough of a clue for him, and he quickly threw a punch that Hagakure backed away from. Whoa, too close. Hagakure shouted before glaring at the capture tape and throwing it away. Stupid loud tape. Not bad, invisible girl. You almost got the jump on me. Honanuki said. But I got ya now. The lipless teen attempted to grab the invisible girl but stopped when he heard her scream in embarrassment. Hey, hands off my girls, you perv. Oh, shit, Honanuki exclaimed, letting go of her. Sorry, ABO, he suddenly got the wind knocked out of him by what felt like a kick to the stomach. Psych, you were actually grabbing my shoulder, Hagakure said. One of the upsides of being invisible, you can't see where you'll hit me or where I'm gonna hit you back. And indeed, Honanuki was having a hard time blocking any of Hagakure's strikes. There wasn't a lot of force behind it, but with him being unable to see where the hits were coming from, it was nearly impossible to defend himself. And she was surprisingly agile, dodging his attempts to hit her. Or he could be way off his mark. It was to tell. Sorry, but ya can't hit what you can't see, Hagakure teased before blowing an invisible raspberry. But Honanuki just chuckled as he placed his hand on the wall. Fair point. Counterpoint, though. Suddenly, the walls and ceiling around Hagakure began to soften, and Hagakure began to sink into the floor. I don't have to see you in order to trap you. At least with my quirk. Ew, 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 ew. It feels like warm pudding. Hagakure panicked, her arm hitting a spot near Honanuki, splashing gunk around. Seeing this, Honanuki grabbed his opponent's arm, pulled her out of the softening floor, and tackled her down. He then felt Hagakure punch him with her other arm, but he took the blow and grabbed his own capture tape before quickly wrapping it around her wrists. Hagakure has been captured. Dang it, she cried. Honanuki was about to joke, but felt something odd. He moved his hand on Hagakuri's forearm, and felt cloth. Hagakuri, Honanuki asked as he stood up. What? You're not actually naked, are you? Hagakuri said nothing, but he assumed she was probably giving him a look before sighing. She then moved her wrists a bit and actually pressed a button. In an instant, a lilac costume that looked like a blend of a retro sci-fi dress and a kunoichi outfit appeared on Hagakuri's still invisible body, which included a skirt and leggings combo, arm sleeves with a button on the left wrist and a matching headband on her head. Way to ruin my whole gimmick, spoil sport. And what gimmick is that? Pretending to be a streaker. Hey, it worked on for a bit. Would you want to touch a naked person, even if you were fighting them? Honanuki said nothing for a minute before chuckling, and then just bursting out into laughter. Okay, ya got me there, Hagakuri. He continued to laugh, and Hagakuri smiled a bit. Honanuki's cackling laugh was weird but oddly infectious. But she also noticed something real quick. Hey, where's Shiro? Oh, Honanuki said in between laughing. He's following the plan. And indeed, when the match had started, Shiro fired some tape at the top of the building and was currently climbing up the sides using the tape like a climbing rope. His costume consisted of a face-covering visor, a light orange mouthguard with matching shoulder pads, and black and white spandex that cut off at his biceps, letting him use his tape-dispensing elbows without obstruction. Not here, either, Shiro thought as he looked through the window. Ya find anything yet? No. Looks they hid the bomb pretty well. Shiro blinked upon realizing something odd before turning his head and seeing Tokage's floating head smirking at him, with one eye missing. Ah, crap. Eat this. Titty torpedo. Wait, what torpedo? From a nearby window, Tokage's torso and arms flew out, her bosom detaching and flying towards Shiro like a projectile. The airborne fun bags hit Shiro right in his helmet and shoulder pad. The tape boy grunted, while Tokage regretted it. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, not my best idea, Tokage said before smirking again. But let's see how much more you can handle. With a mental command, Tokage's torso and arms further split into smaller pieces, launching at Shiro and pelting him with a barrage of limbs. But even as he was barraged, Shiro still hung on. I can take a beating, so you're gonna have to try better than that. Tokage chuckled a bit and mentally stopped her body pieces from attacking him. Alright, then, how about this? Shiro saw Tokage's hands move towards his stomach, and then started tickling him. Shiro started laughing, shaking a bit as he tried to keep his grip strong. Huh, you're a bit on the lanky side, but you actually got some nice muscle tone going for ya. Tokage commented. Thanks, I guess, Shiro said between laughs while he was thinking of a way out of this situation. Looks like I'm gonna have to go for the Hail Mary. Honanuki, I really hope you weren't just talking out of your ass. Using his free hand, Shiro slid open his visor and looked at Tokage with a smile. Though, this is a bit quick for my taste. Usually, girls don't get handsy with me until the third date. Guess you don't play around, Tokage. And he threw in a flirtatious wink on top of that. A few minutes later. But this gonna be tricky, Shiro commented as he and Honanuki were figuring out a plan. Hagakuri's naked, and Tokage's a massive flirt. This exercise is gonna be really damn awkward. For you, maybe. Honanuki retorted before thinking a bit. But I think I might have the solution in case Tokage decides to go all femme fatale on you. See, I know a few pervy and aggressive flirts like her. And usually, the solution to dealing with them is just to flirt back. Really? Shiro asked, getting a nod in response. She'll either be down for it, which means you'll end up with a hot date. Or she'll end up being one of those people who can dish it out but can't take it. It's usually one of those two. Tokage stared at Shiro for a moment, trying to process what she'd just heard. But, handsy. And as it turned about, Tokage was the latter, her entire face turning cherry red, her eye hazed over, and her body shaking. I mean, I don't, what? Huh, that actually worked. Honanuki, I owe you a soda, Shiro was about to move when. Weapon secured. The hero team wins. Wah. Tokage said, looking through the ice she left with the bomb and seeing Honanuki halfway inside the floor, poking the bomb with his finger. And adding insult to injury, softening teen was cackling too. Later, it was their turn for the post-battle evaluation, but Shiro and Honanuki took off their helmets and high-fived each other. "Nice work on the distraction, Shiro," Honanuki said with a smile. Or at least his equivalent of a smile. Hell yeah, the helmet bros killed it. Tokage still felt thoroughly embarrassed by how she lost while Hagakure was pouting, though no one else could see it naturally. "Well, so much for being a great flirt," Mineta said with a taunt directed at Tokage. The blue-clad girl growled, before launching her hands at the great boy and pulling on his cheeks. "I just wasn't expecting that, you little gremlin," Tokage growled, sticking her fingers in Mineta's face. "And last I checked, I haven't seen anyone flirt with your gross ass." "Oh, I'm not gross. But this is." Mineta then licked Tokage's fingers, making her reel in disgust. Before the two could continue, All Might loudly cleared his throat. Now, you two, save the bickering for after class," All Might said. "Now, does anyone have any notes?" All Might, "Sir, I believe your lesson about expecting the unexpected could have also applied to Tokage's reaction to Shiro flirting with her," Iida stated. "I've heard about both heroes and villains that use their sexual appeal or flirtatious nature to catch their foes off guard." "Yeah, that's pretty much Miss Midnight's entire gimmick," Ochako commented, referring to their R-rated history teacher. "Sensuality can often be just as disarming as any powerful technique," Yanagi chimed in. "You're all correct," All Might said. "Young Tokage, if you want to play up the flirtatious heroine angle, you're going to need to prepare for those that flirt back." "All right," Tokage said, her cheeks still a bit red. "Hagakure, I couldn't really see much of it, but I'm guessing you're not that good at hand-to-hand," Kendo said. "I mean, there's not really much to it. Just throw a punch and a kick and make it land, right?" The orange-haired girl's eyebrow twitched. There is so much wrong with that sentence. On the flip side, Honanuki and Shiro were on point. Kirishima stated, "You guys kept your cool and adapted like crazy good. You really showed some manly dedication right there. Is the manly the only compliment you know?" A couple of the students thought. They barely knew the redhead for a week but had already heard him say, "manly," an almost absurd amount of times. "All right, let's move on to the next match," All Might said with a flourish. "Yanagi, Awase, Fukidashi, Uraraka, you're up next." "Awesome, let's go," Awase shouted with a smile. Before the four teens headed out, Ochako and All Might shared a subtle look at each other. The brunette looked down at her hands, feeling the new and immense power she had only just started to understand. To everyone else, they simply believed the cover story of her quirk mutating. In reality, this new power was something that had been passed down to her. A power that she was determined to own. "I gotta do my best. Mr. Yagi trusted me with this quirk, so I can't let him down." With a determined look on her face, Ochako followed the other three. "One for all, I'll make your power my own without breaking my body." "So what do you think I should go for?" Fukidashi asked as he and Ochako were using their setup time to try and figure out a plan of attack for Awase and Yanagi. Which, in this case, meant Fukidashi bouncing ideas for sound effects off of the Gravity Girl. "I'm thinking a whoosh sound be enough to immobilize them. That's the win thing, right?" Ochako asked, getting a nod. "But won't that hit the bomb too?" "Huh, you're right. Maybe I should just go with a POW. "Oh, maybe you can do a zap or a shock," Ochako said. "I dunno. Whenever I do energy sound effects, it ends up draining me a lot." The next few minutes ended up with the two discussing various sound effects. But before the two goofballs knew it, they heard the sound of footsteps and Awase kicking down the door. "Surprise, bitches. The time of battle is nigh," Yanagi said, waving her hands a little for theatrics. "Aw, nuts. We got distracted," Ochako shouted. "No problem. These bad guys are still gonna get their butts whooped," Fukidashi declared. POW. The sound effect appeared in the air before turning into a giant fist that flew directly at Awase and Yanagi. The two dodged, and the fist hit the wall, cracking it and leaving behind debris before vanishing. "I ain't done yet." Pow, 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 pow. Fukidashi kept at it, effectively becoming a fist-launching turret. The hero team was forced to keep moving and dodging. "Be wary, Fukidashi, you have entered my domain," Yanagi stated, making a motion with her hands. And suddenly, a barrage of rocks, nuts, bolts, and other random objects flew from behind her back and began to pelt Fukidashi and Ochako. As it turned out, Yanagi had been using her telekinesis quirk to hide a collection of floating junk behind her back, out of the sight of her foes. Ochako used her arms to block the barrage and decided to retaliate. She used her quirk to make herself float. But then, she aimed her left gauntlet at the wall behind Yanagi and Awase. "Let's go," Ochako shouted before pressing a button on the gauntlet. It fired a hook on a wire that embedded itself into the wall behind her foes. Another button press and the gauntlet started winding the wire back up, sending Ochako towards the wall with a kick aimed squarely at Yanagi. But to her surprise, the debris around Yanagi dropped, and Ochako suddenly found herself suspended in the air with Yanagi's hands held in front of her. "Whoa, awesome counter, Yanagi," Awase shouted with a smile. "Now, bring her down." "That might be difficult." The black-haired boy looked and saw the state his partner was in. Her body was shaking a bit, and sweat was beginning to roll down her forehead. "It is taking all of my physical faculties in order to keep our foe suspended in the air." "Oh, okay. I'll just cap." Whoosh. Awase was blasted back by a burst of wind from Fukidashi. "Don't forget that I'm here too." "Damn it. Yanagi, keep Uraraka in place." "I'll deal with Mr. Loudmouth," Awase shouted, getting a nod in response. He quickly went to work, grabbing some dust and debris from the ground. He's gotta take a breath at some point. While Awase continued to dodge Fukidashi's sound effect attacks, Ochako was struggling against Yanagi's telekinesis. She could barely move her body and couldn't even touch her hands to release her quirk. "I have to do something," Ochako thought, and her mind came up with a solution. "Looks like I'm gonna have to try that. A while back. Are you sure you don't have any better pointers?" Ochako asked Toshinori. The two were in Ochako's apartment, trying to come up with ideas on how to get around the backlash of Ochako's new power. "I'm sorry to say that I don't, Ochako," Toshinori said. "When I was given one for all, I was already at my physical peak. Using it just came naturally to me. You're in better shape than you were before your training started, but not only do you still have room to grow, but your version of One for All also has the power I've accumulated over the years alongside the other 7 holders." "Dang it," Ochako muttered. Nearly a year of training in order to receive One for All, and she still felt like she couldn't handle it. She remembered the near-blinding pain after using it during the entrance exam. She remembered the overwhelming power in her limbs, feeling as though it would tear her apart. The two tried to think in silence. Ochako lazily looked over to her shelf. She didn't have a lot of knick-knacks, but the few she did have were special to her. Which included a model of a space shuttle from the pre-Quirk era. And then, like a bolt of lightning, something came to Ochako's head. "I got it," Ochako shouted. "I'm a straight tube." "Pardon?" Toshinori asked as the excitable brunette went and picked up her model shuttle. "Do you know the reason why shuttles have nozzles?" Ochako asked, pointing to the nozzles on the back of the shuttle. "Can't say I do. See, the reason why is because rocket propulsion puts an incredible strain and force. A straight tube would shatter under the pressure, but a cone-shaped nozzle spreads it around," Ochako explained. "When I used One for All, I was basically a tube blasting out power and braking." "Ah, I see." Toshinori clapped. "So we just need to figure out a way for you to apply a nozzle to One for All." Ochako remembered the following days they spent trying to figure it out. How her routine after school for the last few weeks was training to get a new handle on OFA. And now, it was time to put it to use. In the control room, everyone was watching as Awase dodged Fukidashi's attacks. And when the balloon-headed boy needed to catch his breath, Awase struck, throwing dust into his face and making him cough. With him now constantly coughing, Fukidashi was unable to say anything uninterrupted, turning it into a straight-up fistfight. All while Ochako was still telekinetically suspended. "Come on, Ochako," Izuku thought as he watched. "You can get out of this one." He didn't exactly know how, but Izuku had hope in his friend. "You are not a tube. You are a nozzle," Ochako said to herself as she aimed her hand at the wall behind Yanagi. "You're not a tube. You're a nozzle." Small stars of pink energy shimmered around her fingers as Ochako confined to her mental mantra. She placed her middle finger behind her thumb, as someone would do when they were about to flick something. "You're a nozzle. One for all," 2% rocket blast. Ochako flicked her finger, unleashing a blast of air that flew past Yanagi and demolished the wall behind her. The hell? Yanagi shouted. And in her shock, her concentration was broken, freeing Ochako from her telekinesis. Ochako quickly retracted her wire hook and released herself from her quirk's effect, landing on Yanagi. After a bit of a struggle from the silver-haired girl, Ochako managed to wrap the capture tape around Yanagi's wrists. Victory from defeat. Impressive, Yanagi admitted. Thanks, Ochako said as she stood up. The gravity girl looked at her fingers, and they weren't broken. Sure, there was some bruising and tingling, but she could still move them. I did it, Ochako thought, her eyes shining with excitement. I did it. I didn't break anything. Woo. Weapon secured. The hero team wins. Huh. Ochako turned around and saw Awase had placed his hand on the fake bomb, with Fukidashi welded to the floor and still coughing. Sorry. You looked like you were having a moment. Awase said. I mean, kudos to whatever personal accomplishment made you celebrate. See, can I get a cough water or something? Fuck, Ochako whispered to herself. A few minutes later, the four were standing in the observation room, with Fukidashi drinking a water bottle, though it looked less like drinking and more like just inserting the open bottle tip into his head. So, you know the drill by now, kids. All Might said. So what went wrong and what went right? Well, the most obvious was that Uraraka and Fukidashi were too distracted at times, Iida explained. It didn't seem like you came up with a plan to deal with your opponents. And Uraraka, your small celebration after capturing Yanagi could have been used to try and stop Awase. I know, Ochako said, tapping her fingers together in embarrassment in spite of the soreness in one of them. Awase and Yanagi were pretty damn good, Jiro said. Fukidashi was going ham on you guys, and Uraraka was on the attack, but you guys were really quick and responsive. In contrast to you, Fukidashi, Kaibara said. It looks like you didn't really have a backup plan when you got dust thrown at you. You know what, that's fair, Fukidashi replied. I'll admit that improv ain't my strong suit. I guess that's something we both need to improve on, Ochako said to her partner. Well said, young Uraraka. All Might replied. And now, onto the last match of the day. Back at the cityscape, the mysterious cat boy was still watching from his little perch. With most of the fights happening inside the buildings, he couldn't really see much of them. But his ears perked up when he saw Stryker walking towards the building. About time, the cat boy thought to himself, his tail moving with excitement. Okay, Metal Man, show me what you got. A few minutes later, Kirishima and Kendo were standing in front of their building. The redhead was practically shaking with excitement. Well, you looked hyped. Of course I am. We're going against Midoriya and his robot. Kirishima shouted. I'm pumped as hell. I mean, we fought robots at the entrance exam. That's different. Those were just drones. We're going up against a dude who's got some manly spirit in him. And that spirit is clear in that robot. Kirishima exclaimed as he looked at Kendo. Don't tell me you aren't a little bit excited to fight against that thing. Kendo said nothing before a smile appeared on her face. Okay, yeah, it is pretty cool. The prep timer ended, and Kirishima and Kendo ran into the building. But to their surprise, they managed to catch Izuku and Kuwaro hopping through the ground floor windows, leaving the fake bomb behind. Huh, both of them said as once. However, they heard the pounding of Stryker's metal footsteps and watched as the robot ran up to the building and smashed the walls. Kendo and Kirishima watched, mouths agape, as Stryker grabbed the fake bomb and pulled it out from the building. Catch me if you can, heroes. Izuku's voice came from the speakers as Stryker held the bomb over its head and ran away. Well, that just happened, Kendo said, as she, Kirishima, and everyone in the observation room were more than a bit befuddled by that. Is that even allowed, Mr. All Might? Tsunotori asked. The number one hero rubbed his chin in contemplation. Technically, I never said you kids had to stay inside the building for the entire exercise. I'll allow it. Ochako slapped herself on the forehead for not thinking of that. Nyahaha. The mysterious cat boy laughed to himself as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop, watching Stryker run with the bomb. His eyes shined, and his smile was wide. Now, this is what I'm talking about. That's the zing. Inside the cockpit of Stryker, Izuku thought about how things were going according to plan. Though with Stryker running and carrying the bomb over its head, it didn't exactly paint the most heroic image. This is less something Hiroshi Shiba would do and more like something Don and Poncho would come up with. While Stryker's strides were wide, Kirishima and Kendo were close behind and trying to catch up. "Damn, he's really hoofing it," Kirishima stated while Kendo got an idea. "You ever heard of the fastball special? Like, from those ancient comic books?" Kirishima asked. Kendo nodded in response, and Kirishima grinned. Kendo activated her quirk, enlarging her right hand. Kirishima curled into a ball as Kendo grabbed him, and she threw her teammate as hard as she could. As the redhead zoomed through the air, Kirishima hardened himself. He slammed into Stryker's back, making the robot stumble and lose its footing. Stryker fell flat on its metal face. Kirishima rolled off the robot and ran for the fake bomb. But the moment Kirishima stepped into Stryker's shadow, Kuwaro emerged and uppercut the redhead. Damn it, Kirishima growled. He swung at Kuwaro, only for the white-hair student to disappear and reappear to kick Kirishima's legs out from under him. "You okay?" Kendo asked as she ran to her partner. "Yeah, just surprised." "Kuwaro, follow the plan," Izuku said as Stryker stood back up and placed the bomb under the shadow of a nearby building. "Roger," Kuwaro replied before leaping into the shadows, reappearing on top of the bomb while Stryker stared down Kirishima and Kendo. "If you heroes want the weapon, you're going to have to go through me." Now, the idea of fighting a machine several meters taller than you would make most teens nervous. But in this case, Izuku's opponents were a girl that had been practicing martial arts since she could walk and a boy who was determined to meet every challenge straight on like a real man. Kirishima and Kendo were more than willing to go toe-to-toe with Stryker. Hell, they were downright ecstatic. Kirishima slammed his fists together, hardening his forearms, while Itsuka enlarged her hands. "Let's go," Kendo shouted as she and Kirishima charged. She attacked with a series of palm strikes, but Stryker blocked them with its forearms. Kirishima went for the legs and punched Stryker's knees, causing the robot to buckle. Kendo took the opening, slamming Stryker's chest with another giant palm strike. The attack shook Izuku inside the cockpit and pushed the machine back. But Izuku was quick to retaliate, aiming Stryker's right arm at Kendo. Anchor knuckle. Locking mechanisms inside the arm disengaged, and mini jets blasted the metallic forearm at Kendo, tethered to the bicep by a chain. Kirishima quickly ran in front of Kendo, crossing his arms in front of his face and hardening his body to its fullest extent. The rocket punch struck Kirishima with a mighty clang. Yet, despite the cracks in the ground around him, Kirishima didn't budge. Stryker's arm fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Kendo asked in concern, getting a nod from the redhead while Stryker retracted its arm. "I'm probably gonna have sore arms tomorrow, but aside from that, I'm good." Stryker retracted its arm, and through the eye feed, Izuku was stunned when he saw dents in the robot's knuckles. "This is industrial-grade steel, and you were able to damage it. Your quirk's amazing, Kirishima." Kirishima smirked at that praise. "Hey, it ain't flashy, but it gets the job done." Inside the cockpit, Izuku's eyes shined with glee. The hot-blooded demeanor, the lack of hesitation to jump and protect a teammate, and the full-force fighting style. Izuku wanted to emulate the hot-blooded and heroic mecha pilots he grew up watching. And now, it was like one of them had come to life and become his classmate. "Kirishima," Izuku exclaimed, "you're so cool. Hey, don't forget about me." Kendo shouted. She enlarged her hands and charged at Stryker. She managed to land a punch that shook Izuku once more. Kendo kept up her assault with a double palm strike. But Izuku was quick to act, and Stryker grabbed Kendo's massive hands. The two were in a deadlock, mechanical might against superhuman strength as they pushed back against each other. "Just as I thought," Izuku stated. "Your quirk doesn't just make your hands bigger, it also strengthens the muscles inside them. You've got an incredible quirk, Kendo." Izuku then thought about the previous matches and the physical from earlier that week. His face gained a melancholic look. "All of you, everyone in class has such cool quirks, I'm kind of jealous." While Izuku whispered that last part out, Kendo still heard it and was slightly confused. But then, Izuku's smile returned inside the cockpit. "But Stryker and I have plenty to show, too." The boy let out a passionate yell, tossing Kendo away. She rolled to recover and stared down Stryker, eyes burning with passion. Although Kendo couldn't see, Izuku returned her look with a smile. Round 2. If that's how you want to play it, Kendo said, her own thrill for battle overtaking her. Kirishima watched as his partner battled the robot. His arms were still sore from earlier, so he couldn't really help her out. He scowled at this but remembered, this exercise wasn't beating the villains. Their main goal was to capture the bomb. So with a hearty yell, Kirishima turned and rushed towards the bomb, which Kuwaro has been watching this whole time. I was wondering when one of you meatheads would try that, Kuwaro smirked. With the bomb and the area around it covered in shadow, he had the home field advantage. Kuwaro leapt off the bomb, diving into the shadows. As soon as Kirishima stepped into the shadows, Kuwaro grabbed the redhead's legs and knocked him down. In an instant, Kuwaro left the shadows and jumped onto Kirishima's back, capture tape in hand. Victory is all but assured. Kirishima growled as he felt Kuwaro grab his hands. He had to act fast. Suddenly, Kirishima hardened the back of his head and threw it back right into Kuwaro's face. Fuck. Kuwaro instinctively grabbed his face, unwittingly letting go of the redhead's arms. Kirishima threw his opponent off his back and ran for the bomb. Weapon secured. The hero team wins. Hell yeah. Kirishima shouted with his arms up, and regretted doing that as his arms winched. What? Kuwaro said before rubbing his sore nose. We lost. Izuku asked. And even though Itsuka couldn't see him, she could tell her classmate was more than a bit disheartened. So she kept her right hand big and held it up. If it makes you feel any better, you put in one hell of a fight, Midoriya. Inside the cockpit, Izuku smiled. It does, actually. And you're an incredible opponent, Kendo. Once more, they raised their giant hands, one metal, and one flesh, but instead of battling, Kendo and Izuku gave each other a fist bump as the sun shined down on them. And no one noticed the catboy leaping from the rooftops, a mischievous laugh escaping his lips. A few minutes later, for the last time that day, the two teams stood in front of their classmates and All Might, ready to hear what they did right and wrong. So did you guys have a plan besides running away? Honanuki asked. Well, we figured that Striker would be able to handle both Kirishima and Kendo since both of them seemed like they would prefer close-range combat, given the nature of their quirks, Izuku explained. And Kuwaro was meant to act as a failsafe in case either of them broke through and decided to go for the bomb, though that didn't turn out so well. No kidding, Kuwaro said, still rubbing his sore nose. I definitely wasn't expecting to get headbutted. Well, I think there are two lessons to take away from this, All Might stated. 1. No matter how much you plan things out, you should always be ready to adapt on the fly. And 2. Never overestimate your own strength or underestimate your opponent. Midoriya, it seems you need to take lesson 2 to heart. Your machine is mighty, but it's not all powerful. I mean, it's still pretty damn cool. Awase shouted, punching his fist forward. That anchor knuckle was fucking badass. Kendo and Kirishima were pretty badass, too, Kaibara said. You jumping in the way of that attack was top-tier hero shit. Your sneak attack was on point, Kuwaro, Iida commented. But it seems that you, and quite a few of us, need to learn how to adapt. Kuwaro nodded in agreement. He was a natural fit for the shadows. The last thing he needed was to fail at sneak attacks. After that, all 20 students, and a kneeling Striker behind them, stood in the cityscape as All Might addressed them. Vlad King will look over your footage and give you more detailed notes in your next homeroom. But personally, I might say that between you youngsters and your fellow students in 1A, you freshmen are quite the impressive crop. Sure, you all could use some improvement, but that's what this course is for. So be sure to take all the lessons you learned today, and ingrain them into your mind and heart. Once you do that, if you keep training and improving, he then gave one of his signature smiles, I have no doubt that you'll all become plus ultra heroes. Even the ones who lost that day felt a little better. It was hard not to, with the #1 hero of Japan giving you a pep talk. Well, I think that about wraps this class up. Hit the showers, boys and girls. I've got some paperwork that needs a doing. Wait, Mr. All Might. Sir. Izuku stuttered out. Yes, what is it, young Midoriya? Izuku pulled out a small autograph book from his pocket. Do you think I see a? Say no more, lad, All Might bellowed, taking a pen out of his cape pocket before grabbing Izuku's autograph book and signing it. He handed it back to Izuku, chuckling a bit as the boy's eyes widened with glee. "Thank you, sir," Izuku said before taking a deep bow. "This'll be a new family heirloom." "Nerd," a few of his classmates thought. "Think nothing of it, my boy," All Might proclaimed. Izuku looked up, but then noticed something that made his eyebrow raise. "And if any of you other youngsters want an autograph, don't be afraid to ask. And with that, I'm off." All Might took off in a burst of superhuman speed, leaving the students there to head to the locker room. Was that steam coming off of All Might's face? Izuku thought, having seen a small wisp of it when he looked at the hero. But Izuku shrugged, thinking he might have just been seeing things. However, at the same time, All Might was racing through the halls of Ua, more and more smoke appearing from his body. Come on, come on. The symbol of peace frantically thought to himself. Almost there. To All Might's relief, he made it into the empty teacher's lounge. He quickly looked at the door, and then a huge blast of steam erupted from his body. When it faded, the heroic muscular build of All Might was gone, and in his place was none other than Toshinori Yagi. The skeletal man was practically swimming in his, or rather All Might's, costume. Toshinori let out a sigh of relief before pulling his sleeve back to look at a stopwatch. Just under 6 hours. Looks like this is my new limit. And it's only gonna get shorter from here. Toshinori took a seat on the couch, leaning into the cushions. So it's finally happening. My days of being All Might are coming to an end. This doesn't even feel real. A heroic career spanning nearly 4 decades would soon end. His power had been handed over to his chosen successor, and soon, the last embers of that power would fade. All Might as the world knew him would be gone, and only Toshinori Yagi would remain. But before that happened, the hero of heroes would make damn sure the world would be safe in his absence. And that meant doing all he could to make Ochako the best hero she could be. Later. You guys think Kacchan did better than us? Izuku asked as he, Ochako, and Iida walked towards the exit. I kind of feel bad for hoping he didn't, Ochako commented. Why would you wish for your friend to fail? Iida asked. Because he'll be bragging about it for the next week if he did. Ah, I see. That does seem like something Bakugo would do. He wouldn't be Kacchan if he was humble, Izuku said. Yo, guys. The three turned and saw Awase approaching them. You heading out together? Yes, Izuku said. We're actually gonna meet our friends, Kacchan and Mei, and then grab something to eat. Cool. Mind if I tag along? The three looked at each other before Ochako and Izuku shrugged. Iida responded, I don't see why not. Any chance to bond with a fellow classmate. Awesome. Awase joined the three as they headed out the front doors, the sun beginning to set. They saw Katsuki and Mei chatting on the steps of the gate, but they also noticed another girl chatting with them. Hey, guys, Mei said with a wave, with Katsuki and the new girl turning to look at them. Said girl had long dark green hair with the ends tied in a bow. Her wide eyes, held out arms, and the shape of her lips made everyone think of a frog. Guess what? Kacchan made a friend. Really? That's great, Kacchan, Izuku said with a smile, only to get a TCH from his friend. Not on purpose. Sue here sits next to me, and we ended up teaming up for that team exercise. Katsuki said before smirking, which by the way, we totally killed it. Sue put a finger on her chin. I wouldn't say we killed it. Yaoyorozu and Shota almost captured us a couple of times, ribbit. Almost doesn't count, Katsuki said before noticing Awase. Whose headband over here? The name's Yosetsu Awase, future hero and proud mecha enthusiast. Awase proudly stated. So, you want to join us for a bite? Mei asked. Does Go Nagai love putting tits on robots? Awase asked. Everyone was confused, but Izuku burst out laughing. Katsuki recognized that name from the millions of times he heard his best friend ramble about old super robot manga, looking between the two of them, and came to a horrifying realization. Oh, God, there's 2 of them now. By the way, my full name is Tsuyu Asui, the green-haired girl said, introducing herself. But you guys can just call me Sue. Are you sure? That seems a little informal considering we just met, Iida asked. He got a shrug in response. I don't really mind. I like being casual, ribbit. Okay, then, Sue it is, Ochako said, happy to have another girl in their group. Well, We should get going if we want to get to Raise before the dinner rush, Izuku said. Lead the way, Green Bean, Awase said as the 7 UA students headed for the train station. From the upper floor windows of the UA main building, Toshinori, now clad in his yellow suit, watched his successor and her friends heading out, a smile appearing on his face. Young Uraraka, you'll have a lot on your shoulders soon. But until then, enjoy your youth while you still can. There was also another person watching the group from behind a nearby tree. The same cat boy from before. But his eyes were focused on Izuku. A bit of research with the online school directory helped the yellow-eyed young man find the name of this interesting freshman. Izuku Midoriya, E.H. He chuckled to himself with a dangerous glint in his eyes. You and your robot are exactly what I've been looking for. Thank you.